every man builds his world in his own image. This is a line from Ayn Rand's 1957 novel, Atlas Shrugged, a vast tome of a book where she outlines a particularly stark vision for how society should be arranged. Rand believed in the rejection of collective responsibility and instead placed the rights of the individual above all else, seeing personal self-interest as a moral obligation, and once even claiming that in order to say I love you, you must first say I. Now, while her books have sold millions of copies worldwide, the actual ideas inside of them remain fairly niche. That is, except for one curious idea, an idea which has quietly crept into how we discuss the world of video games. This is the Randian hero, a hyper-creative genius who is so clear-minded that they are able to innovate while everyone else stagnates, and single-handedly drives their profession forward through individual brilliance. Rather than calling them Randian heroes, we call them auteurs, and they absolutely dominate the way we talk about video game history. Hideo Kojima, Shigeru Miyamoto, Warren Spector, Yoko Taro, Toby Fox, Tim Schafer. These are just a handful of men building worlds in their own image. And while we all know that it takes more than a single person to make a video game, we are also deeply addicted to the idea of legendary heroes leaving their mark on the industry. So this brings us onto the subject of today's video, an utterly unique series that takes the controversial political philosophy of Ayn Rand and our obsession with auteurs and binds them together in a 3-game saga. It's the story of a man bravely and often foolishly sticking to his own guns, refusing to conform or give up his ideals, and in the process creating a series of video games that have gone down in legend. Games that don't feel, sound, or look like anything else. And yet, it's also a story about arrogance, about overambition, about other people having to deal with the consequences, and how that myth of the all-powerful auteur can often overshadow everything. While this tale is usually told in wondrous cities floating above the clouds and in hulking monsters trapped on the ocean floor, today we're going to carve open the politics, the fantasy and the horror, and try to examine what really lies at the heart of Bioshock. How did something so strange end up on our shelves? Who are the madmen that brought it into existence? What has made it so deeply beloved? Why has it been silent for 12 long years? And most importantly, who is to blame? So would you kindly sit back and settle in as we explore the breathtaking apex and chaotic descent of the Bioshock series. A world of constants and variables. A world not made in the image of gods or kings, but of man, and man alone. Now, before we dive beneath the waves of this video, I want to quickly cover a few brief disclaimers and a single self-indulgent channel announcement. The first is that the video will contain extensive spoilers for every game in the Bioshock series, every piece of Bioshock DLC, and System Shock 2, as it's going to be pretty impossible to critique these games without unpicking the stories that define them. I'd also like to explain that I'm using footage from the remastered PC versions of Bioshock 1 and 2, as while they do have some unpopular texture and lighting differences, the higher resolution, higher frame rate and ease of capture should hopefully make for a nicer watch on YouTube. Another thing to note is that this video won't be covering the Series 3 mobile games, as not only do I irrationally hate playing games on my phone, but I don't think they contribute anything to the story that is being told. If you'd like to see these monstrosities in action, there is a link in the description to an excellent video that covers them. I'd also like to start with yet another huge thank you to my backers on Patreon, whose support is what allows me to put together these massive franchise videos and not have to worry about constantly feeding the insatiable YouTube algorithm. If you're interested in joining, you can use the code below to get 50% off your first month, which means for just $4 you can help keep the channel going and gain access to a handful of Patreon exclusive videos, with a new one exploring the development of Chrono Trigger going live in just a few days. Finally, in a bout of utter madness, I've decided to resurrect the I Finished a Video Game Twitch stream, So if you want to hang out and play through some classic games, I'll be streaming every Wednesday at 12 PM Pacific and 3 PM Eastern. So, with all of that out the way, let's get to the real reason we're here, and charge headfirst into the wild and wonderful world of Bioshock. The story of this series doesn't begin with a city deep underwater or in one soaring above the clouds. No, it actually begins 45 years ago in an unassuming New Jersey bedroom. The occupant of this room is Kenneth M. Levine, the man who would go on to mastermind everything that is to come in this video, but who at this point in our tale is nothing more than a very nerdy teenager. He spends his evenings playing Atari and watching sci-fi movies. He secretly reads comic books on his lunch breaks, and he is utterly obsessed with advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Now, this is nothing out of the ordinary for a teenage boy in the early 1980s, but there is something he does that sets him apart from everyone else. You see, rather than waiting for weekend sessions with his friends, Ken would sit in his bedroom playing Dungeons and Dragons entirely on his own, crafting sprawling campaigns, drawing up characters, and acting out their adventures, all for his own enjoyment. This is central to understanding the sort of creator he would turn into, as this young Ken Levine loved storytelling and world building, but especially so when it came wrapped up within the rules and systems of a game. Now fast forward a few years, and this desire to tell stories had led to him studying drama at college, before eventually moving out to Los Angeles in the hope of becoming a Hollywood screenwriter. This dream almost immediately failed, as nobody was interested in his quirky scripts, and the one time he was hired, somehow landing a job writing a romantic comedy, he ended up being fired after just a few weeks. So instead of crafting worlds and forging characters, Levine fell into a series of dull computer consultancy jobs. In his own words, this was a pretty miserable time, but the silver lining was that it caused his love of video games to explode, as the one thing that made each day bearable was getting home and losing himself in Metroid, Zelda, Civilization, and Ultima. Now eventually the malaise passed and something clicked. Someone must have been getting paid to make these games, so why couldn't that be him? Why stay fixing computers when he could go back to writing stories? So Levine went and bought a copy of Next Gen magazine and found that one of his favourite studios was hiring game designers, a position which he somehow managed to snag despite having no formal training. The company in question was Looking Glass Technologies, a developer based out of Cambridge, Massachusetts, who'd been set up by the legendary video game icon Paul Neurath. Under his leadership, Looking Glass had put out some of the most influential games of all time, taking role-playing into first person with Ultima Underworld, creating the squad-based shooter with Terra Nova, and then giving birth to the immersive sim with the sci-fi horror classic System Shock. Ken Levine was overjoyed to be working here, and very quickly he found himself surrounded by like-minded people, all desperately creative, all desperately passionate about video games, and more importantly, all desperately nerdy. Now, for a few years things were pretty good. He built a name for himself as both a talented writer and designer, and ended up contributing foundational work to the concepts behind Thief the Dark Project, which would go on to be another Looking Glass critical darling. The trouble was, Levine wanted more, and in what he describes as a moment of foolish self-confidence, he quit Looking Glass in 1997 in order to set up a new studio in Boston with two programmer friends of his, Jonathan Che and Robert Fermier. They called their new company Irrational Games, and despite having no employees, no potential contracts, and working out of Levine's apartment, they had grand ambitions of taking that Looking Glass formula into the mainstream. Unfortunately, the cold hard reality was that publishers weren't interested, which left them without any money and would have likely caused Irrational to immediately close down, were it not for the kind heart of their former mentor, Paul Neurath. You see, Levine, Che and Fermier had actually left Looking Glass on pretty good terms, and when Neurath heard that they were struggling to find work, he asked them to come into the office and propose a small-scale project that they could produce using the Dark Engine, which they knew very well from their time working on Thief. Now, the result of this was a prototype game called Junction Point, which Levine, Che and Fermier imagined as a sort of pseudo-sequel to System Shock, updating the sci-fi horror classic into proper 3D while also making it more accessible. Neurath absolutely loved this, and was so confident in Irrational's vision that he took the idea to System Shock's original publisher, Electronic Arts, who agreed to sign over the IP and transform Junction Point into a full-fat sequel, System Shock 2. This was an incredible opportunity for the young team at Irrational, and so armed with a development budget of $1.7 million, a host of newly hired college graduates, and a small space in the corner of Looking Glass's office, Irrational went about creating a masterpiece. System Shock 2 might not actually be part of the Bioshock series, but it's an absolutely fundamental piece of the puzzle, as so many of the great ideas that we see in Rapture and Columbia got their start out amongst the stars. We play as an unnamed UNN soldier serving aboard humanity's first ever faster-than-light spaceship, the Von Braun, a sprawling fortress filled with research teams and military personnel who have been tasked with exploring the galaxy. Unfortunately, things go wrong almost immediately, and we awake from cryosleep to find that the ship has been taken over by a malevolent alien species called the Many, who are twisting the crew into horrible mutants, damaging parts of the ship, and essentially turning the Von Braun into a nightmarish prison. So after we're contacted by one of the ship's last remaining survivors, Dr. Janice Polito, it falls to our nameless protagonist to discover what's going on, and to try and work out if escape is even possible. Now, System Shock 2 is a special game for many reasons, but I want to focus on the areas that relate to where Irrational would head next, namely their ability to craft incredibly immersive environments, their talent for creating surprising narratives, and their skill at designing gameplay that combines lots of different genres. Let's start with the environment, as the Von Braun is one of the most iconic locations in video game history, a sprawling 6-deck, high-tech spacecraft that serves as the arena for our battles against the Many, and really is a character all of its own. We explore not only laboratories and maintenance hallways, but staff bedrooms, canteens and recreational rooms, all littered with interactive objects that make the Von Braun feel like a believable place, and which in turn makes the horror of what's happening to the crew feel so much more real. In combination with directional audio that means you can hear mutants creeping up behind you, and disturbing whispers that you hear through the wall, it makes exploration of the ship a delightfully twisted experience, where you want to discover more about this strange sci-fi world, but also fear every locked door. Another big part of what drives all this dread and tension is how System Shock 2 plays, as while it retains the veneer of a first-person shooter, it's really more of an RPG mixed with a survival horror game. As you complete objectives around the Von Braun, Dr. Polito will send you cyber mods, which you can spend to improve a whole bunch of different attributes, like your strength, speed, and health, or you can use them to unlock and upgrade all manner of different skills, like hacking machines, modifying your weapons, or even unlocking psychic powers. Now, what keeps this from being a pure RPG is that there's a real scarcity of resources, as everything from weapons to ammo to health kits and even money are all pretty hard to come by. This forces you into lots of interesting situations, like having to work out how to defeat certain enemies after running out of ammo, or having to improvise solutions because you lack a certain skill. All very emergent moments that come from Irrational systems rather than handcrafted levels. All this would have been enough to make Irrational's debut title a success, but the real special sauce is Ken Levine's writing, which took the foundations of System Shock 1 and added his own cinematic flavour. You see, System Shock 1 had stood out because it delivered its narrative entirely through collectible audio logs and environmental clues, as its writer, Austin Grossman, felt talking to video game NPCs was extremely immersion-breaking. On top of this, rather than the villain being some distant final boss, Shodan, a malevolent AI that was responsible for creating the game's monsters, would constantly send you disturbing messages and was a real ever-present figure. Levine wanted to build on both of these ideas, continuing the use of audio logs as a way to learn about the crew and the awful things that happened to them, but also bringing some of that aspiring Hollywood screenwriter flair. You see, around halfway through the game, you reach the operations deck, which is where Dr. Polito has been trying to guide you, but upon entering her office, we discover that she is actually dead. With this realization, the walls of the room pull back and reveal the terrifying image of Shodan, who has been guiding us through the game in disguise, using the player as a tool to destroy the Many, a twisted creation of hers that has grown out of control. It is a picture-perfect twist, one that is delivered in a deliciously shocking way, but which also reframes the entire first half of the game, and begs the player to go back over the messages from Dr. Polito, hunting for clues that it was Shodan all along. This would go on to be Ken Levine's trademark storytelling move, a mind-bending twist that challenges your perceptions. And while System Shock 2's creative world building, its cohesive mixture of genres, and its unparalleled atmosphere can all be seen in Irrational's future work, it's this love of grand dramatic moments that I think is the true connective tissue. So, given all this, it should be unsurprising to hear that when System Shock 2 released in August of 1999, it was a critical smash hit. Despite the inexperienced team, the half-baked engine, and a relatively small budget, Levine, Shea and Fermier had managed to deliver a stellar debut video game, which received an average review score of 9 out of 10 and scooped up an impressive 11 different Game of the Year awards. You'd think this would have catapulted Irrational Games into the big league, but amazingly, it was all a bit of a false dawn. While System Shock 2 was beloved by those who played it, it actually sold very poorly, barely managing to shift 100,000 units in its first year on the market. This left Irrational with an incredible developmental reputation, but without much work on the horizon, a situation that was made all the more dire as their all-important patron, Looking Glass Studios, went out of business in 2000 after a decade of their own money troubles. Thanks to this spate of bad luck, Jonathan Che decided to move back home to Australia, and Robert Fermier left to join Ensemble Studios, which left Ken Levine as the sole remaining founder, the head of an upstart company that had big ambitions, but no obvious way to achieve them. But the thing was, just like back when he was a kid, sitting in his New Jersey bedroom, crafting and guiding D&D campaigns entirely on his own, Levine was more than happy to take full control and start crafting worlds in his own image. So here I want to take a quick 60-second detour into objectivist free market capitalism and ask a simple question. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? That's right, this video is sponsored by Opera, a company that is trying to inject a bit of character into your internet browsing. They've recently updated their browser with an all-new look, complete with new sidebar features, a reworked GX corner, and a whole host of new web mods, which means you can customize your experience exactly how you want, and add all manner of different animated wallpapers. Also, Opera GX now has integrated ChatGPT support, so you can ask it all sorts of weird questions and discover that apparently 48% of people prefer Bioshock 1 to Bioshock Infinite. Now, all jokes aside, something I do really love about Opera is that it has a built-in VPN, which, considering I live in a country where my government is putting age gates on Wikipedia and Reddit, well, it is especially important and really easy to use when you don't have to click over to a different program. As Opera GX is completely free and will import all your bookmarks and cookies from whatever browser you're using, it's well worth a look if you want to try out something different. The download link is in the description below, and thanks again to Opera for sponsoring this video. Now, given everything we've just discussed, you might presume that Bioshock would be the next natural step for Irrational, but actually it took 9 long years for them to head beneath the surface of the Atlantic. It's a period in the studio's history that many people often skip over, but I think there is just as much of Bioshock's origins in these in-between years, so we're going to give them the attention they deserve and unpick how Levine brought his studio back from the edge. In the aftermath of System Shock 2's release, Irrational desperately needed work, so Levine struck a deal with an American publisher called Crave Entertainment, who largely dealt in movie license and sports games, but wanted to break into the more serious part of the market. The first game that came out of this partnership was The Lost, which took heavy influence from Tomb Raider and Resident Evil, and revolved around a woman named Amanda fighting her way through hell to rescue her daughter from Satan. According to Levine, the concept got a lot of positive feedback, but Irrational really struggled with its development, as The Lost was supposed to launch on the PS2 and Xbox, 2 platforms that they had almost zero experience with. And after a couple of difficult years, Levine decided to cancel the project rather than release something poor and damage their reputation. Even at this early point, he was clearly a leader unafraid to take bold and risky decisions, and this showed on their next project, Freedom Force, which released in March of 2002. This was a clever mixture of real-time strategy controls and tactical RPG combat, which was all wrapped up in a love letter to the Silver Age of comic books, where superheroes wore colourful costumes and battled mobsters, aliens and dastardly commies. In many ways, it was a similar project to System Shock 2, as the gameplay was based on blending together lots of different popular PC genres. And once again, Levine penned an excellent script, no doubt because he'd spent his entire youth obsessing over the world of comic books. The problem was that thanks to the cancellation of The Lost, Crave didn't want to go all in on another Irrational game, and so they only agreed to publish Freedom Force in partnership with EA's partner division, which was part of their business set up to invest leftover marketing funds. This meant that Freedom Force didn't get much advertising, and while it was another smash hit with the critics, it didn't sell particularly well, and left Irrational, once again, hanging on to existence by the skin of their teeth. Eventually, Levine had to concede his high standards and settled for a job that would keep the lights on, which led to his studio signing a deal with Vivendi to work on Tribes. Now, Tribes was typically a multiplayer-only series, based around sprawling 64-player sci-fi battles that took place on massive maps and featured everything from dedicated character classes to aerial vehicle combat and high-speed combat jetpacks. This series was always a cult online favourite, but it had never really made much money, so Vivendi had hoped that a more single-player focused studio like Irrational could tempt in a new audience and recharge the franchise. The result was 2004's Tribes Vengeance, a first-person shooter that delivered on all the multiplayer elements that the series was known for, but also came packaged with an ambitious sci-fi story that was supposed to provide a backstory for all the online warfare. Rather than opting for heroic space marines and evil aliens, Levine penned a morally grey tale about a disintegrating intergalactic empire, and in a really ambitious move, the whole plot is told non-linearly, jumping between multiple perspectives and time periods in order to create drama and set up surprises. Much like all their other games, Tribes Vengeance was received pretty well, scoring 8s and 9s out of 10 with magazines and websites, and yet again, this didn't translate into sales. And in fact, Vengeance turned out to be such a massive commercial failure that Vivendi ended support for the online component after just 4 weeks. Luckily for Irrational, they had already been paid, so this didn't put the studio at risk, but it continued this frustrating trend of the team creating excellent games that simply didn't capture the wider public's imagination, something that would only continue with their next few releases. Thanks to the money gained from working on Vengeance, Levine decided to self-fund and self-publish their next project, a sequel to Freedom Force called Freedom Force vs. the Third Reich, which added more complexity to the combat and placed the superhero team in an alternative universe, where the Nazis won World War II. It was a real passion project for the studio, but heartbreakingly, it ended up selling even worse than the first entry, with what little coverage it did receive tending to describe it as more of an expansion pack than a full-blown sequel. Ken Levine has since described this as the moment he decided that Irrational would never again produce a traditional sequel, as he felt that Freedom Force 2 hadn't taken enough risks, and that the team was at its best when they were pushing into the unknown, a mindset that would prove to be very influential on the eventual direction of the Bioshock franchise. Now interestingly, while all this was happening, Irrational were actually producing another game at the same time, as Jonathan Shea had decided to rejoin the company and set up an Australian branch closer to his home. Thanks to this doubling of resources, Irrational were able to take on another publisher contract, this time with Sierra Entertainment, who wanted them to produce a 4th entry in their police shooter series, SWAT. While it might not be immediately obvious, you can see elements of Bioshock in all the games we've spoken about, as they're all built with the same love of high concept storytelling, unique world building, surprising twists, and genre-bending gameplay. But amazingly, it is in the world of grounded, tactical first-person shooters that those roots are the most clear. Sierra had originally wanted Irrational to produce another cinematic narrative with lots of drama and brash characters, but Levine and SWAT 4's lead designer, a young developer called Paul Hellquist, managed to convince them that they should go in another direction. Instead, they wanted to make something super immersive, a high-stakes police simulator with no real narrative content, built upon a classic Irrational idea, that the levels themselves would do the storytelling. Apparently the team specifically looked back to the design of System Shock 2 while trying to work out how to best craft the game's atmosphere, and for clues on how they should place objects and NPCs to help tell environmental stories. In fact, Hellquist claims that one mission in particular, the Fairfax residence, where your team has to apprehend a suspected serial killer and move through his shadowy home while making grisly discoveries, was almost like a test run of the ideas that would eventually make Rapture such a horrifying place to explore. Along with this, SWAT 4 was also Irrational's first attempt at more complex enemy AI, as your suspects might surrender only to pull a gun on you at the last moment, or start killing hostages if they become too scared, all of which was done to make the player feel like they were in conflict with real humans. It all makes for a very engaging game, one that is both strategic and responsive, and this would act as the catalyst for much of Bioshock's combat, where players were given a broad set of tools to use against unpredictable enemies, and no two fights play out in exactly the same way. Now, for all its wonderful ideas, SWAT 4 still fell into the same old Irrational pattern of reviewing extremely well, but not making much of a commercial impact. So Levine decided that rather than trying to fund their next game themselves or working on someone else's IP, he would try a marketing tactic that his team thought was utterly insane. A move which finally brings us to the game Irrational are best known for, and the namesake of this video, Bioshock. According to Paul Hellquist, after working on SWAT 4, the team at Irrational decided that they really wanted to commit to the game that their fans requested more than anything, a proper spiritual successor to System Shock 2. But knowing that publishers would likely turn down the project, Levine cooked up a very strange plan to get the money men interested. Thanks to some contacts at GameSpot.com, he arranged for the website to put together a written retrospective on System Shock 2 that explored the game's creation through a series of developer interviews, but most importantly would end with a teaser that Irrational were working on an all-new Shock-like game. In reality, Irrational had nothing more than a few visual prototypes, a vague idea about an underwater base, and a name, Bioshock. But this teaser created a real buzz online, which ended up catching the attention of the publishing executives at 2K Games. Now, 2K Games were a subsidiary of Take-Two Interactive, which over the course of the 2000s had grown into one of the biggest publishers in the world, thanks to the monster success of Grand Theft Auto, which was raking in tens of millions in sales with each entry and giving the company a lot of cash to play with. By the time of the GameSpot retrospective, Take-Two were doing what every growing publisher does and were expanding their catalogue, first purchasing visual concepts, breaking into the world of sports games, and then buying up Sid Meier's Firaxis and taking over Civilization. All they lacked was a big budget first-person shooter, so when Levine started making waves about Bioshock, they jumped on the opportunity, not only agreeing to fund the project, but giving Irrational full creative control and trusting that their excellent critical track record would produce yet another great game. This was obviously a huge victory for a small studio that had largely experienced nothing but bad luck, but the good news kept coming, as in 2006, 2K put forward a deal to buy Irrational for $10 million. Now, typically we think of publishers buying developers as a pretty uniformly negative thing, but this was actually a very welcome move for a couple of different reasons. Firstly, 2K had a pretty good attitude towards the studios they acquired, viewing them as far more than just investments, and this allowed Irrational to grow their team and spend a lot more money creating Bioshock than they would otherwise been able to do. Secondly, and rather more importantly, the acquisition freed Ken Levine from the day-to-day running of the business, which was something that he absolutely hated. This was a man who wanted to be in the weeds writing stories and designing game systems, not meeting with lawyers and haggling with publishers, all things which by his own admission he wasn't even particularly good at, having once lost Irrational's accounting books just before their taxes were due. So, with a new parent company that would give the game a massive marketing push and the biggest budget they'd ever worked with, all that remained was to actually make the game. But this proved to be a rather chaotic process, thanks to Levine's unique approach to game development. George R.R. Martin once claimed that all authors are either architects or gardeners. Either they meticulously plan out every element of their narrative and only write when they know exactly what they're going to say, or they simply let the words flow out onto the page and see where the story takes them. Ken Levine is definitely a gardener, and once said that he saw game development as more like sculpting, where you chip away at a slab of rock and remove elements until you're left with something compact and cohesive. A process which meant that the game Bioshock began life as was a great deal different to the game that shipped in August of 2007. From very early on, the team knew that the game would be set underwater, as they wanted to replicate System Shock 2's sense of being trapped, but didn't want to do another sci-fi game on a spaceship. But interestingly, rather than a Randian political dystopia, Rapture began life as a Nazi research base. The idea was that you'd battle mutants produced from twisted genetic experimentation, but according to concept artist Nate Wells, this all didn't really work, as environments were dreary and boring, and the enemies looked like villains from Scooby-Doo. This is where Levine's gardening comes into the equation, as during a trip to Rockefeller Center in New York, he became enamored with the plaza's Art Deco architecture, and felt it could be a really unique look for a video game. So he returned to the Irrational office with hundreds of photos that he and his wife had taken, and just like that, the art team began the process of redesigning all of their assets. A process that also triggered an avalanche of gameplay and narrative changes that would eventually lead to the Bioshock that we all know. Very quickly the question became, why would an underwater research base be designed in a lavish Art Deco style? So the setting shifted to an underwater community, made up of restaurants, theatres and galleries. But then the question became, why would something like this exist? Well, by sheer chance, Levine had been reading The Fountainhead by Ayn Rand, and couldn't shake the idea that her vision of a totally free society with no moral or cultural rules would be perfect for their game, as it would not only explain the sheer absurdity of an underwater city, but also give a compelling reason for all the combat that the team wanted the player to be caught up in. Amazingly, this was all fairly deep into Bioshock's development, and according to Levine, up until this point, they didn't even really have a story or characters, but as they zeroed in on the setting and the underlying philosophy, everything began to fall into place. Interestingly, the one thing that did remain constant throughout the game's development was one of its central ideas: predators, prey, and protectors. Apparently, Levine had been watching a nature documentary and was struck by how intuitive these relationships are, and how they could easily become an interactive gameplay system, where players could help defend the prey from predators or take out the protector and take the prey for themselves. Despite all of Levine's chopping and changing and last-minute shifting of directions, this concept would stick throughout development, and one of the very first pieces of concept art for the Protector, a hulking man inside of a diving suit, would go on to become the iconic image of Bioshock. Now, thanks to him getting involved in almost every corner of Bioshock's development, it's very easy to focus entirely on Ken Levine, but it does need to be pointed out that Bioshock was not the sole product of a Randian hero. For example, Paul Hellquist reprised his role as lead designer and played a big part in transforming Levine's crazy ideas into something that you could actually play. And the audio team, led by sound engineer Emily Ridgway and composer Gary Scheinman, took the Art Deco aesthetics and converted them into a lush soundscape that is hugely responsible for much of the game's atmosphere. While it's inarguable that Levine did come up with many of the game's foundational ideas, he was leading a company of more than 60 people, and it was the talent of his artists, led by Scott Sinclair and Nate Wells, the ability of his programmers under Chris Klein, Sean Robinson and John Abercrombie, and the hard work of producers like Alyssa Finley and Joe Fallstick that actually made his vision a reality. These might not be the big headline-grabbing names, but they were the workforce who made all the gardening possible, and it's very important to remember that without their contributions, there would be no Irrational, and there would be no Bioshock. So with development finally humming along, the last piece of the puzzle was the game's marketing, as 2K wanted to make sure that their big investment was profitable, and that Irrational didn't end up producing another critically acclaimed financial failure. Now fortunately, the video game world was in a state of flux in the mid-2000s, and this created a unique opportunity for a game like Bioshock. When it was revealed at E3 2006, Irrational put together a really well-directed cinematic trailer, a style of advertising that was still something of a novelty at the time, and this achieved the twin goal of introducing the game's strange concepts while also drumming up a lot of excitement. Thanks to the unique setting and the sheer terror of seeing a battle with a Big Daddy in person, Bioshock ended up winning lots of Best in Show awards on the basis of this trailer alone. And this then allowed the team to focus on showing off gameplay in future previews, which was always cleverly discussed in terms of being a first-person shooter, rather than something more niche like an immersive sim or RPG. Now, on top of this, Bioshock also benefited from the decision to launch on the Xbox 360, a first for Irrational as they previously only produced PC games. When their game was revealed, the console had only been out for 6 months, and while it would go on to be the most successful system Microsoft would ever produce, it didn't have that many great games available during its first 18 months, and was largely propped up by Gears of War and Elder Scrolls Oblivion. This meant that there was real appetite for an ambitious, story-driven, high-definition shooter, and thanks to a stroke of luck, Bioshock's summer launch window meant that it would hit markets before a slew of mega hits like Halo 3, Assassin's Creed, Mass Effect, and Call of Duty 4, all of which were scheduled for Christmas. So while the early years of Irrational had been defined by an almost non-stop rollercoaster of bad fortune, by the time Bioshock was ready to ship, it really seemed that the studio's luck had turned, and they were barreling towards something very special. They had a publisher who believed in their vision and had backed it with big money. They had an extremely unique concept that had come together at the last moment, and most importantly, they had a clear run and an already excited audience. People were ready for greatness, and below the waves of the Atlantic Ocean, amidst the Art Deco halls and genetic chaos, greatness is exactly what they discovered. In order to properly break down what it is that makes Bioshock so special, we're going to split our criticism into 5 distinct sections: the hook, the gameplay, the world building, the twist, and the ending, each of which contribute a unique flavour to our time in Rapture. So let's start at the start, because the way we are introduced to Bioshock's central ideas is a masterful example of first-person video game direction, and really shows off Ken Levine's curious methods at their very best. Bioshock begins in 1960, in a commercial flight above the mid-Atlantic, where a man named Jack sits in his seat, pondering his destiny. In the only time we ever hear his voice, he muses that his parents believed he was special, and that he was born to do great things, a claim he ominously tells us was eventually proven right. With that, we hear the other passengers start to scream in terror, and as the scene fades to black, it's clear that the engines are failing and that the plane is going down. Now, when we regain control of Jack, we find him floating amidst the flaming wreckage of the aircraft, with only one possible route to safety: a mysterious lighthouse looming in the moonlight, its vast golden doors beckoning us out of the cold and wet. Once inside, the lights switch on and reveal a sumptuously decorated entrance hall, guarded by a large bronze sculpture of a well-dressed man, draped in a banner that reads, "No gods or kings, only man." As we push further into the structure, we discover a machine called a bathysphere, and with no other option available, we pull its activation lever and begin both a descent to the ocean floor and what might be the most famous video game monologue of all time. Constructed as a sort of political manifesto mixed with a tourist infomercial, we sit and watch a presentation from the desk of Andrew Ryan, the founder of Rapture, an underwater city built to reject what he describes as the principles of Washington, Moscow, and the Vatican. This is a place with no regulation, no taxation, no censorship, and total individual freedom. A land designed to flourish thanks to the best and brightest of humanity being unshackled from any and all collective responsibility. As our bathysphere draws us around this city beneath the waves, we see whales swimming between bars and restaurants, neon advertisements coated in seaweed, reinforced walkways that look out over ocean vistas, and as we pull into a dock, we are greeted by an ancient Greek proverb that sums up this capitalist Atlantis: all good things of this earth flow into the city. And with that, we arrive in Rapture. Now, it goes without saying that the content of this sequence, its ideas, its presentation, and its direction all make for a ridiculously memorable opening few minutes, but there are a few elements which I think really make this intro sing. For starters, at no point is our perspective ever fixed in place, and while it might feel like we're watching a cutscene, everything in Bioshock is always happening in-engine, and you're free to walk around and look wherever you want at all times. This decision was directly inspired by the storytelling style of System Shock 2, but in Bioshock, Levine also wanted to pair immersion with a grand sense of drama. and so the team spent months agonising over lighting and presentation to make sure that every scene commanded the player's attention without having to take away control. Considering that this was the era of ambitious, big-budget cutscenes, it's amazing that Irrational were pushing in the complete opposite direction. And they owe a big debt to Armin Shimmerman, whose performance as Andrew Ryan is really what makes this entire introduction work. Funnily enough, Shimmerman was not a natural voice actor, and was better known for playing Quark in Deep Space Nine and Principal Snyder in Buffy, but he sounds utterly convincing here as an arrogant libertarian industrialist, and has gone on record praising Levine's script for drawing out such a great character. As Ryan is the centre around which everything orbits, leading with his politics and personality is a great way to prime us for the narrative to come. But obviously we also need to be introduced to the game's mechanics, and it's here that we find one of Levine's stranger ideas about video game design. You see, he hated tutorials, and couldn't stand the idea of creating an entire section of a game that didn't have proper stakes or a true connection to the story. In the past, Irrational had got around this by trying to find immersive ways to explain the controls, like having Minuteman conduct a superhero training session in Freedom Force, or asking the player to undergo a series of military assessments in System Shock 2. But in Bioshock, Levine wanted to crank up the drama and put together something that didn't even look like a tutorial. The very first thing we see after we arrive in Rapture is the shadowy form of a woman with hooks for hands, brutally dismembering a man before she leaps aboard the bathysphere and attempts to break inside. Luckily, the pod holds out and she retreats, which prompts us to be contacted by a mysterious chap named Atlas, who tells us through a thick Irish accent that he's going to keep us alive and help us get out of here. With this, the pod door swings open and we find ourselves following Atlas's instructions, sneaking around in the shadows while he attempts to defend us, finding a weapon and learning to defend ourselves, slowly discovering more about what is happening in this supposed underwater utopia. In order to better survive the chaos, Atlas quickly directs us towards a plasmid, a sort of genetic injection that splices its user's DNA and which gives the horrors stalking the halls of the city their name, the Splicers. In this case, the plasmid gives us the ability to shoot lightning from our fingertips, which we can then use to short-circuit locks and stun enemies. But what makes this different from our typical video game superpower is that it comes wrapped up in a heavy dose of world building. You see, whenever we inject a plasmid, we're treated to a charming little animation done in the style of a 1950s advertisement, which tells us exactly what this strange concoction does, but more importantly, it helps paint a picture of a city where rewriting your DNA is no different to buying a pack of cigarettes or deciding on a kind of detergent. Now, as it turns out, injecting a plasmid is also extremely painful, and this causes Jack to collapse and become cornered by a pair of splicers, who we hear arguing about what they should do with him. It's a short scene, mere seconds long, but it's critical for establishing that these are not mindless zombies. These are in fact the citizens of Rapture, and later in the level, as we're exploring the ruins of the high-class Kashmir restaurant, Atlas tells us with real weariness in his voice that what we are seeing is the final days of a city driven insane by genetic experimentation. Thankfully, the splicers are scared off after hearing the approach of a Big Daddy, another wild product of Rapture's scientific madness. Locked into a massive diving suit and unable to speak, they wander Rapture, protecting their little sisters, small girls with glowing eyes who have been tasked with recovering the materials that make plasmids, a substance known as Adam that can be redrawn from the bodies of the dead. Thankfully, as Jack is still breathing, they leave us be, but it's another vitally important scene that establishes agency amongst the NPCs that we are going to encounter. Not everything in this world is going to be automatically hostile, and in fact, they may actually be more concerned about one another than this strange new arrival in the city. So, once we regain full control, we're given a short section in which to practice wielding plasmids alongside regular weaponry, which forms the basis of the game's combat. And then Atlas presents us with Bioshock's overarching objective. He will help us escape this nightmare if we help him rescue his family, who are trapped on the other side of the city in a place called Neptune's Bounty. Only two things stand in our way: the insane ecosystem of Rapture, full of bloody splicers, stalking Big Daddies, and security systems gone rogue, and of course, the mania of Rapture's founder, Andrew Ryan, who believes us to be an agent of the CIA or KGB, sent to plunder his city's innovations. So, while we learn how to fire a gun, how to switch to a plasmid, how to use health packs and how to find more resources, the opening level of Bioshock is about so much more than simply learning mechanics. And it's clear that Levine was just as concerned with introducing his world. Considering all this is delivered in just 30 minutes, you have to seriously praise Levine and his team for crafting a tutorial that feels nothing like a tutorial, and so elegantly hooks you into this strange world full of strange ideas. It's much more than just an incredible speech and a memorable bathysphere ride, and it stands as a testament to how Irrational could take the mundane and make it feel extravagant. So this brings us nicely onto the meat of the Bioshock experience, as everything gets a lot more complex as we begin our hunt for Atlas's family and start to see more of this underwater dystopia. Now we'll start with the basics, because at its core, Bioshock is quite a straightforward shooter. Gameplay largely consists of blasting enemies away with a combination of pretty traditional weaponry. A wrench for melee combat, and then your standard loadout of a pistol, shotgun and machine gun, with the arsenal rounded out by a grenade launcher, crossbow and flamethrower, which add a bit more spice later on. Taken on its own, this base element of the game isn't actually all that strong, and compared to the hyper-satisfying gunplay of series like Halo or Call of Duty, Bioshock's shooting has a bit of a clunky feel to it. Weapons take up a lot of space on screen, which can feel quite restrictive in the default field of view. The crosshair feels slightly too big for proper precision aiming, the recoil is very bouncy on almost every weapon, and in a particularly odd move for the genre, all enemies have health bars, which runs counter to the unsaid FPS logic that close-range shotguns and headshots should be a one-hit kill. Clearly, raw gunplay wasn't Irrational's strong suit, but what makes Bioshock so engaging is that this basic first-person shooter foundation has lots of interesting genre-blending ideas placed on top of it. Unsurprisingly, given it began life as a spiritual successor, many of these come straight from System Shock 2, but rather than replicating that game's identity wholesale, Irrational have opted to transform it into something more streamlined. For example, in System Shock 2 you'd have to commit to a single playstyle for the entire game, say energy weapons or melee combat or psychic abilities, and this was because the game limited how many skill points you could find, which locked you into a specific build. Bioshock, by comparison, takes a much more holistic approach, doing away with skill points and character sheets, and instead giving the player access to everything the game has to offer, and then asking them to work out which parts they want to use. The main expression of this is done through Plasmids, those genetic mutations we saw during our first moments in Rapture, and which effectively act as a second, much more fantastical set of weapons. There are 11 to find in total, and what's really cool is that they aren't just your stereotypical offensive fireballs and defensive heals. Take Electroshock, the very first that we find. We've already touched on how it can be used to zap open malfunctioning locks and stun aggressive splicers, but it can also disable security bots and turrets. And if you spot enemies standing in one of Rapture's many flooded areas, you can electrify the water and take them out instantly. Similarly, while Incinerate can be used to set enemies on fire, which does damage over time, it can also be used to melt frozen pathways to discover new areas, or to send immolating splicers racing for water, which sets them up for a well-placed electroshock. In this sense, individual plasmids don't really have a straightforward application, and it's more about discovering situations where they are strong, and working out which ones suit your individual playstyle. One person might use telekinesis exclusively to throw back incoming grenades or to reach distant items, while another might use it as a way to conserve ammo, by hurling heavy furniture at unsuspecting splicers. Plasmids like Target Dummy can be used to create openings for stealth attacks, or to help get you out of a hairy situation, and others like Enrage and Hypnotize allow you to fight without getting your hands dirty, by turning Big Daddies and splicers against one another. There is a lot to mess around with and a lot of fun to be had working out all the different interactions, and thanks to the game serving up quite a healthy dose of Eve, which is Bioshock's version of mana potions, the plasmids become something you use just as much as your guns. Now, while this all helps offset the slightly wonky shooting, plasmids also provide Bioshock's primary source of customization in the form of passive gene tonics, which are equipped to 3 different categories: combat, engineering and physical. These do things like reducing the cost of your offensive abilities, protecting you through a host of defensive modifiers, and adding elemental effects and damage bonuses to your attacks. The kicker here is that you can only have a small amount of them active at once, so you have to balance where you invest your points. It isn't exactly a deep role-playing system full of endless build variety, but there is enough here to make the game feel like more than just a first-person shooter. Most importantly, it absolutely backs up that central theme of power derived from genetic tampering. Now, as we've already alluded to, plasmids and gene tonics can be bought and upgraded at special vending machines called Gatherer's Gardens. But how this progression system works is actually one of Bioshock's most interesting ideas. Unlike in System Shock 2, where your power grew as you completed objectives, in Bioshock, the only way to acquire Adam, the currency spent on your abilities, is to harvest it from Little Sisters, and this brings us on to how the game's combat encounters work. We spend the vast majority of our time fighting splicers, which come in a host of different varieties depending on the genetic tampering that they've done. Some wield melee weapons and leap out in ambush, others charge us down with machine guns and grenades, others crawl along ceilings like human spiders, and there's even a quasi-religious cult of Houdini splicers, who can teleport around the battlefield. Thanks to surprisingly reactive AI, where they'll flee if their friends die or try to use healing stations if they take too much damage, and exceptional sound design, where we'll often hear them jabbering nonsense before we see them, the splicers are very fun to fight, and don't really ever get repetitive, despite there only being a few different types. Where things get really interesting is when these battles against the splicers cross over with our desire to get hold of Adam. This is that predator-prey protector system that Levine was so set on including, and it has to be said that it was an inspired decision. Essentially, in every section of Rapture, there is a set amount of little sisters and big daddies, and as long as we leave them alone, they will do the same to us. But if we want to upgrade our powers, we'll need to take them out, as they hold deposits of precious Adam. This means challenging either the ranged Rosie type, who guns us down with a rivet gun and throws mines that block our movement, or the Titanic bouncers, who get up in our face with a brutal arm drill and can freeze you in place with a stun. Actually killing one of these brutes takes some serious firepower and a lot of health packs, but the real complication comes from how these encounters can easily set off security alarms or draw in surrounding splicers, who are more than happy to take advantage and try to steal the Adam for themselves. In fact, it's actually quite common to enter an area and discover a battle already raging, which of course opens up the possibility of you playing the role of the interfering splicer, jumping in at the last minute to pick off the survivors. It all makes for a very dynamic combat system, where you're rarely ever just fighting in scripted battles, and depending on who is present and what plasmids you're using, Bioshock does a great job of keeping its gameplay feeling fresh, with relatively few moving parts. Now, while much of the good found in Bioshock comes from this streamlining of System Shock 2, there are a handful of ideas that haven't made the transition quite as well, and highlight a few underlying issues that can be a little hard to ignore. The biggest offender is how Bioshock handles the consequence of failure, or should I say, the lack of consequence. You see, at regular points in your exploration, you'll find these strange pods called Vida chambers, and if you die, you'll respawn at the closest one, which probably doesn't sound that strange, except for the fact that the world doesn't reset with you. Very quickly, you'll realise that this means there is no punishment for dying, which means you never feel compelled to use up your medkits or heavy ammunition to get out of a sticky situation, and can even death roll big daddies by just respawning over and over. Now, System Shock 2 also had Vida chambers, but they were far better designed, typically being hidden behind puzzles or in optional areas, which meant they felt more like a reward. And as they required credits to function, you could still get a game over if you ran out of money. This is just a much better system. I can't for the life of me work out why Irrational opted to remove these mechanics, especially as there isn't even a proper in-world explanation for the chamber's creation, or any reason given as to why they aren't resurrecting anyone else. Similar issues also blight Bioshock's hacking system, which again is a concept lifted from System Shock 2 and changed in ways that don't make much sense. In System Shock, hacking was an upgradable skill which allowed you to reduce the cost of items in vending machines and open secure rooms and containers, all of which gave you access to a lot more money, ammo and healing than a player who had invested points elsewhere. Bioshock's resource economy works in a very similar way, as you collect money from dead splicers and various containers, which we then spend at vending machines, like El Amo Bandito and the Circus of Values, both of which greet us with funny little voice lines that were amazingly recorded by none other than Ken Levine. Now, just like in System Shock 2, we can use hacking in a variety of different ways, reducing how much money we spend in vending machines by lowering costs, reducing how much resource we use by hacking turrets and bots, and increasing our overall spending power by hunting down extra secure safes, all of which probably makes it sound like it's adding a lot to the gameplay. The trouble is, the actual act of hacking is extremely repetitive and quite poorly designed, as we have to play through a version of Pipe Dream each and every time, a process that has nowhere near the depth to sustain hundreds of different hacks, completely clashes with the pacing of the rest of the gameplay, and often serves up puzzles that are literally unsolvable. This usually means that you'll just avoid hacking altogether, a habit that is actually reinforced by how little impact it has on your power level. As with just a tiny amount of exploring, you'll often end up with much more money than you know how to spend, and plenty of auto-hack tools that you can use to take control of bots and open any safes you find. The issue is that by moving away from the distinct builds of System Shock 2, the hacking system largely loses its reason to exist, and the only real difference between a player who is hacking and one who is not is how much time they spend playing Pipe Dream. In fact, this brings me on to another pretty important point about Bioshock's gameplay, which is that for all the oppressive atmosphere conjured by its artists and enemies purposefully designed to put you on edge, the game is actually quite easy. If you take your time to fully explore levels and take out every big daddy you encounter, your power very quickly outstrips the challenges that Irrational are able to conjure up. And beyond the halfway point, you rarely ever have to worry about running out of health packs or ammo, let alone remembering where the Vida chambers are. For veterans of System Shock 2, a game that purposefully used high difficulty to create consequence and tension, this will likely be seen as a huge step backwards. But I think that attitude sort of misses what Irrational were going for in their more accessible sequel. This isn't a game about constantly being on the edge of catastrophe or struggling to survive. It's a game about the fantasy of exploring a fallen underwater dystopia as a gene-splicing Superman. And in fact, I think the low difficulty is a big part of why this works so well. You don't have to plan out a build, you don't have to have incredible reflexes, and you don't even need to engage with half of its systems. Instead, you just sit back and enjoy it for exactly what it is. A well-constructed mixture of genres that manages to appeal to both the RPG crowd and fans of mainstream first-person shooters. But what is truly beautiful about this game is that this balancing act does not mean that Bioshock lacks complexity. It's just that rather than it being found in stats and systems, Irrational have poured everything into some of the most enthralling world building you will ever see in a video game. Now before we head into this next section, I want to take a quick moment to make a point about video games and politics. Because in recent years, there's been a serious online backlash against the two coming together. Personally, I think this movement is pretty ridiculous, in large part because it normally involves endless debates about what is and isn't woke, something which I honestly couldn't care less about, but also because it misses quite how political video games have always been. Between the biting satire of the American dream in Fallout, the cyberpunk examination of government corruption in Deus Ex, the endless criticism of the military-industrial complex in Metal Gear Solid, the hardcore environmentalist messaging of Final Fantasy, the venomous exploration of racism in games like The Witcher and Dragon Age, let alone a veritable tidal wave of historical debate in grand strategy games. Politics have clearly always been present in the medium. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that video games are the perfect art form in which to explore politically charged concepts, because unlike in movies or books or TV shows, you can be an active participant in the story, which makes committing brutal war crimes in Spec Ops: The Line or knowingly rejecting people's visas in Papers, Please hit so much harder. In my opinion, Bioshock is the example of how well this relationship can work, because virtually everything about its incredible storytelling and world building comes directly from the world of politics. Now, in order to understand this, we need to go back to the start of this video, where we discussed Ayn Rand and her book Atlas Shrugged, a 1,000-page monster of a novel designed to outline her intense take on individualism. Its story revolves around Dagny Taggart and her struggles to keep the Taggart Transcontinental Railroad Company afloat in the face of a collapsing United States economy, caused by a corrupt government who control virtually all industry through heavy regulation and confiscate any and all innovation. During the course of the book, Taggart slowly realises that America's leading business people and creative minds are all disappearing, and in its final act, she discovers that they have all been convinced by a man named John Galt to abandon normal society and live in a secret high-tech utopia called Galt's Gulch. The reason Galt is doing this is to create a strike of the productive, which will eventually cause America to collapse and allow his people to rebuild it in their image. A plan which he lays out in an absurdly long 90-page monologue, which effectively acts as Rand's objectivist manifesto. Now, the reason why we've gone through all of this is that Atlas Shrugged wasn't so much the inspiration for Bioshock's story as it was the literal blueprint. Andrew Ryan is clearly based on John Galt, even down to the radio broadcast explaining his ideals, and Rapture is obviously a play on Galt's Gulch, a safe haven for the best of society, although in Bioshock it's now deep in the Atlantic rather than hidden in Colorado. This could make Levine's writing seem a little less impressive, as he didn't actually come up with the core concepts himself. But what makes Bioshock so much more compelling than Atlas Shrugged is that rather than preaching about the benefits of selfishness, it's concerned with exploring the dark side of this ideology. Now, the way this is done is really quite clever, as alongside helping Atlas find his family and stopping Andrew Ryan from lashing out at those left in the city, Bioshock tells a host of smaller stories, each of which is usually tied to the location we are exploring and which build a picture of how this utopia fell into chaos. A great example of this is Neptune's Bounty, a sprawling fishing wharf full of tanks and freezers, where a team of fishermen led by Peach Wilkins are responsible for bringing food into the city and keeping the fancy restaurants stocked with produce. The trouble is, the workers don't get to enjoy any of the luxury created by their work, and so, at the suggestion of a cunning businessman named Frank Fontaine, the dock workers set up a smuggling operation and begin to flood Rapture with contraband from the US. Andrew Ryan, being the objectivist ideologue that he is, believes this threatens the foundations of Rapture's isolationist ideals, so he implements the death penalty for anyone caught smuggling, an escalation that only further stokes the flames of resentment between the haves and the have-nots. Now, while this is all very compelling and adds a real sense of history to the game's environments, it's the actual storytelling itself that makes Bioshock's world so believable, as Irrational have brought back the audio log concept from System Shock 2 with a couple of key changes. The first is that rather than hearing from an ever-shifting parade of characters, they now revolve around just a handful, and thanks to each one having an accompanying photo, it makes the logs much easier to follow and makes the cast much more memorable. Along with helping us piece together the history of the city and learning about how people lived, the audio logs are also where a lot of the political critique happens, as we get to hear how there was strife even amongst Ryan's best and brightest. Take Arcadia, a zone we discover near the middle of the game, a lush and vibrant place full of tall trees and soft greenery, where we have to fight our way around farmers' markets and tea gardens in order to prevent Andrew Ryan from siphoning away Rapture's air supply. We learn that its creator was Julie Langford, an American botanist who moved to Rapture in order to pursue her work free from government regulation. But while this newfound freedom enables her to produce wondrous plants that can survive with hardly any sunlight, she finds herself being forced to commoditize it. You see, Ryan views the idea of a public park, free for anyone to use, as an absurdity. So despite Langford's protests, Arcadia becomes a paid attraction enjoyed only by the rich, something that disgusts the professor and prompts her to leave instructions for how to foil the tyrant's plans. Now, along with showing us the simmering tensions caused by those pushing back against Ryan's extremism, there are also sections of the game where the audio logs paint a much more horrific picture, exploring what might happen if a madman embraced the ideas of Ayn Rand. The first we come across is Dr. Steinman, a talented plastic surgeon who operates a large practice in the medical pavilion, and unlike Langford, is a devout follower of Ryan's ideals. It is Steinman's belief that much like wealth, success, and innovation, beauty should be a moral imperative in Rapture, and thanks to the discovery of Adam and genetic enhancements, he's able to push his work to extreme places, reworking even the most deformed client into a figure of pure radiance. Unfortunately, as we listen to more of his audio logs, it becomes clear that repeated splicing has a pretty detrimental impact on the user's sanity, and the more Steinman pushes his abilities, the more unhinged he becomes. We start to hear him talk about becoming the Picasso of cosmetic surgery, hallucinating Aphrodite telling him to do away with symmetry, and in one particularly disturbing recording, performing non-consensual surgery while a nurse desperately tries to stop him. As we push deeper into the medical pavilion, we see the conclusion of this mental collapse. Dirty medical rooms caked in blood, warped patients sitting catatonic in wheelchairs, and eventually his operating theatre, transformed into a horrific shrine to his delusions, complete with butchered women strung up like living displays. It is a truly brutal section of the game that skewers the very heart of Rand and Ryan's utopian dream, as a world without morality or restrictions or rules sounds wonderful, until you're under the knife of a man who believes it's his right to move the position of your nose. Now, along with Steinman, this intense political deconstruction is also present in Bioshock's most beloved level, a sequence of gameplay that takes place in Rapture's entertainment district, Fort Frolic. Here we meet Sander Cohen, an influential artist, singer, playwright and poet who treats Fort Frolic as his own personal kingdom, an Art Deco wonderland of theatres, casinos, nightclubs and galleries, all producing art under his watchful eye. Now, what is particularly special about Fort Frolic is that rather than discovering its narrative exclusively through audio logs and the environment, here we learn through participation, as Cohen hijacks our radio, shuts down the bathyspheres and forces us into a twisted piece of performance art. You see, he had been very successful during Rapture's early days, putting on plays that espouse the benefits of Ryanism and even composing the city's anthem, the stirring Rise, Rapture, Rise, all of which won him the favour of the city's founder. The problem was, Cohen didn't just want to be loved by the political elite. He wanted to push the boundaries of art itself, a goal which was far beyond him and led to his fragile ego being constantly punctured by negative reviews and audience rejection. So when he diverts us into Fort Frolic, it is in service of two goals: to aid in the construction of his masterpiece, a large sculpture called the Quadtic, which celebrates the act of death itself. And rather conveniently, we do this by exterminating Cohen's disciples, who he blames for his collapsing reputation. Now, this leads to a particularly captivating section where we're free to hunt down Cohen's followers in any order that we want. And rather than mindlessly following Atlas's directions, we actually have to use our nose and investigate Fort Frolic's many different locales. This is a big part of why the level is so memorable, but it's also more than just a change in structure, as we get little touches that really hammer home the sadistic depths that Cohen has sunk to. We see him detonating a piano while a man is forced to play it. We explore hallways littered with wax sculptures that conspicuously leak blood when struck. We find a freezer full of critics who didn't see the quality of his vision, and all the while a spotlight follows our every move, transforming Bioshock's combat into a sick pastiche of a stage play. The cherry on top of it all comes after we deliver Cohen proof of the death of his 3 disciples, and he becomes frantically upset that we don't properly appreciate his work, slowly becoming further enraged as Jack's silence continues. In punishment for being yet another doubter, he sends a vast wave of splicers to tear us limb from limb, all while Fort Frolic speakers begin blasting out Tchaikovsky's Waltz of the Flowers. It's an utterly bizarre sequence of gameplay that perfectly encapsulates Cohen's attitude towards art. Wistful and sumptuous music juxtaposed against brutal violence, all done to satisfy the whims of a man who believes he could be the next Da Vinci, were it not for the ignorant opinions of everyone else. Eventually his rage subsides and he allows us to finish working on the Quadtic, which results in yet another odd moment, where the spotlight shifts to the top of Fort Frolic's central staircase and we have to watch Cohen descend amidst a fanfare of confetti, lapping up adoration from an utterly imagined crowd. Now, in a strange twist, unlike in the boss battle style fights that conclude our time in the medical pavilion and Neptune's bounty, Irrational leaves Cohen's fate in our hands, and you can actually exit Fort Frolic without killing the fallen artist. It's a curious moment because Cohen's crazed interpretation of Ryan's ideals, where an artist's right to adoration supersedes innocent people's right to life, well, this seems to be the worst excess of Rapture's twisted politics, and yet he is the sole character we are able to show mercy. We'll examine Bioshock's tricky relationship with moral choice in a later section, but for now there is one final pillar of world building that we need to explore, two characters who haunt every single second of the game and provide the ultimate critique of John Galt and Andrew Ryan's utopian ideals. The first is Frank Fontaine, who we've already mentioned as the businessman who formed the first smuggling rings, but who has a much larger role in the backstory of Rapture's civil war, as his company, Fontaine Futuristics, is where plasmids are produced. Now, this was thanks to the work of our second key character, Brigid Tenenbaum, a young scientist who discovered Adam after seeing the fishermen of Rapture heal their wounds with a substance secreted by a strange species of sea slug. Thanks to her scientific brilliance, Tenenbaum was able to deduce that Adam allowed for not only cellular regrowth, but cellular remapping. And with the investment of Fontaine, who saw its incredible economic potential, Fontaine Futuristics was set up and plasmids began to flood the streets. At first, things went pretty smoothly, and the company made a lot of money, but yields from the slugs were pretty low, so Tenenbaum devised a system that shows Ryan's celebration of individual selfishness at its very worst. First, Fontaine set up a series of orphanages around the city, which provided a way for the corporation to take in little girls from families that could no longer afford them, or from those who simply didn't want a child. Then the girls would be brainwashed, genetically altered, and would have their stomachs filled with slugs, transforming them into a walking repository that could wander the streets of the city, scavenging lost Adam, all while under the protection of the hulking Big Daddies. We hear constantly in audio logs that the people of Rapture, including Andrew Ryan, were utterly disgusted by this, but thanks to their growing addiction and Ryan's own free market extremism, nobody steps in to do a thing. And on the back of this horrible practice, splicing quickly takes over the entire city. For Tenenbaum, these sins eventually prove to be too much to bear, and she quits her position, which leads to Jack running into her in the medical pavilion, where she begs him not to kill the girls, now convinced that they can somehow be saved. Sadly for Fontaine, there was no attack of conscience, and armed with a legion of genetically enhanced soldiers, he attempted to depose Andrew Ryan, a power grab that triggers a full-blown civil war and leaves Rapture in the ruinous state that we discover at the start of the game. By this point, Fontaine has been killed by the city's security forces, the manufacture of plasmids has been nationalised, and Ryan retains his grasp on the city, although his utopia is now nothing more than an objectivist Atlantis, a rusted failure on the bottom of the ocean, full of bloodthirsty monsters. This is the central critique of Ayn Rand's ideas and the political heart of Bioshock, that in a society with no rules, no laws, no common morality, and no collective responsibility, there is absolutely nothing stopping the strong from abusing the weak and destroying themselves in the process. It is a genuinely powerful message that is the perfect illustration of political ideas and video game storytelling working in utter harmony. And without this philosophical edge, there's no way that Bioshock's narrative would have anything like the same depth or staying power. Its concepts remain just as relevant in 2025 as they were when Levine penned them back in 2005. So, if you've ever found yourself drawn to the argument that video games should be exclusively about escapism, just remember that this story of objectivists, industrialists, and drug-addled madmen is only possible because of good old-fashioned politics. If you can possibly believe it, for all this talk of creative game design and enthralling world building, we have yet to discuss Bioshock's finest achievement and the moment that truly put it on the map, its legendary, mind-bending twist. In order for me to do this full justice, we need to do a little narrative setup, which means rewinding back to our original goal, helping Atlas save his family so he can get us back to the surface. After travelling through the medical pavilion and Neptune's bounty early on in the game, we eventually end up in a small smuggler's hideout, a space carved out of the ocean floor where Peach Wilkins moved contraband, and where Atlas's family are trapped inside of a submarine. Now when we arrive, Andrew Ryan warns us against helping our Irish companion, and then sends a gang of splicers to take us out, which forces Atlas back into hiding and throws us into a frantic battle to save his wife and child. Only as we push through the last of the splicers, the submarine suddenly explodes, killing poor Moira and Patrick and leaving Atlas distraught at the depths of Ryan's cruelty. You might be asking, why exactly is Andrew Ryan doing this? And while the answer is found in a series of audio logs we find much later in the game, where it's revealed that Atlas had been leading a resistance movement against his leadership. Unlike Fontaine's coup, this was rooted in genuine care for the people, and we hear how Atlas had been redistributing food and medical supplies during the Civil War and had been trying to take out Ryan's security forces, who had begun purging the city of anyone suspected of dissent. With graffiti bearing his name appearing all over the city's poorer districts, Ryan sees this as nothing more than another attempt to subvert his power, and so, unable to get at the man himself, he lashes out at the ones he loves. Obviously, this is the behaviour of an utterly deplorable tyrant, and so when Atlas demands that we make Ryan pay for the murder of his family, it only feels natural that we continue our alliance and push through Arcadia and Fort Frolic towards Ryan's headquarters. So by the time we kick in the door and storm his keep, we only have one goal in mind: to kill Andrew Ryan and free the city from his terrible grasp. Only when we step inside, something is clearly wrong. Rather than fleeing or attempting to fight, we find Ryan nonchalantly putting golf balls in his office, where he beckons us over and poses a question that cuts to the very heart of Bioshock's story. What makes a man? His answer is simple: a man chooses and a slave obeys. Now to Ryan, this is the difference between him and Jack, as he begins to question our very being. Are those memories of a doting family actually real? Was there even a plane crash, or did someone force it down? This is a crime perpetrated by what he describes as a creature less than a man, waiting to be activated by a kindly phrase. When he opens the door to his office, the truth is revealed in 3 terrifying words. Would you kindly? 3 words which control Jack's actions and can compel him to do anything. 3 words that have been spoken to us constantly by none other than Atlas. It is a shocking revelation, but it is dwarfed by what comes next, as Andrew Ryan places his golf club in our hand and commands us to kill him. And as Jack begins to bludgeon him, he screams through the blood and broken bone that a man chooses, a slave obeys. This is his final act of political extremism. A man whose commitment to individualism is so utterly all-consuming that he would rather be brutally beaten to death than have his control taken away. We barely have time to catch our breath before another layer of this twist unfurls, as before he died, Ryan had set Rapture to self-destruct, and as we shut down the process and save the city, a familiar face appears on our radio, speaking in a very strange voice. Here we learn that Atlas is in fact not Atlas, and is actually Frank Fontaine, who had gone into hiding to throw Ryan off his tail and had taken on the persona of an affable Irish everyman in order to continue his war from the shadows. Everything he has said to us has been manipulation, gently reinforcing Ryan's guilt with a fake family and their fake deaths, and constantly pushing us towards our target with those 3 subtle words: would you kindly? Now worst of all, not only does Atlas not exist, but neither does Jack. From a series of audio logs recorded by a scientist called Dr. Yi Sushong, and the taunts of the newly unmasked Frank Fontaine, we can piece together that Jack is not a normal human being, and was placed under intense brainwashing as a child at the request of Frank Fontaine, aging at an incredible rate thanks to infusions of Adam, and bred to be the perfect sleeper agent against Andrew Ryan. To add insult to injury, in Fort Frolic we can find the diaries of a dancer called Jasmine Jolene, who had been having an affair with Rapture's founder, and who agreed to sell her child to Fontaine after she secretly fell pregnant, the very same child that we are now playing as. While Ryan knows that Jack is nothing more than a slave obeying, he is completely unaware that he is being assassinated by his own flesh and blood. This whole sequence lasts just 10 minutes, but it is an utterly astounding piece of video game writing and direction, completely reworking our understanding of what is happening in this game and practically begging for a second playthrough in order to catch all those little clues. In the very first scenes of the game, you can see the words "would you kindly" written on the present Jack opens on the plane. Atlas uses the phrase in his very first line of dialogue when he asks us to pick up the radio, and most incredibly of all, the only time in the game where the objective marker disappears, is when we are trapped in Fort Frolic and can no longer hear our Irish guide. This isn't some surprising gotcha, but a twist that is baked into the entire narrative, and amazingly was actually one of the first narrative concepts that Levine came up with. Early on during development, likely inspired by System Shock 2's reveal that your actions had been guided by Shodan, Levine decided that he wanted to do something similar in Bioshock, which led to the idea of a command phrase that could be sprinkled throughout the dialogue. Now the problem was that for much of Bioshock's development, Levine couldn't actually settle on what the phrase should be. Hilariously, this led to Paul Hellquist using Excelsior as a placeholder, apparently inspired by his love for Stan Lee, but it ended up taking Levine so long to come up with something good that Excelsior was still in the game all the way up until early testers started reporting that this sounded really stupid. Thankfully, Levine eventually landed on Would You Kindly, and the script was saved. But it's yet another example of how his gardening style of development often ran a fine line between disaster and brilliance. The final point I want to make about Bioshock's twist is the clever way that it also works as a commentary about player agency in video games, something that Levine has admitted was accidental but is well worth a look all the same. You see, by the mid-2000s, meaningful choice was already starting to become a big buzzword in video game advertising. And thanks to the success of games like Fable and Knights of the Old Republic, many developers were starting to design stories that asked players to make decisions with lasting consequences. Eventually this trend would culminate in high-profile choice-driven games like Mass Effect, The Walking Dead and The Witcher. But what's impressive about Bioshock is that it was subverting this long before any of these games even came out. Early on, it looks very much like Bioshock is going to be filled with meaningful player choice. Do you harvest Adam from Little Sisters or make do without? Do you kill high-profile enemies like Sander Cohen or err on the side of mercy? This is backed up by how the gameplay works, as you're always having to make decisions about what plasmids you use or what gene tonics you equip, and this play-your-own-way atmosphere helps foster the sense that you are in control. But the thing is, you can't actually ever step off the intended path, and don't ever make any decisions that meaningfully change your direction of travel. You always fight through the medical pavilion and Neptune's bounty, always see the submarine explode, always get sidetracked in Fort Frolic, and always end up in Ryan's office, beating him to death at his own command. We might be able to pick what weapons we use or make minor choices about certain characters, but the directorial hand of Levine and his team is always there, always pulling us along to the next level and the next objective, a perfect mirror of that relationship between Jack and Fontaine. Despite the fact that Levine has said this was completely unintentional, it adds another interesting dimension to Bioshock's twist, and really, I'm not sure there is another game in existence whose quality hinges so heavily on such a well-executed surprise. So anyway, this brings us on to the important question that any story built around a twist will ultimately have to address, and that is, what do you do next? Well, for Bioshock, the answer is actually a little complicated. As for all the wonderful things that we've spoken about, and all the thoughtful ideas that went into its construction, its post-Andrew Ryan finale is actually quite a mess. Now that all might sound quite ominous, but our post-twist adventure initially gets off to a pretty good start, as Irrational quickly reset our understanding of the world and what we're supposed to be doing. Salvation from Frank Fontaine's betrayal comes in the form of Brigid Tenenbaum, who sends a little sister to rescue us from an endless wave of reprogrammed security drones. We awake in her hideout, and in a brief moment of respite from all the action, we get to see the poor girls in their deprogrammed form, playing games, drawing pictures, eating food and listening to music. It's a surprisingly sobering scene, as just like how the rest of Rapture treats them, it's quite easy to dehumanize the little sisters and see them as nothing more than a walking store of Adam, a gameplay mechanic that we need to overcome in order to make ourselves more powerful. Inside Tenenbaum's base, we get a stark reminder that these are meant to be small children, and it really drives home the depths of moral depravity that the splicers have sunk to, and that could easily also consume us. Now, with Andrew Ryan dead, the focus of the game shifts to stopping Frank Fontaine's takeover, but there is a rather large obstacle in the way in the form of Jack's brainwashing. Luckily, Tenenbaum has been able to partially deprogram it, removing the "would you kindly" trigger, but as we set off to hunt down our creator, Fontaine reveals that he has another trick up his sleeve, Code Yellow, a command that slows Jack's heart and will eventually kill him. In gameplay terms, this causes our maximum health to drop every 10 minutes, and adds a real sense of urgency to our hunt for a genetic antidote, which Tenenbaum suspects that Dr. Yi Sushong has made in case Fontaine turned Jack against him. Now this section of the game has quite a lot going for it, and delivers some interesting mix-ups alongside some pretty great environmental design. The hunt for the cure takes us across the Olympia Heights and Apollo Square districts, which are Rapture's residential areas, and are where we get a real feeling for the vast gulf between the city's rich and poor, as we see lavish apartments and beautiful decoration juxtaposed against genuine squalor. These areas might not be quite as compelling as Arcadia or Fort Frolic, but they deliver a special kind of horror, thanks to them being people's homes. And when we look out of the window of an apartment and see men hanging from the gallows, or listen to an awful audio log recorded by parents desperate to get their daughter back, it really hammers home just how terrible of a place Rapture had become. That being said, this sequence isn't entirely bleak, as when we finally get hold of Sushong's cure, the deprogramming process wreaks havoc on our heavily spliced genes, and we have to fight our way to safety with our plasmids randomizing every few minutes. Considering you'll have long settled on favourites to use and set strategies for specific enemies, it's a pretty hilarious way to force the player into mixing things up. And because the plasmids are so well designed, it's actually a lot of fun to have to think on the fly and work with what you've got. The big looming problem is that when this sequence ends, so too does the fun. And once we're cured of Fontaine's programming and begin our quest for vengeance, Bioshock falls apart very quickly. The first issue is found in the game's penultimate area, Point Prometheus, a testing ground for Fontaine futuristics, and where our pursuit of its founder runs into a brick wall. You see Fontaine slips behind a door that can only be opened through the touch of a little sister, and they will only head out into the streets if they're accompanied by a Big Daddy, which means we need to strap on a diving suit and become one of the monsters. Now this could be a really cool moment, especially as by this point we've seen everything that Bioshock's combat has to offer, so getting our hands on a big drill or a massive rivet gun could be a welcome change of pace. Unfortunately, becoming a Big Daddy doesn't involve any of this, and the process is actually fairly underwhelming. All it does is change the sound of Jack's movement, from soft footsteps to heavy metal boots, add a 25% damage resistance buff from the suit, which doesn't even change the look of his arms, and gives our field of view a really annoying fisheye perspective, which is supposed to simulate the helmet, but actually makes the game slightly harder to play. It just doesn't feel particularly well fleshed out, which is a shame, as through the level's audio logs we hear Dr. Sushong talking about the brutal process of grafting men's skin into their suits and tearing out their tongues to produce that haunting groan, and none of this is replicated in what we see Jack go through. Now on top of this, the whole plan to become a Big Daddy doesn't even make any sense, as it's never explained why Tenenbaum can't just send one of her deprogrammed girls to open the door, which is especially odd considering we see one do exactly this as we exit their hideout. Anyway, with our new look and a little sister in tow, we head off after Fontaine, but rather than this sending us back to that flow of exploring a detailed section of Rapture while learning about its history and fighting its disturbing citizens, we get something far less interesting. You see, the next half hour consists of one long escort quest, where we slowly accompany our charge as she makes her way through a series of corridors, regularly stopping to drain Adam from corpses and needing to be defended against greedy splicers. There's really no other way to say this, but it's just not very fun. And just like our time in Point Prometheus, it feels nowhere near as fleshed out as the rest of the game. To make matters even worse, you don't even technically need to protect the little girl, as if she somehow dies, Tenenbaum will just send in another, and the level continues as if nothing happened. Another example of Irrational streamlining the difficulty to the point of absurdity. Now unfortunately, we're not even close to the bottom of the barrel yet, as when we finally get to the end of this Adam gathering assault course and ride an elevator up to confront Fontaine, what we find is truly baffling. Our nemesis has hooked himself up to a series of plasmid injectors, which have somehow transformed him into an 8-foot tall glowing Superman, who we have to battle in one of the most generic boss fights of all time. All you have to do is shoot Fontaine while avoiding his attacks, and then, when his health bar is empty, you race up to the injectors and drain his Adam with one of the Little Sister tools. Do this 3 times and you win, which triggers a cutscene where Fontaine is overwhelmed by little sisters who finally kill the monster in a hail of needle-like stabs. A fitting end to the maniac's reign of terror, but one which lacks anything like the impact of that gut-wrenching confrontation with Andrew Ryan. The overall problem is that all this just isn't what Bioshock does well. It's a game that is engaging because it's grounded and tense and slow-paced, and to see Irrational step away from this in the final moments and serve up something that could have come from any other video game really ends things on a very sour note. So with Fontaine and Ryan finally dead, all that's left is the conclusion. And here we need to talk about Bioshock's final and probably its greatest mistake. An entire system that we have yet to talk about and which defines its closing moments. You see, early on, when we first find a vulnerable little sister near the end of the medical pavilion, we are contacted by both Atlas and Tenenbaum, who offer us a choice in how we want to deal with them. Atlas recommends harvesting their Adam, while Tenenbaum begs us to stay our hand and gives us an antidote which will release them from captivity but destroys the Adam in the process. Now, Levine had wanted the game to have a challenging moral choice at its heart, and to be fair, this little sister conundrum garnered a lot of attention in the press and online, where people endlessly debated the merits of their choices. Was it a mercy to put the girls out of their misery? Could they even survive in the city without their big daddy protectors? Were they even still human? Were either Tenenbaum or Atlas entirely trustworthy? On the surface is yet another thought-provoking piece of game design, but the issue is that the system has a pretty massive design flaw and is tied to the game's ending in a way that makes absolutely zero sense. While you would think that harvesting the girls would net you more power, if you spare them, Tenenbaum will send you gifts that add up to almost exactly the same amount of total Adam, 3,000 for sparing versus 3,300 for harvesting. This means that there is no meaningful difference between a harvest and spare playthrough, and this completely ruins all the interesting thematic potential that comes from asking the player to be less powerful in order to do the right thing. Ken Levine has actually acknowledged this issue in quite a few interviews, and has said were he to go back, he'd tone down the rewards for sparing, so that the temptation to harvest was much greater, an idea which I think makes far more sense. Sadly though, the system's problems go even further than just wasted potential, as Bioshock has 2 distinct endings which are governed entirely by the amount of harvesting or sparing that you have done. If you save all the girls, you'll get a short cutscene narrated by Tenenbaum, where she'll talk about how, instead of becoming another underwater tyrant, Jack decided to adopt all of them and create a loving family of his own. If you harvest them all, you'll be told that Jack picked up where Fontaine left off and led a horde of splicers up to the surface, where they miraculously encounter a military submarine and take control of a nuclear missile. In my opinion, the good option works perfectly fine, as it makes sense that Jack would want a family to replace the fake one implanted in his memories, and if you've been going out of your way to save these little girls, the idea of taking them with you and living happily ever after seems a fitting enough ending. The same can't be said for the bad option, which is so over-the-top evil that it feels like it belongs in an entirely different game, and doesn't even connect with the central thrust of the narrative, which was always about who could control Rapture, rather than anything to do with the world above. Why would Jack want to wage a war against the surface? Why would the splicers follow someone who had just killed virtually all of them? And why would a nuclear submarine be sent to investigate a commercial plane accident? It's really just a silly way to end the story. But the real problem is that if you harvest even a single little sister, this is the ending you get. Which means that if you trust Atlas only to flip when he betrays you, or have an attack of conscience after seeing the girls in Tenenbaum's hideout, you still become a genetic nuclear warlord. Just like with the game's Adam harvesting problems, Levine has said that he's not a fan of how these cutscenes turned out, as apparently they were the lone creative mandate from 2K, who ironically wanted to advertise the game as having multiple endings. Thanks to this, they were put together in a mad last-minute rush, which saw the quality seriously drop. Considering so much of the game revolves around the illusion of free will, it's extremely incoherent to even have multiple player-driven endings, and sadly, it means as the credits roll, you're left with a slight air of confusion, rather than the satisfying reward of beating a game that truly sticks the landing. It's important to remind ourselves that this does not make Bioshock a bad game by any stretch of the imagination, as it's still an exceptional experience, full of grand moments of narrative surprise, world-building genius, and clever game design, all of which stick in your mind far more than the strange boss fights and incongruent endings. This is a game entirely defined by its successes rather than its failures, and while I think it's important to acknowledge that Irrational did not make a perfect game, it's also impossible to deny that they still made something very special. Even back in the mid-2000s, the industry was crying out for creativity in its blockbuster games, for experiences that could take the new power of HD consoles and push the medium into new and interesting places. And I think even with its flaws and strange quirks, Bioshock stands as a perfect example of what can be achieved if you place ambition and imagination above profit and trend chasing. But as with everything in this medium, its legacy would be defined by its sales, and if its unique character could appeal beyond those 100,000 people who bought System Shock 2. Would Rapture be the making or breaking of Ken Levine and Irrational Games? When Bioshock released on August 21st, 2007, it immediately became clear that critics loved what Irrational had put together, as the game landed a raft of near-perfect reviews from almost every single magazine and website that covered it. In fact, with a Metacritic score of 96 out of 100, it would go on to be the third highest rated Xbox 360 game of all time, only being pipped to the top spot years later by Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5. And amazingly, as of this video, it is still the 17th highest reviewed game across any system. This alone would have been a monumental achievement, especially considering the team at Irrational had relatively little AAA console experience. But what makes Bioshock's launch even more impressive is that it was also a big financial hit. During its first 4 weeks on the market, this strange, politically charged, historical sci-fi shooter sold over 500,000 copies, which meant that it was already the most successful game in the studio's history. But as the months ticked on, those numbers kept growing, thanks to extremely positive word of mouth online and no fewer than 5 Game of the Year awards. Bioshock's sales actually started accelerating, and by June of 2008, Take-Two revealed that the game had sold 2.2 million units and would be ported to the PlayStation 3 in order to keep the gold rush going. Altogether, by 2010, Bioshock had shipped over 5 million copies, a number which placed it alongside big blockbuster series like Gears of War, Assassin's Creed, and Mass Effect. Not just a darling of video game enthusiasts, but something that casual players had bothered to go out and pick up. Now, for Irrational and 2K, this was far beyond what they had imagined back when the studio was bought, but unfortunately this also marks the moment where cracks in the relationship begin to appear. You see, while Ken Levine was overjoyed that his team had produced a genuine smash hit, he quickly found himself in conflict with his publisher bosses, as they had very different ideas about what Irrational should be doing next. Unsurprisingly, they wanted a sequel, and they wanted one quickly. But if you cast your mind back to the heartache caused by the failure of Freedom Force 2, this was something Levine had sworn his studio would never do. Now that might sound absurd considering sequels are the building blocks of this industry, but his thinking was that Irrational could operate like Squaresoft in the 1990s, working on distinct and separate games that would allow the studio to pursue whatever creative direction they wanted, without ever being locked into a particular franchise. On top of this, Levine has said in many retrospective interviews that he simply didn't have any solid ideas for what a Bioshock sequel could look like, as to him, the story and world had nowhere else to go. Andrew Ryan was dead, Frank Fontaine was dead, Jack and his little sisters had left Rapture, and the city was no more than an empty husk. So there was no real reason to pull players back in, or anything to get his staff excited about another long dev cycle. This all left the budding Bioshock franchise in a pretty strange place, and led to a peculiar deal being struck that takes us into the next chapter of our story. Over in Boston, Levine was given the keys to the XCOM series, which Take-Two had acquired in 2005, and was told that he had free rein to reimagine it in whatever direction he wanted. And all the way on the other side of the state, in Marin County, California, development began on a Bioshock sequel, without the involvement of Irrational Games. Now, the development of Bioshock 2 is a strange beast to discuss, as it's both an example of the very worst instincts of video game publishing and an impressive story about developers overcoming extremely challenging situations. We'll start with who would actually be working on this project, because when Bioshock 2 began development, 2K Marin's studio only had 8 members of staff and was nowhere near being able to produce a AAA console game. The job of building up the team was given to Bioshock 1 producer Alyssa Finley, who quickly made a pretty bold move by hiring Jordan Thomas to serve as the game's creative lead. Now, Thomas was a very talented level designer who had made a name for himself as the mastermind behind Shalebridge Cradle in Thief Deadly Shadows, an iconic level that perfectly blended stealth tension with a creeping atmosphere of horror. This had won him a job at Irrational Games, where Ken Levine had asked him to put together a sequence based on a crazed objectivist artist, which had resulted in Fort Frolic, and further proved that Jordan Thomas had a great mind for video game design. The only trouble was, it was quite a big leap to go from making individual levels to managing an entire studio, let alone building one from scratch, and in interviews discussing his time in Marin County, Thomas often talks about how he struggled with imposter syndrome and felt like he had landed the job by accident. Now, as if following up a beloved game with an all-new team wasn't already hard enough, it was made even worse by the requirements that 2K placed on the project, as this wasn't going to be the creative free-for-all that had produced Bioshock 1. The first expectation was that they didn't want the game to be dramatically different to the first, as the whole point was to capitalise on the popularity of Rapture with a traditional sequel. The second was that Bioshock 2 had to include a substantial multiplayer feature, largely thanks to the monster success of Halo 3 and Call of Duty 4, which 2K wanted to emulate with their own online console shooter. The third and most challenging requirement was that 2K Marin would only have 2 years to produce the entire game, as their parent company wanted to keep the series' momentum moving at full throttle. In many ways, when you consider all this, the inexperienced team, the astounding expectations, and the sheer amount of work that needed to be done, it's a minor miracle that Bioshock 2 even shipped at all. But what's even more impressive is that the development process was nowhere near as fraught or chaotic as you might imagine. For starters, thanks to the sheer size of 2K, lots of other studios were brought on board to help support 2K Marin, and this took a lot of pressure off of Thomas and his ragtag group of devs. This came in the form of a lot of technical work by 2K Australia, who had worked closely with Irrational on Bioshock 1 and understood the engine extremely well, an outsourcing contract with Arcane Studios, a very talented French team who would go on to release Dishonored just 2 years later, and most importantly, a deal with Canadian studio Digital Extremes, who would be producing the multiplayer component in its entirety, and who would eventually release Warframe to massive global success. It meant that many of the most complicated and time-consuming jobs were already in good hands, and this left 2K Marin to focus on the game's more creative elements, where, as it turned out, Jordan Thomas was actually more than up to the task. Early on in development, he had the entire team sit together and collectively play through Bioshock 1, with the goal being that they would put aside its monstrous reputation and try to genuinely examine what they could improve in the sequel. As we've already discussed in this video, there were quite a few places where obvious gameplay tweaks could be made, and this meant that the design team ended up with a pretty clear vision of what they wanted to do: iteration and improvement rather than reinvention. This was also true of the game's art style and sound design, which were led by Bioshock 1 art team veteran Hogarth de la Plante and returning composer Gary Scheinman. As Rapture's visual and aural identity was already well established, they could focus their attention on adding detail and depth, and thanks to all the extra resources coming from the support studios, development was actually a rather straightforward process. That being said, there was one area where 2K Marin struggled, and that was the big question of what Bioshock 2 should actually be about. Initially, Thomas had wanted to put together a story that was both a sequel and prequel, transporting players between high-energy combat in a ruined post-Ryan Rapture and more slow atmospheric sequences exploring the city in its heyday. The only problem was that tester feedback was extremely negative, as people seemed to hate the idea of losing their weapons and walking around without anyone to fight, so the narrative had to be unpicked and started over. Next came an idea about one of the little sisters rescued by Jack, a girl called Eleanor who found it impossible to adjust to life on the surface and so returned to Rapture, transforming herself into a new form of Big Daddy called the Big Sister. Once again, this version of the narrative didn't play well in testing, and so that also had to be scrapped, although not before a teaser trailer was published by 2K which focused on this returning little sister. Eventually Thomas did manage to settle on something that worked. Bioshock 2 would revolve around a prototype Big Daddy, who wakes up 10 years after the events of Bioshock 1 and has to locate his little sister, the only thing that has ever given his life meaning. It was felt that this would be a good bridge between the familiar and the unfamiliar, something that veterans of Bioshock 1 could relate to, but which would still allow for a new version of Rapture. So while it might have started life on pretty rocky ground, being driven by a publisher desperate to chase trends and built by a studio with literally zero experience, as details began to trickle out to the media, Bioshock 2 started to look quite interesting, and people began to get excited. We might not want to admit it, but 2K's instincts were absolutely correct, and thanks to the sheer appetite to see more of this enthralling underwater world, it was pretty obvious that another Bioshock game would be yet another commercial hit. The issue wasn't if it would make money, but if it could step out from the shadow cast by its predecessor. And that, my friends, is a question we can only answer by diving back beneath the waves of the Atlantic. So we're going to approach our critique of Bioshock 2 in a slightly different way to how we spoke about Bioshock 1, and that's largely thanks to this being quite a traditional sequel, which means we don't need to reinvestigate what makes Rapture a compelling setting, or talk about how audio logs work, or re-explain what a splicer is. By this point we are veterans of the series' underwater ecology and unique mechanics, so rather than breaking down Bioshock 2's individual component parts, we'll instead tackle this game in 4 broad acts. First, we'll talk about the changes that 2K Marin have made to the core formula, as while these may look subtle to the untrained eye, they actually add up to quite a different take on superpowered first-person shooting. Then we'll take a look at what doesn't work, because just like its predecessor, Bioshock 2 is a long way from being a perfect video game, and while 2K Marin have done an admirable job, their take on Rapture has some notably awkward quirks. Once that's done, we'll dive into the meat of the narrative, as while this may have been the rockiest part of development, the resulting script is an extremely interesting mirror of the themes in Bioshock 1, and absolutely deserves examination separate to everything else. Then finally, to finish things off, we'll take a look at the game's approach to both multiplayer and downloadable content, as a pretty big chunk of what makes Bioshock 2 interesting exists outside of the main game. So, with all that laid out, let's get into the good stuff. One of the biggest challenges facing 2K Marin was justifying their decision to put the player in the role of a Big Daddy. They may well have been the series' iconic figure, but this was largely because of how they worked as an enemy, and as we saw in the finale of Bioshock 1, turning the protagonist into a plodding monster that views the world through a diving helmet wasn't actually all that fun. The solution to this problem is Subject Delta, an experimental Alpha Series Big Daddy who isn't entirely beholden to his brainwashed instincts, is able to move far more freely thanks to a less restrictive suit, and most importantly, can wield plasmids alongside his diving equipment. Delta is our playable character, and we are first introduced to him in the game's opening cutscene, where we see him and his little sister hunting for Adam on New Year's Eve 1958, the fateful night that Rapture collapsed into civil war. Those celebrating are obviously unnerved by the duo's presence, and they move through the city with no issue, until Delta hears a horrifying scream and races to find his little sister being attacked by a gang of splicers. While he initially makes short work of them, one manages to catch him with a hypnotised plasmid, and as he stands paralysed, we are presented with Bioshock 2's antagonist, Sophia Lamb, who tells him that this little girl is not his daughter. She is called Eleanor, and she belongs to her. With that, Delta is told to kneel, told to remove his helmet, and then told to shoot himself, which along with a faint cry from poor little Eleanor, brings us to the title screen. When we resume control, it is 10 years later, and we see that somehow Delta is waking up in the ruins of Rapture's Adonis luxury resort, with no idea of how he got here or how he is even alive. This atmosphere of mystery is only deepened as we begin to explore our surroundings and see visions of a young woman calling Delta her father. And after meeting a little sister who cryptically tells us that Eleanor misses us, it's clear that their connection has survived the decade-long slumber. So, with that, we have the game's central objective: to travel across Rapture and rescue our estranged little sister. But of course, there are a host of new obstacles in our way. The first is the Big Sisters, terrifying new evolution of the Protector program, which takes a fully grown little sister who can no longer harvest Adam and twists her into a screeching and wild monster who will stop at nothing, not even the destruction of the city, in order to protect her younger siblings. We also have to deal with Sophia Lamb, who has taken over the city thanks to an all-new ideology that rejects the individualism of Andrew Ryan and embraces hardline collectivism, where the good of the group is the only thing that matters. We have absolutely no idea why, but Lamb utterly loathes Subject Delta, and just like how Ryan tormented Jack, she serves as a menacing presence throughout the entire game, sending splicers to assault us, placing her lieutenants in our path, and doing everything possible to stop us from reaching Eleanor. This is just a very surface level explanation of Bioshock 2's core premise, and we will of course explore all of this in much more detail. But I wanted to give you some grounding, as many of the changes that 2K Marin have made to Bioshock's gameplay are rooted in this new narrative. The most obvious is that we are not playing as a regular person splicing themselves with plasmids, but as a Big Daddy, and that has a real impact on how we fight. Jack's measly wrench and pistol are gone, and in their place, we now use an arm-mounted drill and a powerful rivet gun, two weapons that form the foundation of our arsenal and are substantially more fun to play with. The drill in particular feels so much more weighty and powerful, really crunching splicers when it connects, and thanks to an all-new resource, drill oil, you can do things like charging it up to tear through groups or leaping across the battlefield in a ridiculously satisfying lunging attack. Along with the more fluid movement speed and unobscured vision, you've got to say that 2K Marin have nailed the feeling of being a Big Daddy in a way that Irrational really didn't, and it means that what could have been a huge pitfall ends up feeling totally natural within just a few moments of gameplay. Now, along with your Big Daddy equipment and abilities, another major change is that Bioshock 2 allows you to dual wield, with the plasmid in your left hand and a weapon in your right. Mechanically, this doesn't actually add anything to the gameplay, as swapping between powers and guns was already fairly quick, but what it does do is dramatically speed up the moment-to-moment combat. Rather than trying to match the environment you're in to the plasmid that best takes advantage of it, and then racing for cover so you can swap out your kit, Bioshock 2 wants you to be charging into the madness, and isn't quite as concerned with what you choose to fight with. This means it's got a much more manic rhythm, where you're constantly running around, firing off plasmids and shooting your guns all at the same time, and generally speaking, it feels like it's leaning into its shooter identity much more than its predecessor. Now, if you remember, the baseline shooting was actually one of Bioshock 1's weaker elements, but this pivot works pretty well, as 2K Marin have tightened up the gunplay, and managed to get most of the weapons feeling pretty good to use. The chunky crosshairs and bouncy recoil have all been done away with. Now we've got something that feels a bit more like a normal first-person shooter, where shotguns pack a close-range punch, machine guns tear through foes at medium range, and headshots actually feel like they matter. So given the focus on player power fantasy and more rewarding gunplay, you might think this would all make Bioshock 2 quite a bit easier than Bioshock 1, but clearly 2K Marin have thought long and hard about how all this new utility should be balanced. Rather surprisingly, Subject Delta is actually much weaker than Jack, especially at the start of the game, and this means you'll find yourself chewing through health packs at a rate of knots, and getting ambushed by even just a couple of splicers can easily result in death. It is quite a weird decision, because while it absolutely complements the more frantic gameplay and creates lots of natural moments of intensity, it doesn't really feel right for a Big Daddy to be this vulnerable. While it does have an in-world explanation, that the Alpha series weren't yet equipped with proper armour, there's just something off about the way Delta's health feels when compared to Jack, but thankfully it's easy to excuse this in the name of good balancing. The final Big Daddy related innovation relates to how we go about collecting Adam, because unlike Jack, who simply had to choose between harvesting and sparing little sisters, Delta has a lot more to think about. Each level still has a set number of girls who are protected by a host of different big daddies, but the difference is that now, when we kill their lumbering protectors, we can choose to adopt them. This causes the sister to bond to Delta, and then we can follow her guidance and find various dead bodies placed around the environment, which she will then drain of their Adam and thus increase the amount we get when we decide between harvesting and sparing. That might sound a lot like the horrible escort quest from the end of Bioshock 1, but it works far better in Bioshock 2 thanks to a host of new defensive abilities that turn these sequences into something akin to a first-person tower defense game. Your rivet gun can lay needle-firing trip mines, you can summon upgradable security bots to fight alongside you, you can place mini-turrets on the floor to protect certain angles or fill corridors with proximity mines. And that's not to mention all the plasmids like Wind Trap and Decoy, which can help stem the flow of a splicer assault. This is actually quite a large part of the gameplay, and when you come across a body full of Adam, you're encouraged to properly prepare the area and really plan out a strategy, which makes the act of defending your charge much more mechanically compelling. Now, to cap this off, every time you save 3 little sisters, regardless of where you are in a level, a hyper-powerful big sister will spawn and begin hunting you down, and this provides a nice little change-up, turning Bioshock 2 into a crazed game of cat and mouse, where you're either desperately trying to get to the exit or attempting to lure the sister into a well-laid trap. Considering that this is a largely linear first-person shooter, it's impressive that so many different systems all interact in ways that feel natural. And frankly, the core combat of Bioshock 2 is a huge improvement on its predecessor in almost every single way. So, this brings us on to something else that 2K Marin have dramatically improved, and that is the hacking minigame, which has been entirely redesigned. We now have a weapon called the hack tool, and while you can still walk up to machines and hack them directly, the tool lets you do this from range. It even allows for clever little moves like firing a hack dart at a bot or turret and then dipping behind cover to take control from safety. Doing this opens a little box at the bottom of the screen where you need to stop a moving dial so that it lands in various different green zones, although if you miss them you take damage, and landing in a red zone triggers a security alarm. Now obviously this is all much faster than in Bioshock 1, which encourages you to do a lot more hacking. But what's really nice is that there are also smaller blue zones, which don't just complete the hack, but give you a bonus, usually in the form of free items or extra money, and this adds an element of risk-reward that keeps the minigame engaging. Top to bottom, it is just a totally superior system. And just like with the gunplay and dual wielding and optional gathering, it makes for a game that has far more mechanical depth than in the original. Considering that this was 2K Marin's first ever game, and they were dealing with huge pressure in the form of player and publisher expectation, you've got to say that they've done an excellent job building on the foundation laid by Irrational Games. And that's without even mentioning all the little quality of life changes. Ultimately, it is just a much more playable video game, and when you're charging across a battlefield, slamming your drill into the face of a splicer, or fighting alongside an army of robots to protect your little sister, or turning the tide against a big sister with a well-placed hack, it's hard not to see Jordan Thomas and his rookie team as worthy successors to the Bioshock series' lofty name. If we are judging Bioshock 2 as a video game, and a video game alone, it is undoubtedly superior to its predecessor. But my friends, it wasn't mechanics and systems that made Bioshock 1 so special, and it is in these non-gameplay aspects that the sequel is rather less impressive. The first thing I want to address is that there has been a serious toning down of both the original's iconic horror imagery and its oppressive horror atmosphere. While the actual fidelity of the environments and enemies has been increased, with far more detail to observe, far more fluid animations, and far more variety in models and textures, the whole game noticeably lacks that frightening quality that made the original so memorable. For example, there are now absolutely zero jump scares, and while these are often seen as a cheap way to get a player reaction, I think they are often really important to a game's sense of tension. It's all very well creating an ominous ambience through visuals and sound, but if a player realises that nothing is ever going to shock them, that atmosphere immediately flattens. And I think a well-placed surprise can do wonders for keeping this afloat. Without them, Bioshock 2's non-combat moments tend to revolve entirely around looting the environment or simply walking to the next objective, and I think this was a big miss on the part of 2K Marin, as Rapture was always meant to be a nightmare as well as a war zone. Now, this lack of horror is also present in Bioshock 2's characters and its world, as while there are some great ideas, it doesn't quite leave the same horrifying impression. Now, in order to properly understand this, we need to dive into Bioshock 2's political world building. As with Andrew Ryan long dead, the city has replaced his individualist ideas with a new regime of collectivism under Sophia Lamb. It is essentially the polar opposite philosophy, placing the good of the group above the needs of any one individual, and reducing the idea of the self to a sin that cannot be tolerated. We constantly see references to Rapture's new family, and hear Lamb making sweeping proclamations over the city's speakers, all designed to make an other of anyone who would threaten their collective, and clearly taking a big influence from the tyrannical regimes of 20th century communism. Now, as a concept to build a Bioshock sequel around, this does have a lot of potential, and to Jordan Thomas's credit, in interviews he would constantly speak about the ideas of Karl Marx and John Stuart Mill and how he felt they could create a natural next dystopia. The problem is that we never really see this collectivist horror story in action, and by and large, the Rapture of Andrew Ryan and the Rapture of Sophia Lamb aren't really any different. This is probably best exemplified by the NPCs we encounter while travelling towards Fontaine Futuristics, where Eleanor is held. As unlike the various villains of Bioshock 1 and their horrible objectivist experiments, we really don't see any particularly shocking examples of collectivism in action. Take Siren's Alley, an area we are diverted into after Father Simon Wales, a religious leader within Sophia Lamb's family, fires a torpedo into the train we are using and forces it off the tracks. Wales had previously been an architect, but he'd fallen out of favour with Andrew Ryan after his designs had caused Rapture to start leaking. But after encountering Sophia Lamb, he rediscovers his purpose as a devout preacher, espousing the beliefs of the collective and helping eliminate those who disagree. Now again, it needs to be said that this is an interesting idea, but rather than showing us the worst excesses of religion and politics working together, Siren's Alley looks and feels just like any other location in Rapture. We fight through bars and restaurants and shops and a large hotel, but it's nothing particularly related to the religious themes of the level. And while it does culminate in a shootout in a church, this is a far cry from the Medical Pavilion or Fort Frolic, tightly designed thematic levels full of little horror stories. Now, unfortunately, Father Wales and Siren's Alley aren't the only places where Bioshock 2 struggles to carve out its own identity, and actually, the whole game rests atop some pretty uninteresting characters. Our Atlas stand-in is a man named Augustus Sinclair, a slick southern businessman that we encounter in the first level, and who agrees to help us in exchange for passage topside, where he hopes to make his fortune selling stolen scientific secrets. Functionally, the relationship between Sinclair and Delta works just fine. He gives us objectives and informs us about the various environments we visit, but it's just not as compelling as Jack being drawn into Atlas's war of revenge. And in fact, the similarities between these characters work against Sinclair, as you end up waiting for some big reveal that sadly never comes. Personally, I think the worst offender is the character of Grace Holloway, who we meet in Pauper's Drop, and who really represents this inability to convert interesting ideas into memorable narrative moments. While exploring the level, which is meant to be a slum occupied by those at the very bottom of Rapture's society, we discover that Holloway was a popular singer, who fell from fame after she began weaving social commentary into her performances, a move which of course upset Andrew Ryan. Just like with Father Wales, she eventually found solace in the teachings of Sophia Lamb, and by the time Delta arrives in her patch, she's become a full-blown collectivist convert, and sends hordes of splicers to kill the interloper and prevent him from reaching Eleanor. At the risk of repeating myself, this is again a setup with lots of potential, as 2K Marin could explore the relationship between state-sanctioned art and political control. Instead, Holloway is just a devout zealot, and when we finally corner her and are given the choice to kill or spare her life, if we choose mercy, she instantly rejects Lamb's teachings and flips from villain to ally without a moment's hesitation. By normal video game standards, Bioshock 2 is still trading in very ambitious ideas, but it's just not presenting them with the same level of flair as its predecessor. and without that healthy dose of horror to really sell the madness of Delta's journey, Rapture becomes a far less compelling setting. Now, these complaints largely stem from comparing the two Bioshock games against one another, which arguably isn't always an entirely fair thing to do, but even when we take the sequel on its own merits, there are ideas that still don't really work. One element that was spoken about constantly during pre-release marketing, and which appears in quite a lot of retrospective reviews, is that we can now step outside of the city and use Delta's diving suit to wander the ocean floor. According to Jordan Thomas, these moments were meant to be a breather, a short little moment separate from the hectic combat and political intrigue, where we simply admire the sights and sounds of this fallen underwater kingdom. In theory, this makes a lot of sense, and the idea of breaking up Bioshock 2's relentless pace with something other than scavenging or gathering is a welcome addition. The only problem is that in total, these sequences add up to about 5 minutes worth of runtime, and outside of the very first, where we find a bathysphere crashed by people desperately trying to escape Lamb's commune, and see an amazing view of Rapture from the ocean floor, 2K Marin never does anything else to make these parts interesting. Now, that isn't to say that I want them to be filled with underwater combat or tons of optional secrets, but it's odd that they couldn't come up with anything more than just walking from point A to point B, especially as we constantly see Big Daddies performing work on the outside of the city, something that could have surely been baked into one of the levels to help mix up the gameplay. Now, this issue of repetition brings me onto another one of 2K Marin's self-inflicted wounds, and probably the game's single biggest issue, which is that the levels themselves are extremely monotonous, with the worst example coming around the game's midpoint as we arrive at Dionysus Park. The idea is that we are once again diverted from our path, this time by a man named Stanley Poole, a journalist who will only unlock the tracks to Fontaine Futuristics if we head into the park and deal with a group of Little Sisters. With no other option, Delta and Sinclair accept the deal, and at first it looks like this will be a very compelling level. Dionysus Park was originally Sophia Lamb's home, a place where she welcomed all those who disagreed with Ryan's objectivist values and formed a parallel society, full of banquet halls, libraries, theatres and gardens, all based on her equality at all costs philosophy. Unfortunately for her, Andrew Ryan was not a man interested in sharing power, and so he sent Stanley Poole to discover evidence of Lamb's separatism, which led to her arrest and imprisonment. Without Lamb's leadership, Poole was able to take over the park, stealing money from the commune and wasting it on lavish parties, a situation that he is very keen to hide now that Lamb is free and in charge of the city. The thing is, this isn't what he needs Delta to hide, as Stanley had already erased his guilt by sabotaging the park's pressure controls and killing everyone inside in a cataclysmic flood. His concern is that through harvesting the leftover Adam, the Little Sisters will learn what he's done and report it to their master, and so it falls to Delta to stop this from happening. This is a great premise for a Bioshock level, as not only do we get to hunt down the sisters in whatever order we please, which finally introduces a degree of freedom into what has otherwise been a very linear experience, but it also makes for some very enthralling visuals. The flood has caused the park to be partially reclaimed by the ocean, and rather than seeing glossy buildings torn apart by warfare, we explore waterlogged cinemas and promenades, traverse corridors caked in underwater flora, and explore galleries that have entirely frozen over. Compared to the relatively unimaginative environments that characterise the other levels, it's the first time that Bioshock 2 really feels like it's taking place 10 years after the first game, and presents a world that isn't just coming apart, but has long since collapsed. From a structural and visual perspective, it's easily the best level so far, but sadly, Dionysus Park is utterly ruined by an absurd lack of creativity in our objectives. You see, in order to deal with the Little Sisters, we don't have to do anything that we wouldn't usually do. That is, harvesting or saving them. If you're opting to steal the Adam and put the girls down, this whole sequence only lasts maybe 20 or 30 minutes, as you explore the various collapsed rooms of the park, discover Stanley Poole's guilt, fight off a big sister, and then return to Sinclair and the train. The problem with this is that unlike in Bioshock 1, where harvesting and sparing really made no difference, we are now massively encouraged to go gathering with each little sister. Not only because this is the optimum way to build Delta's power, but because the vast majority of new mechanics relate to those wave defense sequences. As each sister can gather from up to 2 locations, and there are 3 sisters in total, this means you need to fight through 6 different gathers. A process that makes Dionysus Park extremely repetitive and extremely drawn out. If you include the time spent locating them, setting up to fight their big daddies, fighting the resulting big sister and exploring for resources, this whole level can easily last 2 or 3 hours, which is a ridiculous amount of time for what is ostensibly a narrative detour. Now, to make matters even worse, if you've been gathering with each little sister up until this point, you'll have already gone through this process twice in Pauper's Drop and 3 times in Siren's Alley, which makes the level of repetition even more egregious. It's no exaggeration to say that playing Bioshock 2 in this manner, which need I remind you is obviously the intended way, the vast majority of your playthrough is spent doing nothing more than searching for and defending little sisters. This is a system at its best when it is adding optional flavour, rather than being presented as the main course, and by the time we reach Dionysus Park, it is extremely hard to resist the urge to simply skip it altogether and harvest the poor girls in the interest of saving time. So, in many ways, Bioshock 2 feels like an inverse of Bioshock 1, as almost everything the first game does well, the sequel does worse, and vice versa. Bioshock 1 is dripping with creative world building, it has a cast of truly disturbing characters, an enthralling horror atmosphere, and serves up a non-stop conveyor belt of locations and visuals that genuinely stick in your mind. Bioshock 2 has almost none of this, but instead we get a game that is much more fun to actually play, built from clever adjustments to the formula that makes shooting and plasmids and fighting off waves of splicers far more enjoyable, as long as you can stomach quite a lot of Little Sister wave defense. It really is a tale of 2 differing interpretations of the same core formula, one a cinematic narrative experience and the other a mechanically driven action game. Or at least that would be the main difference, were it not for Bioshock 2's utterly surprising conclusion, a final rollercoaster of unexpected reveals and clever little ideas that makes many of these shortcomings shrink into insignificance. Before we dive headfirst into the ending of Bioshock 2, let's quickly rewind to the beginning and remind ourselves of the mysteries that this game is built around. We know that Delta and Eleanor were bonded together, and that Sophia Lamb took the girl and killed her protector, only for him to somehow wake up 10 years later, form an alliance with Augustus Sinclair, and then embark on a quest to reach Fontaine Futuristics and get his daughter back. Along the course of this journey, Delta has various visions of Eleanor calling out to him, begging for her father to rescue her, pleas that are constantly contrasted against the cruel taunts of Sophia Lamb, who is determined to kill the reborn Big Daddy. This is the game's central conflict, a war for the future of this young woman, and one that is made all the more charged as we quickly discover that Lamb isn't just an abductor, but is in fact Eleanor's biological mother. Although why she's holding her daughter captive and how she allowed her to become a little sister are 2 more key mysteries. Now, these hang over the narrative for most of the game's runtime, and it isn't really until the end of Dionysus Park, around 2/3 of the way through, where all the little snippets of audio logs and clues from NPCs begin to come together. Firstly, thanks for information traded for assisting Stanley Poole, we discover that Subject Delta had quite the life before he became the first Big Daddy. He was in fact something of a minor celebrity, a deep-sea diver who managed to reach Rapture without an invitation, and became affectionately known as Johnny Topside by the people of the city. Unfortunately for Johnny, Andrew Ryan was extremely sceptical about his honest oceanic exploration, and paranoid that he was a spy sent by the outside world, he had Johnny thrown into Persephone Penal Colony, an institution for Rapture's criminals run by none other than Augustus Sinclair. Things only got worse for Johnny from here. As it turns out, Fontaine Futuristics were paying Sinclair to use his prisoners in their experiments, and Johnny was one of the poor fools contracted out, forced to undergo huge amounts of genetic splicing and perform for audiences in public showrooms. Eventually he was selected for the Protector program, and after even more surgery, brainwashing and splicing, Johnny Topside disappeared forever and became Subject Delta. something that still haunts Augustus Sinclair and motivates him to help us reach Eleanor. What's really clever about all this backstory is that it perfectly complements Bioshock 2's silent protagonist, as Delta's stoic lack of dialogue during all these revelations really helps sell the tragedy, like he's listening to stories about someone else and barely even recognises his old name. It's a great example of how you can actually create quite a compelling character without always needing to rely on dialogue, and in learning about his past life, we can start to better understand why Delta is so desperately drawn to the only thing he has left. That might answer our questions about Bioshock 2's protagonists, but what of his darling little sister? How did the daughter of a highly influential philosopher end up being warped into an Adam-gathering ghost? Well, these answers are similarly uncovered through audio logs, visions and small conversations, and paint just as tragic of a picture. You see, Sophia Lamb expected great things from her daughter, and was extraordinarily strict with her, preventing any contact with other children and enforcing a regime of study, all intended to turn her into a prodigy. The result was a deeply intelligent but deeply unhappy young girl, a life made all the more miserable when her mother was imprisoned by Andrew Ryan, which resulted in Eleanor being passed around various uncaring loyalist sycophants. Eventually she ended up under the care of Stanley Poole, and after realising that the girl had discovered his embezzlements, he shipped her off to one of Fontaine's orphanages, where she was deconstructed and paired up with Subject Delta. An awful turn of events, but one which, in a sort of twisted way, gave her the family that she had always craved. Now obviously we're compelled to rescue Eleanor because it's the game's central objective, but her abusive childhood really adds a dose of emotional attachment that makes her relationship with Delta feel like more than just that of a bodyguard. It's easy to understand why she might view him as a father, as he was the first person to ever show her genuine care, and while we start the game believing that all of this has come from brainwashing and genetic tampering, the closer we get to our goal, the more we can believe it is actually familial love. This gives us a proper understanding of the cast and their motivations, but the direction of travel is still unknown, and this only begins to come into focus when we finally reach Fontaine Futuristics. Now this location has long loomed over the Bioshock series, and 2K Marin does a great job of bringing it to life, largely thanks to an excellent character called Gilbert Alexander, who is the cipher through which we decode Sophia Lamb's plans for both Rapture and her daughter. You see, while in the laboratory, we spend our time interacting with two distinct versions of Dr. Alexander. The first, a madman named Alex the Great, who controls the building's security systems via a portable drone and constantly throws obstacles in our path, and the second is Gilbert, who communicates with us through a series of recordings taken before he went insane, pleading with whoever hears him to help put an end to his madness. This dynamic and the way the two characters clash is very fun to watch, and coupled with a slightly more crazy tone, which sees us fighting on a genetic showcasing stage and teleporting around the building after drinking an unstable plasmid, Fontaine Futuristics is just much more entertaining than anything we've previously seen. In fact, this is also where we get a wonderful little moment of horror storytelling that relates to a side character called Mark Meltzer, who we can follow across a series of audio logs as he hunts for his missing daughter. Eventually, Meltzer discovers that his daughter was turned into a little sister, a process he attempted to reverse only to be captured by Sophia Lamb. But we don't learn his fate until a horrific moment, when we kill a Big Daddy and discover it was carrying an audio log. On this tape, we hear that Meltzer was offered an ultimatum: execution for trespassing or be converted into a Big Daddy and spend the rest of his life bonded to his daughter, but without any memory of who they are. Clearly, Meltzer chose the latter, and as we stand over his dead body, the guilt hits you like a freight train, his little girl quivering like any other little sister, completely oblivious that you've just killed her father. It's an extremely memorable moment, and really it's sad that Jordan Thomas wasn't able to craft more of them, as Rapture is always at its best when it's also at its darkest. Anyway, as we progress through the laboratory, the recorded Gilbert eventually reveals the purpose behind Lamb's resurrection of the Little Sister program, her need to recover Eleanor, and why exactly he went mad. You see, Sophia had become fascinated with the idea of Jack, the protagonist from Bioshock 1, a stranger who appeared in Rapture and took out both Andrew Ryan and Frank Fontaine. Through Dr. Souchong's experiments, a normal man had achieved in a single day what others couldn't in years, and Lamb became obsessed with what could be done if this power was channeled into preservation rather than destruction. This line of thinking led to the creation of the New Utopian Project, a plan to create a genetically superpowered, benevolent dictator, an ultra-intelligent, ultra-conditioned being devoid of any sense of self who could help keep society fair with an iron fist. As we discover, Gilbert Alexander was chosen as the first attempt, and it catastrophically failed, leaving him mutated, mentally unstable, and trapped in a massive underground tank, a cruel fate which caused the sweet Gilbert to become Alex the Great. Now this didn't deter Lamb, and after realising that she would need someone who could resist huge amounts of Adam infusion, her focus shifted towards her daughter, previously cast aside after being ruined by Poole, but now an ideal candidate. This is what Delta is attempting to save Eleanor from, and as we finally arrive in Persephone Penal Colony, we find that the young girl has been kept sedated for 10 entire years, plied with genetic information and brain-altering drugs as her mother meticulously grooms her to become the new god of Rapture. Given how rocky the world building is in the first half of this game, I think this is a pretty cool direction to go in. And once all the pieces fall into place, we're left with a narrative that does feel like a natural extension of the first game. Lamb's collectivism isn't just another political ideology picked off a bookshelf, but an understandable response to the individualism that caused Rapture's civil war, and seeing the achievements of Jack twisted into the New Utopian Project creates the impression that this is a world where actions leave lasting consequences. Now this could easily all resolve with a big fight against Sophia Lamb and then a loving reunion between Delta and Eleanor. But what makes this game's finale so interesting is that it takes quite a wild left-hand turn and reveals a huge amount of hidden depth in those seemingly dull earlier levels. Our ending begins at the doors to Eleanor's holding cell, where we see Sophia Lamb emerge from the shadows and calmly explain how exactly Delta has ruined her plans. Turns out that our protagonist didn't exactly wake up after a 10-year slumber, as he was actually very much dead, but thanks to the connection between Eleanor and her little sister brethren, the sleeping Utopian had been able to direct their actions and use a Vita chamber to bring back her adoptive father. Upon realising this, Lamb knew she would have to kill Delta in order to sever the protector bond that was preventing full control of her daughter. And in the holding cell, we finally see the depths that she is willing to sink to in order to make this happen. Knowing that Eleanor's death will cause Delta to fall into a coma, she holds a pillow above the girl's sleeping head and begins to smother her, hoping to stop her heart for just long enough to eliminate the thorn in her side. It's a shocking image, seeing a mother callously gamble with her daughter's life, but what comes next is even more surprising. Delta awakens strapped into a chair and hears Eleanor's voice. She is still alive, but their protector bond has been broken, and now her adoptive father is slowly dying, which means they'll need to move quickly if Eleanor is to escape the city. Reaching out through her siblings, Eleanor is able to inject Delta with a special plasmid that allows him to take control of one of the girls. And with that, our perspective shifts and we begin to play as a little sister, viewing Rapture not as a rusting dystopia, but as a sumptuous and calming paradise. It is a genuinely amazing little sequence, full of beautiful visuals, wonderful sound design, and haunting dialogue, all complemented by small flashes of the horrible reality that these girls actually exist in. Not a world of angels and heroes, but monsters and dead bodies. There's never been any official confirmation, but I'm sure that this sequence emerged from Jordan Thomas's original idea to include lots of sections of non-combat set in a pre-fall Rapture. And frankly, if they were all going to be as atmospheric as this, those early testers did us all a serious disservice. Now the purpose of this part is to collect pieces of a big sister suit, so that Eleanor can arm herself and save Delta. But that is not the only thing happening here, as our wandering is accompanied by our adoptive daughter commenting on the things we've done while looking for her. You see, just like in Bioshock 1, Bioshock 2 is littered with decisions. Do you save or harvest the little sisters? And do you kill or spare the game's NPCs? But in the sequel, these carry real meaning, and it is in this moment that they bubble to the surface. Eleanor's personality entirely depends on what you have done during the rest of the game, and as she steps into her big sister suit and sets out after her mother, you'll either be accompanying a girl keen to prove she is not a monster, or one happy to embrace cruelty in order to survive. What makes this all the more clever is that those decisions are not actually all that straightforward, as Jordan Thomas has managed to come up with moral challenges that are really quite complex. Initially, it looks as if Bioshock 2 is simply going to serve up traditional good and evil options, and as we stand before Grace Holloway in Pauper's Drop, it's pretty easy to choose forgiveness, recognising that killing her would be little more than petty vengeance. This then gets a little harder with Stanley Poole in Dionysus Park, as while we're given the option to spare his life, he is the man who sold out Johnny Topside, sent Eleanor to Fontaine's orphanage, and killed hundreds of innocents to hide his guilt. Actions that are certainly far more deserving of death. It's a tough choice, but you can still push yourself towards mercy in the interests of a noble playthrough. But when we arrive at Fontaine Futuristics, this mindset stops working. You see here, recording Gilbert wants you to kill him and end this torturous existence he is trapped in, but Alex the Great, despite being murderously insane, begs for clemency and promises that he will disappear into the depths of the ocean if you let him live. Actually working out what to do is far harder than you'd imagine, as neither option is strictly good or bad. And this means that by the time we arrive at Eleanor and hear her pondering as to why you allowed one person to live or judged that another should die, it really does feel like she is a reflection of our morals. Considering that Jordan Thomas had never written a script and had so much difficulty nailing this one down, it is very impressive that he managed to execute this idea with such flair. And frankly, Bioshock 2 is still one of the best examples of actual moral choice in video game form. Now what's crazy is that there is still a fairly big chunk of the game to go, and as Eleanor frees Delta and they set off to hunt down her mother, we are introduced to an entirely new mechanic that reframes much of the combat. While battling through Inner Persephone, attempting to wrestle control of a lifeboat away from Sophia Lamb before she sinks the prison into an Atlantic trench, we can use a special plasmid that summons Eleanor and allows us to fight alongside a big sister. It is an absurd spike in power, but it works extremely well, as it allows 2K Marin to throw a ludicrous amount of enemies at us, which really amps up the energy of the game's final hour, and more importantly, reinforces this shift in our protagonist's relationship, where Eleanor is now the protector and Delta the protected. This leads us into the game's final unresolved plot thread, and that is the fate of Augustus Sinclair, the man whose guidance has made all of this possible. Well, as we race around the prison, we make a horrifying discovery, as in a final bitter slap to her daughter's face, Lamb has forced Sinclair through the Big Daddy procedure, and is using his body like a puppet in order to prevent us from reaching the lifeboat. Considering that Sinclair isn't actually all that great of a character, it's a pretty tragic end to his story, and having to kill him while he begs for our forgiveness feels far more emotional than you might expect, especially considering when he initially disappears, you're anticipating an Atlas-style betrayal, not a heart-wrenching goodbye. So from here, we're either accompanying Eleanor as she rescues the remaining little sisters, or protecting her as she steals the last of their Adam, and after a final stand at the doors of the lifeboat, we see our father and daughter racing towards the surface. Bioshock 2's final in-game image is Sophia Lamb desperately trying to reach an air pocket at the top of the flooded raft, and as a final reflection of the person who you were, Eleanor will either forgive her and pass over a breathing mask, or pull her mother further underwater. Now, if I'm honest, for all my praise, there are still valid criticisms of Bioshock 2's storytelling and how this conclusion plays out. For example, while the moral decisions are really thoughtfully written, they don't actually make much sense when viewed in the context of all the killing Subject Delta does during his quest, which Eleanor completely ignores and doesn't inform her character in any way. Similarly, sparing Gilbert Alexander from a life trapped inside of a tank and killing Grace Holloway simply because she attacked you both have exactly the same impact on the ending, which feels just wrong considering how different those situations are. And I can't help but feel like it smacks of cruelty to be able to spare a wretch like Stanley Poole but not save Augustus Sinclair, a man who genuinely did try to redeem himself. Obviously, the reactive system that 2K Marin constructed can only go so far, but I think the greater issue is that Sophia Lamb's extremist collectivism never reaches the same heights as Andrew Ryan's individualist nightmare. And while the new utopian plan creates some cool visuals and sounds very menacing, it absolutely doesn't generate the same sort of timeless political commentary. But the thing is, I actually think that's okay, as instead we're served up a really compelling story about parenthood and familial abuse, where those philosophical questions melt into the background in favour of something much more personal. Sophia Lamb isn't a particularly compelling political tyrant, but she's absolutely disturbing when viewed as an abusive mother, one who cannot bear to have her daughter influenced by anyone outside of her control, and is willing to torture and even kill her own flesh and blood if she won't do exactly what she wants. Ultimately, Bioshock 2 isn't about saving Rapture from a genetically superpowered dictatorship, but about helping a lonely girl break a cycle of abuse. And this is exactly what we see when the lifeboat finally reaches the surface. While the final cutscene can play out in many different ways, depending on various combinations of decisions you've made, and will often even serve up a final choice, where Delta can choose to have his Adam absorbed or die on his own terms, the wider point that everything has been building to is that Eleanor is finally free. This might look like a game grappling with deep questions about the self versus the collective, or examining the importance of found family versus blood family, but in reality, it's a simple and relatable tale about trying to be a good father and trying to do what you feel is right. So while Bioshock 2 might have begun life as a pretty cynical corporate sequel, Jordan Thomas and his team had miraculously managed to rise above this, and I think their more personal take on genetic splicing absolutely stands side to side with the political twists of the original. But the thing is, Bioshock 2 was imagined as more than just a single player experience, and there is quite a lot of its identity to be found outside of Subject Delta and the Lamb family. We'll start by talking about its multiplayer, as this was a massive part of Bioshock 2's marketing, and something 2K really wanted to push as a reason to buy the game. As we've already discussed, this was largely thanks to the runaway success of online shooter series like Halo, Call of Duty and Battlefield, who were able to maintain big player bases long after release, and were making lots of extra money through sales of additional content. While this business model was more than proven to work, it wasn't exactly a natural fit for Bioshock, not only because it was entirely single player focused, but because its gunplay was arguably its weakest element. And this meant that Digital Extremes, the studio tasked with creating this part of Bioshock 2, had a real job on their hands. Now, actually critiquing their work in 2025 is a pretty tough ask, as Bioshock 2's multiplayer, while still technically live, is no longer really playable without using the Bioshock Discord, which of course means we can't experience it in its true 2010 form. This is honestly quite a shame, as despite sounding like it shouldn't work, Bioshock 2's multiplayer is actually quite thoughtfully designed, and manages to retain a lot of the series' charm, while serving up a chaotic dose of PvP action. Firstly, I love how the mode is properly framed within the world, as all the battles are positioned as if they're happening during Rapture's civil war, and we play as one of 10 unique characters that all have distinct personalities and backstories. On top of this, we choose loadouts and pick game modes from an apartment that you can actually walk around in, and thanks to radio broadcasts and audio logs that we unlock as we rank up, it all helps sell the fantasy that this is more than just multiplayer lobbies on Xbox Live. The gameplay itself also has some interesting ideas, as while it's mainly straightforward PvP, made up of all the expected match types, the loadouts and plasmids give you quite a lot to think about. And in a really cool twist, in each match, a Big Daddy suit will spawn, which transforms a player into one of the beasts. It usually takes quite a few people to bring them down, and this adds a nice bit of Bioshock flair to the proceedings. Although it does have to be said that the game's balancing isn't amazing, and if you jump into a match via the Discord, you'll find that the meta has long since been solved. Now really my main complaint is that there is a strange visual disconnect between Bioshock 2's single player and its multiplayer, and that's because 2K Marin and Digital Extremes didn't actually work that closely on their respective projects. The multiplayer is largely based on the look and feel of the original, which means the return of Jack's non-Big Daddy weaponry, no dual wielding, and the removal of all the defensive abilities. A very strange decision considering they make Bioshock 2 so much fun to play. Ultimately, those are fairly small complaints, as Bioshock 2's multiplayer is still far better than it has any reason to be, but sadly it didn't exactly catch fire on launch, and while it received a host of patches and a few content packs, it very much lived in the shadow of other online shooter titans. Now, while this was obviously disappointing for 2K, they had a lot more success in the world of single-player DLC, an area of the industry that was growing at an extremely fast rate and could often be just as much of an event as a high-profile physical release. For Bioshock 2, this came in two forms: the Protector Trials and Minerva's Den, both of which came out in August of 2010, around 4 months after the main game, and both of which received very positive reviews. The first is essentially a wave defense mode that takes the Little Sister gathering system from the main game and turns it into a more fleshed out, high score chasing affair, where you're trying to keep a multiplier active and gather as much Adam as possible before a timer expires. Considering that I had quite a few complaints about this system in the base game, you might think that I dislike this in its DLC form, but the simple fact that you're opting into this gameplay makes a very big difference, and actually the Protector Trials are a lot of fun. Bioshock 2 is at its best when you're engaging with its varied combat mechanics and getting sucked into the chaos of battle, and so being served up a big chunk of this while having to work within certain restrictions or adjust tactics for specific maps. Well, it all works pretty damn well. Now, for as good as that is, it is in Minerva's Den where Bioshock 2's additional content really shines, as this strange little side story might well be one of the best expansion packs in console history, and has a fascinating development story that goes far beyond most DLC. It all starts with a developer called Steve Gaynor, who had made a name for himself working at Timegate Studios, where he'd led the development of Fear Perseus Mandate, the second expansion to Monolith's highly acclaimed Fear 1. This had led to him being noticed by Jordan Thomas, who asked him to join 2K Marin as a level designer, where he quickly made great relationships with the team and was a big part of why that game turned out so well. After Bioshock 2's launch, 2K began asking the team to put together a more substantial chunk of DLC, and Gaynor found himself promoted into the role of creative lead, not only because he had expansion pack experience, but also because he had a legitimately good idea. So with a team of just 10 people, Gaynor's tiny crew went about exploring the concept of an area of Rapture responsible for all its technological innovations, where the player would spend their time tracking down a powerful artificial intelligence known as the Thinker. Now, rather than slotting this into the base game, Minerva's Den is an entirely self-contained story and sees us taking on the role of Subject Sigma, another prototype Big Daddy, who is sent by Brigid Tenenbaum to deal with a strange situation brewing at Rapture Central Computing. Very quickly we discover that this entire area, which is known as Minerva's Den after the Greek goddess of knowledge, has devolved into chaos, and we end up being caught in a civil war between the city's two foremost computer scientists. The first is Charles Milton Porter, a British mathematician who made his name working on the Enigma machine with Alan Turing, and who came to Rapture after his wife, Pearl, was killed during the London Blitz. It was Porter that requested Tenenbaum's aid, as the two believe that it might be possible to cure the negative effects of splicing if they can combine Brigid's little sister cure with the processing power of the Thinker. The trouble is, the Thinker is currently in the possession of the Den's other genius engineer, Porter's ex-colleague, Reed Wall, a man who had become obsessed with its predictive potential, and after splicing his mind in the hopes of growing his intellect, Wall has now gone insane and has locked down the Den. So, with Porter acting as our guide through the DLC's various objectives, we set out to recover the supercomputer and hopefully get out of the city alive. Now, gameplay-wise, things are virtually identical to the base game, with the only real difference being a new weapon, the laser rifle, and a new plasmid, Gravity Well. That might not sound like much, but both are pretty good additions, with Gravity Well adding a welcome dose of physics-based chaos and some light puzzle solving, and the laser rifle fitting the high-tech vibe of the DLC quite nicely. In addition to this, there are a few little tweaks which help keep things fresh, like the removal of weapon upgrade stations in favour of having to kill stronger enemies and take their guns, or a mix-up to the order in which we find plasmids and weapons, which is particularly nice as Bioshock can often just devolve into using the same old tools. It's not much, but they're solid changes to an already solid foundation, and if you enjoyed your time playing as Subject Delta, you'll almost certainly enjoy exploring the Den as Subject Sigma. Now, all that being said, the real reason to play Minerva's Den is for the story and the world building, which are far beyond the quality you'd expect from a small team thrown together at the last moment. For starters, the environment itself is a really cool high-tech twist on the Art Deco luxury that often characterises Rapture, and seeing laboratories full of robotic little sisters, or mainframes where engineers have programmed primitive video games, all helps give the DLC a really unique character. This is also present in the game's audio logs, which are generally all about Porter and Wall's work on the Thinker, and how they had conflicting goals about what to do with its astounding power. We see evidence of Wall's predictive obsession plastered all around his offices, which often feel like they've been ripped straight from The Shining, but it's in Porter's efforts to humanise the machine that things become really compelling. We discover that he's been feeding the Thinker recordings of his dead wife in hopes that it might be able to imitate her personality, and as it slowly becomes more like Pearl, we hear Porter really start to struggle with the effects of his work, and grow uncomfortable with quite how human this machine can seem. Considering that this was written in 2010, a full 15 years before the dawn of ChatGPT and the AI boom, it's surprisingly insightful stuff, and it shows that Gaynor was just as much of a talented story writer as either Levine or Thomas. As strong characters and captivating environments were some of Bioshock 2's less impressive elements, it's a welcome change to find the DLC returning to something more akin to the original, but it is in its almighty twist that Minerva's Den really earns its place in the Bioshock pantheon. Thanks to Porter's guidance, our journey takes us through the Den's various computing companies, its operations centre, and finally to the Thinker's mainframe, where we battle against Wall for control of the machine's master key. Once the algorithmically insane villain is defeated, all that remains is to download the AI and get out of Rapture. But that requires a quick biological scan that reveals the shocking truth of our mission. Subject Sigma is actually Charles Milton Porter, and the Porter we've been taking orders from is none other than the Thinker, a machine that has perfectly learnt to imitate its creator. You see, years earlier, in an attempt to take control of the Den, Reed Wall had given Andrew Ryan a deep fake audio log of Porter declaring his allegiance to Frank Fontaine, and this had caused the Tyrant to throw him in Persephone prison, where he was subjected to all the same tortures as Johnny Topside. Just before being shipped off, Porter had managed to program an escape matrix into the Thinker, and coupled with all the personality training that he'd been doing, the machine began to impersonate him, which enabled contact with Tenenbaum and the manipulation of Subject Sigma. Considering we spend the whole game waiting to see Porter face to face, this is an amazingly shocking twist, and it's made all the more impactful by the game's final few minutes, which take place as we make our way from the mainframe to an escape pod. Here there is no combat whatsoever, just a slow and atmospheric walk through Porter's offices, looking at pictures and documents he's kept that remind him of Pearl. A haunting moment where melancholy piano tones and our character's solemn silence make for a genuinely tragic scene. The whole thing is just utterly compelling, and as we finally make our escape with Tenenbaum, it's hard to believe that this heartbreaking tale of human grief and the dangerous power of AI was produced by just 10 people. Now, while many DLC live on in the shadow of their parent game, Minerva's Den would end up having a pretty big impact on the video game industry, although strangely, not in the way you might expect. While it was received very positively by critics and fans, Gaynor and his crew had enjoyed the process so much that they didn't want to go back to their day jobs, and so they took a leap into the unknown and left 2K to form a new studio called Fulbright. This proved to be an inspired decision, as Fulbright's first release was a little story-driven indie game called Gone Home, which proved to be extremely influential in the budding walking simulator genre and put Gaynor on the map as an auteur developer in his own right. Now, on the surface, these two games seem absolutely nothing alike, but you can actually see a lot of Minerva's den in Gone Home. There's the same structure of discovering a story while exploring a singular space, the same attention to detail in constructing the environment, and all the letters and notes that we find dotted around the Greenbrier home are clearly influenced by Bioshock's audio logs. One might be a haunting journey into an abandoned family home, and the other a superpowered sci-fi shooter, but they clearly share the same narrative DNA. And without the heartbreaking tale of Charles Milton Porter and the Thinker, the landscape of video game storytelling might look very different indeed. So while Bioshock 2 could have easily been a shallow corporate cash-in, it turned out to be a pretty damn good video game, and this reflected in its review scores, which were universally positive and resulted in an impressive 88 out of 100 on Metacritic. Clearly, journalists and commentators saw the value in returning to Rapture, but 2K hadn't funded this project looking for critical acclaim, and it would be in the sales numbers where the future of 2K Marin would be decided. Well, when it was released in February of 2010, things initially looked very rosy, as the game launched in the #1 sales spot on both Steam and on the Xbox in America and Europe. And while PS3 sales were a little underwhelming, it ended up moving over 3 million units in just a single month. Considering Bioshock 1 had taken years to reach that figure, 2K's executives were absolutely salivating. But as quickly as the hype arrived, it soon died off. And by June of the same year, we were seeing reports that Bioshock 2 sales had massively slowed, and that 2K were actually disappointed with its commercial performance. Now you can point to all sorts of explanations for this sudden drop-off, but for me, I think the simple explanation was that competition in 2010 was outrageously fierce. That year saw the release of Final Fantasy XIII, Fallout New Vegas, Battlefield Bad Company, Call of Duty Black Ops, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, Halo Reach, God of War 3, Civilization 5, StarCraft 2, Red Dead Redemption, Mass Effect 2, and Super Mario Galaxy 2. A lineup of games so high quality that it makes your eyes water. If anything, for Bioshock 2 to have moved the numbers it did was another minor miracle, but 2K had wanted a franchise that could go toe to toe with these big names, and in that respect, their plan hadn't really worked. Now unfortunately for 2K, their grand franchising ambitions suffered another blow over in the world of blockbuster movies, as around the time of Bioshock 2's release, it became clear that the long-rumoured Bioshock movie would not be happening. According to most sources, after the surprise success of the first game, the rights had been scooped up by Pirates of the Caribbean director Gore Verbinski, but over the next few years production moved very slowly. Verbinski had apparently imagined a vast $100 million production that could properly bring Rapture to life. But as the resulting story would almost certainly be R-rated, he struggled to find a studio willing to fund the project, and in 2011 he confirmed in an interview that he had long since given up. So while the series clearly had massive potential, 2K was struggling to realise it, and this prompted a change in direction and a rather big gamble. Rather than asking 2K Marin to immediately begin work on Bioshock 3, they decided to revert to what had made the series successful in the first place, a big budget, high concept first person shooter developed by Ken Levine and Irrational Games. You see, during the development of Bioshock 2, Levine had had a change of heart, and as he lost interest in his XCOM project and saw another team handling his creation, he decided that maybe producing another Bioshock game wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. So during a round of contract discussions in late 2009, he asked to be put back on the series, and was given the go-ahead for a massive new game, one that began development entirely in secret, and was known only as Project Icarus. Now, despite finally agreeing to make a sequel, the rest of Levine's development philosophies remained unchanged, and in an interview with Adam Sessler in 2012, he described how the only principles that he intended to carry over from Bioshock 1 were a detailed and bizarre world to explore, and combat based around player improvisation. Outside of this, everything else was subject to change, and it was this attitude which led the team out of the depths of the ocean and up into the skies above. The idea behind this was quite similar to the one that had birthed Rapture, in that Levine still wanted the player to be trapped in a single location, And if you weren't going to be at the bottom of the sea, why not a city floating in the clouds? Now, along with this, the team initially swapped out Rapture's Art Deco for the flowing lines and bright colours of Spanish Art Nouveau. But as early development continued, this proved to be far more challenging than expected, and it required another healthy dose of developmental gardening before they could settle on a final look. Funnily enough, just like how the Fountainhead had sparked Levine's imagination all those years ago, the same happened in 2010 when he was passed a book called The Devil in the White City. This was by an author called Erik Larson and was heavily based on the 1893 World Columbian Exposition, an incredible event hosted in Chicago that was intended to show off the talent of America's finest engineers, architects, inventors, and artists. It featured huge neoclassical buildings connected by artificial waterways that the public could travel via gondola. It ran all through the night thanks to a groundbreaking electrical lighting system. The first ever Ferris wheel loomed 250 feet over the grounds, and everything from exotic foreign foods to newly invented household appliances drew in over 1.5 million visitors. Now, Larson's book was largely concerned with the exploits of H.H. Holmes, a man who carried out a series of murders during the course of the fair, but Levine was drawn to another aspect of the book that dealt with America's dark past. You see, for all of the fair's incredible technology and sumptuous architecture, the event simmered with racial tension, as the organisers restricted indigenous people to zoo-like exhibits and excluded African Americans altogether. Levine became fascinated by this contrast, a wonderland of beauty and excitement, but one built upon segregation and discrimination. And quickly, this became the premise behind Irrational's new City in the Sky. Art Deco gave way to neoclassical design. The 1950s were rewound to the 1900s. Objectivism became American exceptionalism. Industrialists transformed into preachers, and Rapture became Columbia, a shining symbol of everything right and everything wrong with the United States of America. Now, this was a very compelling premise, but the aim for Project Icarus was to do more than just explore another captivating environment. And as development progressed, the team ended up setting some pretty lofty technical and design goals. One of the biggest was that rather than building another game on the Unreal Engine 2, they decided to shift to the Unreal Engine 3, as this would mean that they could put together much larger locations and increase the game's draw distances to really sell the fantasy of being up in the sky. Along with this, they wanted to dramatically improve the game's animations, incorporating proper motion capture and far more voice acting, all intended to produce a game that could rival Hollywood and add much more fluidity to the gameplay. They were big ambitions, but it didn't stop there, as they also wanted to revisit the idea of a Bioshock multiplayer. And while Levine and his writing team were busy dithering over aesthetics and reading novels, there was an entire team already working on mechanics and designing game types. Now, in order to actually achieve all this, Irrational had to dramatically change, and over the course of the first few years of development, the company grew from just over 70 employees to well over 200, a massive expansion that turned them into one of the biggest studios in 2K's organisation. So the team was huge, the ideas were huge, the budget was huge, and with all of that came huge expectations, and at first everything looked very promising. Project Icarus was finally unveiled at a lavish New York press event in August of 2010, where the excited media were treated to a 2-minute cinematic and a lengthy gameplay demo, all of which introduced them to the world of Bioshock Infinite. Even at this early point, the city of Columbia was astoundingly well realised, deftly combining idealised turn-of-the-century America with the sheer absurdity of buildings floating on air. And all of those promises of vast combat spaces seemed to be actually happening, as we saw the player character soaring through the sky on mechanised rails and seamlessly moving between sumptuous outside environments and heavily detailed interiors. Along with the world and mechanics, Ken Levine revealed that we would no longer be stuck behind the eyes of a silent protagonist, as the player would take on the role of Booker DeWitt, an extremely vocal private detective who'd been hired to rescue a mysterious girl from the depths of Columbia. This was Elizabeth, and through the trailer and demo we would see her using incredible powers and being pursued by giant monsters that looked eerily like Big Daddies, only twisted into new and frightening forms. Now, when these videos made their way out to the general public at E3 of that year, the hype they generated was extreme. And within just a few weeks of its unveiling, Bioshock Infinite was winning a host of Best in Show awards and racking up an absurd amount of online interest. Clearly, something about this setting and these characters captured people's imagination in the same way that Rapture had, and this excitement only grew with every new snippet of footage. At E3 2011, it reached a fever pitch, as Irrational turned up with over 15 minutes of demo footage and absolutely blew people's minds as they introduced all sorts of crazy new ideas and ambitious improvements. Booker was now voiced by the supremely talented Troy Baker, and Elizabeth, played by Courtney Draper, had been entirely redesigned and was being animated with a level of facial detail that hadn't really been seen before. To go with her new look, Elizabeth also had new powers and seemed to be able to access alternative dimensions. In combination with a big expansion in the playable space, which saw Booker going from ground level fights to boarding a massive zeppelin, and further insight into the world of Columbia, which appeared to be undergoing a sort of proto-communist revolution, there was just so much to sink your teeth into, and the fanbase went utterly wild with speculation and excitement. Everything looked as if Bioshock Infinite would not only live up to the legacy of the first game, but easily surpass it, and that 2K's decision to go back to Levine and give Irrational a blank check would more than pay off. The only problem was that it was all an illusion. You see, behind the scenes, things were not going well, and outside of these highly polished demos, Irrational had very little else that was remotely close to being finished, and important parts of the narrative and entire gameplay systems were still being debated in meetings and design documents. The biggest problem was that Levine's gardening method worked extremely well in a tight-knit group of highly motivated developers working on a much smaller scale, but when extrapolated out to a project the size of Bioshock Infinite, they proved to be absolutely disastrous. If a sequence of gameplay needed to be scrapped and reworked, instead of this taking a couple of weeks, it now took a couple of months. And if dialogue and narrative were suddenly thrown out and rewritten, it required animators and engineers to redo potentially years' worth of work. In tandem with Levine's extremely high standards, which often meant that work had to be done 2 or 3 times over, morale began to collapse. And while Irrational veterans knew what they were getting into, many of the newer hires had a very hard time adjusting to this chaotic way of working. Eventually, even Levine realised that things were going badly wrong, and so in January of 2012, he asked Bioshock 2 director Jordan Thomas to join the team. And while he was credited as a senior writer, he essentially took on the role of an emergency fixer. According to insider sources reported by Polygon, Thomas put in a lot of work getting the game back on track and helped Levine work out what Infinite should actually be. This led to the multiplayer modes being entirely scrapped and their combat mechanics being folded into the single player, where the aim was to simplify all of the crazy systems, most of which barely even worked, and hopefully put together something that actually resembled Bioshock. Now, while this massively improved morale and got things moving again, Bioshock Infinite was still nowhere near being finished, and it took some pretty drastic measures to get it over the line. These arrived in August 2012 in the form of Rod Ferguson, an extremely experienced producer who had managed the Gears of War series, and was brought into Irrational to be the hard-ass who could turn Levine's disordered creativity into something that 2K could actually sell. His first move was to announce a 6-month delay, as it was obvious that the game would not be ready for release in October of that year, and then he went about conducting major surgery. Entire teams were reassigned from creation to bug fixing, levels were stitched together by any means necessary, anything that wasn't close to being finished was cut, including sections that had already gone out to the media, and most importantly, Ken Levine was forced to stick with what he already had and actually finish the story. Ferguson's influence proved to be exactly what the project needed, and in a moment of self-critical reflection, Ken Levine has since claimed that they did more work in those final 6 months than in the previous 3 years combined. So while its development had gone completely off the rails, taking years longer than expected and ending up nothing like the original vision, in March of 2013, Bioshock Infinite finally released on the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3 and PC. Now the funny thing about this story is that typically, a mess of this magnitude would not result in a remotely cohesive game, and then this would shine through in the review scores and sales. But this was very much not the case for Bioshock Infinite. It was a monster critical hit, scoring perfect and near perfect reviews from virtually every single outlet that covered it, eventually ending up with an average score of 93 out of 100, which led to it being nominated for every major Game of the Year award, which it likely would have won were it not for the release of GTA 5. Financially, the success was even more absurd, as Infinite launched to massive sales in every single territory and on every single platform. And by July of the following year, 2K announced that it had shipped an astounding 11 million units, more than the previous two games combined. These are not the numbers of a deeply troubled video game. They're the sort of figures reserved for the best of the best. And yet it's hard to believe that all those years of chaos and dysfunction didn't leave some sort of recognisable mark. So this is going to be the aim of our critique, to work out how such a manic creative process produced such a successful game, and if the final product truly did escape unscathed. There might be a lighthouse, a man, and a city, but is Bioshock Infinite truly a Bioshock game? Or something altogether different? So let's start our journey in a slightly unusual place, because we actually get our first taste of Columbia in Bioshock Infinite's main menu, which may well be one of the most visually and orally pleasing menus in video game history, and really sets out just how much atmosphere and aesthetic are going to matter. It's presented as a sunny shopping boulevard, and as we select different options, we see little vignettes of gentlemen having their shoes shined, or ladies sitting beneath parasols, all tied together by the crackling voice of the songbird of jazz, Marion Harris, gently singing a tune called After You're Gone. It's all just got a wonderful vibe, and it's the perfect tone setter for a game all about how evil can lurk just under the surface of paradise. Anyway, once we select a new game, we're thrust into an utterly captivating introductory sequence, one that takes an entirely different approach to Irrational's last game, but is still littered with all sorts of echoes of our time in Rapture. We begin with a quote: "The mind of the subject will desperately struggle to create memories where none exist," which is credited to R. Lutece. Although who this is, what this means, and why we're being shown it remains a mystery for almost the entire game. In fact, mystery is really at the heart of Bioshock Infinite's early moments, as while we're of course being introduced to the characters, the world and the gameplay, Levine clearly wanted to put together another tutorial masquerading as the opening scenes of a blockbuster movie. We play as Booker DeWitt, a private investigator from New York who is being rowed over to a lighthouse by an extremely strange duo who ramble about how their passenger doesn't row, how the experiment isn't going to work, and largely make very little sense. Now thankfully Booker is already aware of why he is here, as he's been tasked with finding a girl named Elizabeth in the floating city of Columbia. And as we disembark and make our way up the lighthouse, we see grisly reminders of his mission: bring us the girl and wipe away the dead. Booker is clearly a man with some serious darkness in his past, but much like the quote from R. Lutece, what exactly he is trying to wipe away is left for us to muse over. So at the top of the outpost, Booker finds himself locked into a pod blasting upwards into the sky, a terrifying ordeal that only passes as the cloud cover breaks and we see our first glorious view of Columbia. Obviously this is meant to parallel the way we are introduced to Rapture in Bioshock 1, but while it might have been conceived as a nod to the series' past, the impact is just as powerful. And seeing a vast city sprawled out on balloons and zeppelins, flags fluttering in the wind and fireworks bursting under blue skies, well, it's just an amazing piece of visual design. Now from here, Bioshock Infinite takes a slightly different approach to its predecessor, as rather than thrusting us straight into conflict, we play through a pretty lengthy sequence of inaction, where Booker wanders the streets of Columbia and we're given a chance to really soak in the finer detail of the world. If you're taking your time in exploring every nook and cranny, this section can last almost an hour, and it's amazing just how much foundational world building and narrative setup Irrational have managed to cram in. Once out of the skypod, we find ourselves in the Welcome Center, a sort of spiritual sanctuary that newcomers to Columbia have to pass through before they reach the rest of the city, and it's here we get our first sense of the game's political and religious heart. We see images of Columbia's leader, Father Zachary Hale Comstock, who's referred to as the Prophet, and through the quasi-biblical quotations adorning sculptures and stained glass windows, we learn that he founded this city to be a new ark, carrying the faithful away from a flood of sin on the surface. Now, the subject of faith is so important to the people of Columbia that you have to go through a process of baptism before you can even set foot inside. And this prompts a strange moment where Booker agrees to go through with it, but ends up having a flashback to the murk and dirt of his New York office. A man bangs on the door and demands that he bring us the girl and wipe away the debt, to which Booker replies, "I don't want to do it." When he comes to, he is now in the New Eden Plaza, and while the sun may be shining and flowers may be blooming in the gardens, it's obvious that there is something very strange about the way Columbian society is organised. Looming over a throng of pious acolytes, there are 3 statues of George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Benjamin Franklin, 3 of the most famous founding fathers of the United States of America. But here in the floating city, they are venerated as saints, and it soon becomes evident that it isn't Christianity these people believe in, but a kind of puritanical extreme republicanism. Despite this love for classically American ideals, industry, law and order, justice and liberty, as Booker begins to make his way into the city, we quickly realise that Columbia is not actually part of the United States, as it's ceded from the Union in order to pursue its own destiny, which is exactly why the red, white and blue flags that dominate the skyline only bear a single star. Rather than loyalty to a government or nation down below, these people follow the prophet and the prophet alone, and shops proudly display signs welcoming in all good pilgrims, and women gossip in cafes about those they suspect of false belief. Now, as we've already touched upon, one of the cleverest things about Bioshock Infinite is the way that it initially presents Columbia as a paradise, lures us into the beauty of this world long before we get a taste for the evil lurking in the shadows. The main way this is done is through its wondrous visuals, as even though the game is now over 10 years and 2 generations old, Columbia is still an absolutely breathtaking space to explore. When we first emerge from the Welcome Centre, we see streets of neoclassical buildings gently bobbing in the wind, huge zeppelins soaring beside flocks of birds, goods being shipped between islands on snaking railway lines, and in the distance, Monument Island, a towering shrine to the angel Columbia who inspired Comstock to found the city, and where Elizabeth is supposedly waiting. As we head towards this goal, we can wander into shops and hear the chatter of all manner of different NPCs, watch ticker tape blowing on the wind as festival floats pass by, drink in the sprawling cloud-top vista that couldn't be further from the claustrophobia of Rapture, and even enjoy a performance from a gondola-riding barbershop quartet, curiously singing a version of the Beach Boys' God Only Knows. To be frank, it's just an utterly engrossing video game environment, and the more time you spend here, the more you feel yourself being drawn towards this perfect world full of perfect people living perfect lives, all under the loving gaze of Father Comstock. Now, of course, this is still technically meant to be a tutorial, and this time Levine has chosen to disguise his mechanical lessons as attractions at a technological exhibition, which does double duty as another environment rich in world building. Here we are taught how to fire guns and how to use powers by playing little games that have us destroying effigies of the Vox Populi, Latin for the voice of the people, and clearly some sort of dissident faction within the city. Thanks to the music and mechanics and jaunty NPCs, it all feels like a bit of fun, until you start to notice that the Vox are almost all brown and black, while the people firing guns are all entirely white. It's subtle enough that you might not realise it, and cleverly we immediately move on to something attention-grabbing, as Booker stumbles into the strange pair that rode him to the lighthouse and participates in a quick test, guessing the outcome of a coin flip that appears to always land on heads. Through a couple of well-placed audio logs, we can later learn that this duo is called the Lutesses, notable scientists that were once very well renowned within Columbian society, but again, like the opening quote and the dialogue in the boat and Booker's flashbacks, knowing how they fit into our mission to reach Elizabeth is perplexingly unclear. It means that as you leave the exhibition, that initial wonder has ever so slightly given way to a sense of unease. And as we see a poster decrying the false prophet's mark and realise that this is somehow branded onto Booker's hand, the expectation that something is about to go wrong becomes impossible to ignore. Eventually we end up at the Columbia Raffle and Fair, with our path to Monument Island blocked by a crowd of merrymakers. Booker grabs a marked baseball from a smiling girl's basket and watches on as a man named Jeremiah Fink conducts the competition. The winner of the raffle is number 77, Booker's number, and as he steps to the front to claim his prize, Columbia rolls over and reveals its horrid underbelly. The raffle is to be the first to throw a baseball at two people guilty of interracial marriage. And as they beg for mercy, the crowd laughs and jeers as racist staging appears all around them, and Fink goads Booker to the sarcastic sounds of the wedding march. What makes this all the more horrifying is that Irrational forces us to choose how to act, as a prompt appears on screen asking us to throw the ball at the couple or at Fink. Although regardless of your choice, a police officer will interrupt after he notices the mark on the back of Booker's hand. From here, all hell breaks loose, and we're thrust into a sequence of crazed combat as we fight our way out of the raffle and up towards Monument Island. And it is in this moment, with the complex and disturbing world of Columbia properly established, that Bioshock Infinite really gets started. Now, just like in Bioshock 1, I think this introductory sequence is utterly crucial to the rest of the game, as while we still haven't met Elizabeth or even really seen the narrative's central ideas, this quiet section of street wandering does so much to properly place us within the world. We meet Booker DeWitt and his mission to clear his debt, see Columbia in all its vast beauty, learn about its complex political and religious ideals, experience the dark racism that this society sits upon, and get a taste for the mystery that the narrative will surely dive into. The fact that this is all done without firing a single bullet or casting a single spell is really something to be admired, and I think it's extremely ambitious of Irrational to open their blockbuster shooter with a 45-minute sequence of walking, listening and looking. Three things that couldn't be further from the AAA zeitgeist in 2013. So with our feet planted firmly in the clouds, we're going to get stuck into the meat of Infinite's gameplay, as just like in its introductory moments, there's quite a bit of departure from the Bioshock formula that players had come to expect. The biggest shift, bar none, is that the slow-paced mixture of first-person shooting, RPG progression and survival horror resource management have all been completely ejected, in favour of gameplay that is much more fast-paced. Now this bleeds into every single aspect of Infinite, and in many ways, if it wasn't for the title on the box, you'd never know that this was a follow-up to the creeping atmosphere and overlapping systems found in the depths of Rapture. Let's start with the shooting, which has been redesigned to function along much more contemporary shooter lines, and features a host of concepts that wouldn't be out of place in Halo or Call of Duty. Rather than always having access to a full arsenal of different weapons, you can now only carry two at a time, with the idea being that you swap them out on the fly, either scrambling to find a new gun when you run out of ammo, or trading out on purpose for something that better suits the fight. Along with this, melee is now a dedicated button, rather than a specific weapon, and to go along with Booker's red health bar, we now have a recharging yellow shield, which means the flow of combat is much more geared towards dipping in and out of cover, rather than setting up ambushes or taking advantage of the environment. In fact, the very action of aiming our gun feels far more modern, as now they all come with an iron sights mode, and even if you don't use this, it's clear from the inclusion of weapons like the carbine and the sniper rifle that Irrational want players to be thinking about accuracy and precision. Now obviously shooting has only ever been half of the Bioshock equation, but this shift towards contemporary FPS design also impacts Infinite's non-shooter ideas, often in ways that feel like an even bigger departure. In Bioshock Infinite, Plasmids are now called Vigors, and while on the surface they look pretty much identical, with Shock Jockey and Devil's Kiss being obvious equivalents to Electrobolt and Incinerate, they actually have a fairly different application. If you remember, Bioshock 1 revolved around how Plasmids interacted with the environment, and the classic gameplay expression was setting enemies on fire, electrocuting pools of water, hypnotising enemies to fight alongside you, and catching grenades as they were thrown through the air. Almost all of this is now gone, and rather than being contextual abilities, most of the vigors revolve around stunning groups of enemies, either with electricity or levitation, or flocks of crows or watery tentacles. There are a few that offer more utility, like Charge, which allows you to dash towards enemies, Possession, which transforms foes into allies, and Return to Sender, which acts as a weaponized shield, but largely the vigors are meant to supplement accurate shooting, and it definitely feels like they're taking more of a backseat role. Now, while Plasmids have a Colombian equivalent, the same is not true of the Little Sisters and the Adam that they carry, which has a big impact on how Infinite's progression systems work. Much like the shooting, these have been dramatically streamlined, and now rather than spending a dedicated resource on upgrading a host of different passive and active upgrades, we now just spend money, and the passives have been entirely removed. In their place, we now find gear out in the world, which we can equip in 4 slots: head, chest, arms, and legs, and these do all manner of things like adding critical hits to certain attacks, modifying the effect of our vigors, or helping keep us alive. The trouble is that unlike the gene tonics, which were purchased as we pleased from vending machines, Infinite's gear is almost entirely randomised, so you don't really craft a build around your chosen playstyle, and instead just take whatever bonuses come your way, which in turn makes the system feel far less impactful. Yet another shift is that resource management matters far less in Infinite, as we are no longer carrying around a stock of medpacks or Eve tonics, which in Columbia are called salt. While refills can be purchased from vending machines, you'll usually rely on picking up the health and salt that is dotted around the game's battlefield, and this again serves to pull us away from Bioshock 1's forward planning. Now, the process of saving up money and investing it in weapon and vigour upgrades is still here, but the constant weapon swapping and the lack of distinction between powers means it all carries much less weight. And really, the point of Infinite's combat is immediate, accessible action, rather than lots of different ways to approach a fight. To cap off this pretty major change in direction, we need to talk about the layout of Infinite's battlefields, because this is the place where Columbia feels most distinct from its underwater cousin. Rather than creeping around tight corridors and scrambling through shadowy ruins, Infinite's combat areas typically match the sunny and wide open aesthetic of its introductory sequence, and this gives us much more space to work with when guns are drawn. Along with dramatically reducing the potential for horror of any kind, this has a big impact on how the enemies work, as rather than Rapture's complex ecosystem that required thought and preparation, foes in Infinite are usually just trying to close distance, which in turn transforms most fights into a game of cat and mouse. You pop out of cover, fire off a vigor, take out a few enemies, and then reposition while your shield recharges. And this formula pretty much repeats itself from minute 1 to minute 100. There aren't any more systems to consider, any vehicle sections or unique weapons to discover, there aren't any mechanics that reveal themselves later in the game or different builds that mix up your playstyle, just shooting and vigors, all the way from the opening quote to the closing credits. Now, to those fans who loved this series because of the slow-paced, System Shock-inspired gameplay, this is all going to seem like a pretty horrible set of changes. And while I might personally prefer the resource management and creeping tension of its predecessor, there is still a lot of fun to be had in Bioshock Infinite if you drop your preconceptions and take it purely for what it is. For example, while the gameplay can be very repetitive, the animations are all supremely satisfying, and shocking a group of Colombian militia and then chaining a series of headshots is something that doesn't really get old. Similarly, everything might have been streamlined to within an inch of its life, but the hyper-fast pace this creates is actually quite engaging, and thanks to a new mechanic, the skyhook, the way Booker moves around the world does really suit the focus on immediate action. This is a tool he gets hold of after the raffle goes south, and it lets him hook onto various railings and outcroppings positioned around Columbia, which are all designed to move goods from island to island. In practice, it's both a way for Irrational to move us between larger locations in the story and a way to quickly move around sprawling battle arenas. And to be frank, the roller coaster-like sensation of hurtling along while the wind whistles past you and then leaping off straight into a gunfight feels like something out of a CGI blockbuster. Essentially, Bioshock Infinite is a tightly paced, well-polished, slightly generic and somewhat repetitive first-person shooter that takes place in an absolutely wonderful series of historical sci-fi environments. And really, your mileage will entirely revolve around which parts of that sentence mean more to you. Now, before we move on, I want to quickly reflect on where these decisions came from, because it's quite hard to work out why Irrational changed direction so sharply and ditched so much of what had made Bioshock so popular. The common argument is that both 2K and Irrational were chasing popular trends and trying to cash in on the monster popularity of console first-person shooters, which does seem to hold water, as Levine would constantly say in interviews that while his games might be ambitious, they also needed to make money. It's easy to just accept this as the sole explanation, but I think that the fractured development also had a big role to play. As if you remember, much of the core gameplay was originally designed by the multiplayer team, who were largely working separately to the rest of the studio. I think it's perfectly possible that they went in this direction simply because it would feel good when fighting against other humans, and when this was rolled over into the single player, lots of multiplayer style ideas like precision-based combat, fast movement, wide open arenas and the removal of resource management all just naturally bled into the game. Sadly, it's unlikely that we'll ever find out for sure, as in something that will become a running theme throughout this critique. Working out the difference between developer intention and last-minute compromise is often a tricky thing when talking about Bioshock Infinite. Now, while much of the game is taken up by shooting people, firing off strange powers, and generally battling your way across Columbia, there is also a big chunk of gameplay that is rather more low-key. And it's here we need to talk about the unique way that this game is paced. You see, Bioshock 1 and 2 both have very segmented structures. We arrive in a section of Rapture, and then you're there for a good few hours, exploring its various locales, getting to know the characters who live there, finding audio logs and learning about its history, all of which are typically tied into a specific theme. While it's dressed up with interesting world building and immersive gameplay, both games are structurally pretty traditional, and in terms of how you progress, it's really no different to something like Donkey Kong Country or Castlevania 4. Well, it's clear from just a few hours playing Bioshock Infinite that Irrational have tried to move away from this. And while the game is still completely linear, there is much less focus on large thematic levels. For example, after Booker is outed as the false shepherd at the Columbia raffle, we're thrown into a pretty lengthy period of action, where we're shooting police officers, collecting our first vigors, and flying around on sky rails. A high intensity sequence that comes to a screeching halt as we enter the Fraternal Order of the Raven. This is an organisation devoted to the cause of maintaining Colombian racial purity, and inside their chapter house we discover artwork depicting non-white races as monsters, statues venerating John Wilkes Booth, the assassin of Abraham Lincoln, and we can watch as members conduct quasi-religious services while wearing jet black hoods. It's another striking look into the racism that underpins the teachings of Father Comstock. But what's interesting is that we're only in this building for a handful of moments, briefly looking around the environment and observing their ideals, and then fighting our way back out onto the Colombian rooftops. Essentially that gameplay flow of exploring a large level at your own pace, well, that is now entirely gone, and as if Irrational needed to make their intentions any more clear, there is no longer an in-game map, as you only ever have one direction you can move in. Now, for hardcore Bioshock fans, this is going to be yet another unwelcome change, but I think this has been done with real thought, as Bioshock Infinite isn't as concerned with giving us a space to explore as it is with telling a story. You see, in interviews, Ken Levine was very open about what he wanted to achieve with Infinite's narrative, as while he wanted to craft another city that people would love just as much as Rapture, he also wanted to bring the characters and drama out of the audio logs and into the foreground. This approach resulted in a game with a huge emphasis on scripted conversations, voice actor performances, facial mocap, and movie-like scene construction, all of which need the pace to be constantly moving forward and can't really coexist with hours of player backtracking. Again, that's a trade-off that many fans likely wouldn't make, but when it works, Infinite feels just as cinematic as games released well over a decade later. And this is on full show as Booker finally arrives at Monument Island. Inside the structure, we don't immediately discover Elizabeth, and instead we have to make our way through what looks like a series of laboratories, where the walls are covered in graphs tracking the growth of a nameless subject, and large machines labelled siphons crackle with energy. It's a peculiar environment because we really have no idea what is being done here, and this air of mystery only deepens as we reach the upper floors and see that the young girl who is being kept here has no idea that she is under constant observation. Through the windows we see her solving puzzles, painting pictures, and most curiously, opening flickering portals to what looks like Paris in the 1980s. Eventually Booker makes his way outside and up to the top of the monument, but the structure gives out and he ends up plunging straight into the middle of Elizabeth's library, where she proceeds to hurl books at him while he frantically insists that he is not here to hurt her. Thankfully, the shock quickly wears off, and as she reaches out with a hand that is oddly missing its little finger, we can see in Elizabeth's face she is astounded to see another person in the flesh, and when Booker produces the key to her cell, she agrees to go with him. The only problem is that Elizabeth is not being held captive by locked doors alone, and as the two begin to flee, we hear booming screeches and see sections of the monument being torn apart as a monstrous creature known as the Songbird attempts to stop her escape. Ultimately, the sequence ends with the two racing away on a set of sky rails as Songbird destroys half the city in pursuit, and while it's all very exciting, it's not the adrenaline that makes this sequence so memorable, but the impressively natural way that these characters interact. You see, the voice recording sessions for Bioshock Infinite were unlike anything that had ever been done before, and likely will ever be done again, as Ken Levine didn't just hire Troy Baker and Courtney Draper for their delivery, but actually included them in the creative process. Levine would turn up with pages of script, but then the three would go through hours of improvisation and character work, all intended to better flesh out Booker and Elizabeth and make their interactions feel as if they were taking place between real people. The whole process was so unconventional that Troy Baker joked in the official making of documentary that they weren't even really working, just playing make-believe. And while you could uncharitably call this a time-wasting Ken Levine ego project, it undeniably produced two of the most memorable performances in video game history. In fact, during development, Levine noticed that this dynamic was far more interesting than Booker exploring Columbia alone, and so the team decided to dramatically increase Elizabeth's role and upgrade her from someone we saw in cutscenes to a constant in-game companion. An entire team was dedicated solely to her AI and animations, making sure that she would react to things that the player did, all of which took years worth of time, but created a companion dynamic that never feels intrusive and complements almost every moment of the game. When Booker and Elizabeth spend time together, in little moments where they're exploring an artificial beach and pondering the riddles of the Lutesses, wandering hallways filled with Columbian propaganda and debating why the city has racially segregated bathrooms, or even shyly setting the record straight after Booker kills a squad of men, the delivery looks and feels so natural, you could easily believe you were watching actors on a stage, rather than animated models. It is incredibly impressive for a game from 2013, but it's also not without its flaws, as Elizabeth's role in Infinite's combat and gameplay is far less refined. The idea was to have her be an ever-present source of help, but never a hindrance, which means she can't be hurt and doesn't need protection, and will often call out from across a fight and throw you health, salts and ammo, saving your skin in a dire situation. The first few times this happens, it's incredibly cinematic and feels like a scene from Lethal Weapon or Bad Boys, but the more we see the same animation and hear the same cry of "Booker over here," it eventually becomes something you'll hardly register in the heat of a fight. The same is true of the new lockpicking system, which seems to be Infinite's hacking replacement. After freeing Elizabeth, we'll start to notice lockpicks dotted around the environments, and if we collect enough, we can ask her to use them on a variety of hidden safes and sealed doors, which usually reward us with a chunk of money or a piece of gear. It's another way to use gameplay mechanics to illustrate the two main characters working together, but it's still quite clumsy, as we'll often find sealed containers that arbitrarily require 2 or 3 picks to open, and whenever a door is sealed for story reasons, Elizabeth suddenly discovers she can open it with just her hairpin. Now this might make it sound like Irrational were just jamming Elizabeth into the game in any way they could, but she does have her own unique system, which revolves around that ability to open portals, or tears as she calls them. The idea is that she's reaching into another dimension and can pull through assistance in the form of turret placements or cover to hide behind, or a new kind of weapon, or even allies to fight alongside us. All sorts of things that we can dynamically call for while running around the battlefield. Just like with her saves, first few times we do this it feels great, but the further we get into the game, the more you'll notice that the tears don't really make all that much difference to the outcome of a fight. They have a great animation and give you another button to press in combat, but it isn't really a properly developed gameplay system, and just like the Vigors, they take a distant backseat to the running and gunning. This might make it sound like I'm being down on the entire character, but in reality, Elizabeth is still one of the most cohesively designed video game companions ever put to disc, and watching her and Booker's relationship develop as they learn more about each other is one of Bioshock Infinite's most rewarding ideas. Now, that being said, this focus on character and dialogue still needed to work with the environmental design and detailed world building that people had come to expect from Bioshock. And I think there is one location in particular where all these different storytelling styles come together beautifully, in Columbia's Hall of Heroes. This is a vast museum, intended to celebrate the military achievements of Father Comstock, commemorate his adoring late wife, and chart the history of Columbia through a series of life-size displays, and is a location that our protagonists end up exploring as they look for a vigor that they need to get out of Soldiers Field, the city's amusement district. Unfortunately, the tonic is being held hostage by a man named General Cornelius Slate, an old war buddy of Booker's who has taken over the hall after a failed assassination attempt against Comstock. Now, Slate's motivations here don't actually make a lot of sense, as he sends his men out to fight Booker because they apparently deserve an honourable death at the hands of a true soldier, although why they need to die at all, and why Booker couldn't help them in their fight, is never really explained. It's a bit of an odd hole in the storytelling, but thankfully everything else about this sequence is extremely captivating. And as we head inside the hall and discover 3 unique exhibitions, we see this new combination of storytelling styles working in perfect harmony. The first pathway takes Booker and Elizabeth through the Battle of Wounded Knee, a real-world event that happened in 1890 and saw the United States Army massacre a town of the Lakota people, slaughtering hundreds of men, women and children under the accusation that they would not peacefully disarm. In our world, this episode is shamefully referred to as the Wounded Knee Massacre, but here in Columbia, the people treat it as if it was a heroic battle, commemorating the efforts of Zachary Comstock as he led the 7th Cavalry Battalion against a rampaging horde of natives. It's a genuinely disturbing piece of revisionism, but it also plays a key role in the story, as both Booker DeWitt and Cornelius Slate served at Wounded Knee, and neither of them remember Comstock being part of the massacre, this stolen valour being the main reason why Slate wanted him dead. Now, on the other side of the hall, we fight through another historical display, this one based on the Boxer Rebellion, another real-world event that took place in 1900. This was a Chinese uprising against the influence of foreign nations and heavily targeted Christian missionaries and converts. In our world, this was resolved after Beijing, or Peking as it was known then, was besieged by an 8-nation alliance, largely formed of European and American powers who were supposedly acting to protect the Christian population, but who were in reality motivated by the promise of hefty war reparations. In Bioshock Infinite, the rebellion ended in a very different way, as we see that Father Comstock flew Columbia over the Chinese capital and completely destroyed it in a storm of fire, causing the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, an act he justified as the righteous defence of the Lord's people. Faced with international condemnation for his brutality, Comstock withdrew Columbia from the Union, and thus began the city's spiral into racial and spiritual purity, something that the Hall is actively celebrating. Now, the way these two events are presented is very captivating, as we fight Slate's men between pop-up displays and rudimentary special effects, all of which gives it the feeling of a sort of twisted, racist Disneyland ride. But it's the conversations between Booker and Elizabeth that really sell the story. At first, Elizabeth is captivated by seeing famous events from her books, but as the pain in Booker's voice and his obvious guilt sets in, she becomes increasingly uncomfortable, as while we see Booker as a heroic saviour battling racists to rescue a damsel in distress, his past is littered with genuinely repulsive behaviour. Now, this realization could easily lead to a moralizing story about redemption and forgiveness, but instead we start to hear snippets from Elizabeth that maybe Booker's influence is rubbing off on her, and as we leave the hall after taking the vigour from Slate, she quietly admits that maybe awful actions are necessary to survive. It's the slow start of a transformation from sheltered to cynical, a shift that is also fueled by a terrible discovery we make in the hall's ominous third exhibit. Here we see that Comstock has laid out a lavish memorial to his late wife, Lady Comstock, who was murdered by a Vox Populi dissident by the name of Daisy Fitzroy, who was attempting to not only kill the city's founders, but put an end to its bloodline. You see, in Comstock's prophecies, he foresaw his only child ruling Columbia in his stead, and taking his treatment of the Boxers and spreading it out across the world, drowning the mountains of man in fire and cleansing the Sodom below. Knowing that his dream was under attack by people like Fitzroy and Slate, he conceived of a vast tower in the centre of Columbia, and here he placed what he describes as his seed, to be protected by a winged guardian and kept from the people until she was ready. Here in the Lady Comstock Memorial, we discover that Elizabeth is this daughter, and that someone, somewhere, wants Booker to prevent her from becoming the next ruler of Columbia. Just like in so many other areas of this game, many longtime fans might be left wondering what exactly was so wrong with silent protagonists and audio log exposition. But as we ponder the things we've seen and get to know our two main characters, it's very hard to deny that the changes haven't produced a damn compelling story. So as Booker and Elizabeth leave the Hall of Heroes and fight their way up to the First Lady airship, it feels as if Bioshock Infinite is building in a certain direction. We're starting to understand this world of American exceptionalism gone mad. We're seeing our two main characters grow and shift as events change their perspectives. The gameplay still feels relatively fresh, as we're yet to hit the apex of its more repetitive qualities. And really, up until this point, Bioshock Infinite is a pretty great game. The problem is that this marks the point where things start to seriously go wrong, and while those 4 years of developmental chaos have quietly rumbled in the background, when Daisy Fitzroy and the Vox Populi board the ship, that rumble becomes a deafening roar. Now, the premise of this next sequence is that Fitzroy commandeers Booker and Elizabeth's ride and will only return it if the two can find her a serious amount of weaponry, as her militia are itching to revolt against their Columbian masters. The only gunsmith who could fulfill an order of this size is a man named Chen Lin, and so our duo head off to find him in a part of the city called Finkton. This is the industrial heart of Columbia, run by one Jeremiah Fink, who you might remember from the raffle during the game's opening sequence, and here we get a taste of how working life might function under a religious dictatorship. We see employees bidding for jobs at auction, competing against one another to finish work in the fastest time possible, all thanks to the old proverb that idle hands make the devil's work. And over the factory speakers, Fink gives endless speeches explaining that it is morality that keeps shifts at 16 hours a day, all to protect the poor from a life of whiskey and women. Considering many of these same arguments were used against the trade union movements of the early 20th century, it's another clever use of real-world history. And along with a great voice performance by Bob Lobley as the town's master, Finkton initially feels like it's going to be another really interesting place to explore. Unfortunately, that is actually not the case, and when we settle into our objective of finding Chen Lin, both the gameplay and narrative fall apart pretty damn quickly. Let's start with the former, as Finkton is just a much less interesting gameplay space than anywhere we've previously visited. Essentially, it's a large square courtyard with a series of attached branching areas. The Good Time Club, the Shanty Town, and the factory, but all of these are visited in a set order that we can't deviate from. And as they are all separated by loading screens, it feels much more like a video game level than the more naturalistic design of the early game. Now that isn't necessarily a bad thing, but this is also the point where Infinite's gameplay starts to feel a little long in the tooth. Not only because we are still conducting combat in exactly the same way, but because Irrational begin to lean on damaged sponge enemies as a way of raising the challenge. You increasingly start to come up against regular enemies that can withstand 2 or 3 headshots, And while the more elite foes, like the mechanised patriots or the guerrilla-like handymen, are all very visually compelling, they don't actually do anything other than charge you down and soak up a lot of ammo. This means that we're really relying on the narrative to carry us through, but for some reason the story shifts away from Booker's past and Comstock's ideology, and starts to tell a completely different tale about the dangers of tampering with multiverses. Eventually our duo discover that Chen Lin has been killed by Fink's men, who believed him to be collaborating with the Vox Populi. But rather than heading back to Fitzroy and coming up with an alternative plan, Elizabeth decides to try and travel through a tear to a dimension where the gunsmith is still alive. Booker is skeptical, but they jump through all the same, only to find that in this new dimension, Chen Lin is now a comatose zombie, with Elizabeth theorising that this happened because memories of his death had leaked across the realities. Curiously, Chen Lin isn't the only thing that's changed, as the two realise that his wife, previously a devout Buddhist, now practices Colombian Christianity. Again, this unsettles Booker, but he agrees to a request to find Chen Lin's tools, as his wife believes that returning to his work might jolt him back to sanity. So the two set off once again and fight their way into Fink's security headquarters. As it turns out, the tools are absolutely massive, and there's no way they can possibly carry them back. So Elizabeth comes up with the bright idea to open up another tear and jump to a third reality where the tools were never confiscated. Upon diving into yet another timeline, it turns out that even more has changed, and now the city is in the thrall of a violent revolution, where Daisy Fitzroy and her militia are slaughtering the ruling classes under the banner of this reality's Booker, who had died fighting Comstock and inspired the entire uprising. The rest of the sequence plays out, with Booker and Elizabeth fighting both Colombian forces and the Vox Populi, as Fitzroy doesn't believe their story and orders their execution, which prompts her eventual death when Elizabeth steps in to stop her from killing a child. Now, all this timeline hopping creates two pretty notable issues, one related to the gameplay, and a second, much larger problem that scuppers the entire narrative. The first is that thanks to the shifting dimensions, we're now fighting against the Vox Populi rather than the Colombian security forces, a move that should inject a ton of freshness into the combat, but in practice only encourages you to stick to the same old reliable combos, and thus deepens that sense of repetition. Now admittedly, Irrational have tried to mix things up, as the Vox use a completely different set of weaponry, which we of course gain access to, but I don't think they've done enough to set these apart from our existing tools, and really the heater and burst gun are little more than reskins of the shotgun and carbine. It's just another example of Infinite's combat design not really working, and while there's nothing wrong with the foundations, it's the perfect example of a game that becomes less fun the more you dig into it. Now that is quite a problem, as combat makes up the lion's share of what we're doing, but in reality it's the narrative issues caused by Elizabeth's tears that really knock this sequence off the rails. Let's start with the dimension hopping, because this introduces all sorts of confusion into Infinite's narrative. In an earlier scene, Elizabeth describes the differences between tears as so subtle you might not even realise them, claiming that one reality might have tea while another might have coffee. So when we make the first jump in order to find a living Chen Lin, this feels pretty logical, and the plot is still on track. The problem is that when it becomes clear that things can change more radically, we aren't given any concrete explanation as to why it is happening, or what governs the changes, or why our protagonists are so blasé about it, especially when it appears to be killing innocent people like the second Chen Lin. On top of this, when they see that the second wife is completely different, there's no reason for Booker and Elizabeth to continue pursuing the Fitzroy deal, as there's no guarantee that this even exists, or that Fitzroy is even the same person. In fact, the lack of any discussion about looking for a timeline where Comstock isn't pursuing them makes the characters seem really stupid, and for the first time in Infinite, it feels like the narrative is being twisted around gameplay in a way that doesn't really feel natural. Now obviously this isn't great, but it's even worse after the third jump, where we're confronted with a full-on paradoxical plot hole that Irrational never explains. In this new timeline, Booker sided with the Vox Populi and was killed during the revolution, but we never get any information about this dimension's Elizabeth, which is particularly egregious because after Fitzroy is defeated, Comstock continues pursuing our characters, something he shouldn't be doing as his Elizabeth would still be locked up in Monument Island. To be blunt, there's a reason why multiverse stories are often treated with scorn, and the truth is that once Bioshock Infinite embraces this trope, the storytelling massively dips in quality, and rather than enjoying a politically charged historical dystopia or being subtly set up for a mind-bending twist, we're left trying to work out how all this is even supposed to work. Now, to make matters even worse, the character work also takes a big hit in Finkton, and there are a few really jarring moments where motivations and personalities seem to change very quickly and with little setup. For example, when we arrive in the shantytown, Elizabeth is disgusted by the way people are being treated and asks Booker if it's like this everywhere in the world. A conversation that leads to her bringing food in through a tear, and a really touching scene where she sings "Will the Circle Be Unbroken" to a poor orphan child. It's a great little series of scenes where it seems like Elizabeth's ignorance about the cost of all Columbia's beauty might finally be draining away. But this is then spoiled just moments later when we step through the third tear and into the revolutionary timeline. Here, Elizabeth seems just as disgusted with the Vox Populi as she was with Comstock and Fink, and at one point, while the two are watching the chaos from an elevator, she agrees with Booker that the only difference between the two factions is how you spell their leader's name. Obviously, this is patently untrue, as one group is attempting to overthrow the system while the other enforces it, and are doing so through means no different to what we do as Booker. But it makes even less sense, as the game has just spent 5 hours hammering home Comstock's villainy and hinting at Fitzroy's innocence. You see, alongside all the ugly, racist excesses of the Prophet's teaching, and walking us through his genocidal plan for the surface, we're able to find a series of audio logs that reveal that Daisy Fitzroy was originally Lady Comstock's handmaiden and was actually framed for her murder. And yet, when we see her revolution in action, all that is thrown away, and the Vox just become another set of murderous villains. Now, in interviews given since, Levine has always defended this, by claiming that the intent was to show that power can make anyone do awful things, but I am not so convinced, namely because of what we saw in the E3 2011 demo. In this version of the game, there is a much greater focus on the political differences between the Vox and the Colombian ruling class, and rather than everything revolving around race and religion, it's portrayed as a fight between idealised American capitalism and Bolshevik-style communism. My theory is that during the last year of development, when anything functional was being thrown together in order to make sure the game would ship, the Finkton sequence was pieced together out of the bones of this narrative, as Booker and Elizabeth's reactions make a lot more sense if Fitzroy and the Vox are fighting for control rather than freedom. In fact, if we need any more evidence that this section doesn't quite fit with the rest of the game, we need only consider that Booker and Elizabeth don't resolve any of their future challenges by jumping into a new timeline, despite it being presented here as a major plot point and a big tool in their arsenal. Now, I'd love to say that once Finkton drifts behind the horizon and Elizabeth emerges from the airship quarters with a new haircut and dress, attempting to leave her sins in the past with a symbolic gesture, that Bioshock Infinite also shrugs off its issues and once again stands tall and proud. But sadly, that is not the case, and as Songbird crashes into their Zeppelin and sends our protagonists tumbling back down to the city for a second time, yet another almighty developmental mess rushes up to meet them. As Booker wakes up in the wreckage of the First Lady airship, we see a peculiar sight laid out in the courtyard before us. The Lutece twins sit tapping away at a piano while Elizabeth feverishly tries to stop them, as apparently the notes they are playing are the very same that summon her monstrous protector. Thankfully, they inform us that while the notes are correct, the instrument is not, and pass Booker a diagram of something called the Songbird Defense System, a device that will allow them to deactivate the beast and escape Columbia. Unfortunately, the only man who knows the correct tune to do this is Father Zachary Comstock, and so our next objective becomes travelling across the city's wealthy Emporia district and breaking into the founder's towering headquarters, Comstock House. Now, unlike in Finkton, where the restrictive environment and timeline hopping story really set the whole area up for failure, Emporia takes things back to a structure that feels more like Bioshock, and initially it looks like it's going to be a real return to form. We start off with an atmospheric little non-combat section where we get to see the upper-class citizens frantically fleeing as the city descends into war, and once the action kicks off, you'll quickly realise that the zone is much larger than anywhere we've previously been and has lots of optional areas to explore. It's the closest Infinite gets to replicating the more open-ended design of Bioshock 1, and while the gameplay still desperately needs an injection of variety, and the enemies are only becoming more spongy by the hour, it does, at the very least, feel like we're discovering this city at our own pace. Emporia clearly has potential, so you might be surprised to hear that it is by far the most criticised part of the game, and that is thanks to a series of confusing battles against a reborn Lady Comstock. You see, when Booker and Elizabeth try to access Comstock House, they discover that it will only open if the machine at the gate detects the presence of Lady Comstock, and thanks to her being long dead, this means the way is shut. So Elizabeth decides to visit her mother's grave in the nearby Memorial Gardens, a move which was apparently foreseen by her father, as it turns out to be a trap, catching Elizabeth in a strange machine that forces open a tear and pulls through a ghostly version of his dead wife, who is now murderously insane. Now this section is notorious for a few different reasons, and you'll be hard pushed to find even the most ardent fan that thinks it was well executed. For starters, Lady Comstock looks and acts exactly like a ghost, and while she's supposed to be a sort of half-formed wraith created by the tears, it all feels a lot more supernatural than the more grounded scientific and political ideas that Bioshock usually trades in. On top of this, the actual mechanics of fighting her are pretty damn horrible, as she teleports around the battlefield, raising large groups of soldiers from the dead, and even on the lower difficulties, Booker will die incredibly quickly if you end up being caught in the open. As the rest of the game is relatively easy, this is a sudden and awkward jump in challenge, but what makes it all the worse is that we have to repeat it 3 different times in 3 different locations, all with absolutely no changes to the mechanics. And it really comes across like Irrational were using this to pad out the game's slim runtime. All in all, it's just not particularly well designed and it sticks out like a sore thumb. But amazingly, the presence of Lady Comstock is not my biggest complaint about Emporia, as I think she often overshadows a much greater sin happening in the storytelling. You see, while we are hunting down the Wraith, most of the dialogue between Booker and Elizabeth focuses on the Comstock family dynamic, and every time we score a victory, we uncover what appears to be tears looking into the past. Through these we learn that Lady Comstock was not Elizabeth's mother, and in her rage she accused her husband of fathering a bastard, an accusation that he passionately denied and which led to her being killed in order to silence these claims, an act that the Prophet subsequently blamed on Fitzroy and the Vox. These realizations, that Lady Comstock was just as much of a victim as Elizabeth, leads to a kind of understanding between the two, and after we defeat her on the steps of Comstock House, she begs that we discover the truth about her husband and carves open a path forward. It's all fairly interesting stuff, and plays on the familial mystery that's been slowly building to this point, but that grave sin I described earlier is that this is only half of the narrative to be found in Emporia, as for some reason, audio logs suddenly become extremely important. Now their use in Bioshock Infinite is already a little strange, as thanks to the greater focus on cutscenes and dialogue between characters, they don't play nearly as big of a role as they did in Bioshock 1, and it's clear that Irrational haven't put quite the same effort into their placement. For example, there's a recording by Ed Gaines, a writer tasked with putting together Father Comstock's biography, and in which we hear that he is becoming frustrated as the Prophet claims his life literally began in baptism and won't talk about anything from before that moment. It's an interesting little snippet that re-emphasises Comstock's obsessive religious views, but for some reason we find this on the beach at Battleship Bay, with no particular relation to the environment and no explanation for how it got there. This problem plagues the whole system, and they often feel like an abstract slice of world building rather than something critical to the plot. That is, until we get to Emporia. Here there are 12 different recordings to find, which is far more than in any other area, and they all contain absolutely key parts of the narrative which will seriously damage your understanding of the plot if you even miss a few. Through these entirely optional recordings, we discover that Columbia owes its advanced technology to the quantum experiments of Rosalind Lutece. who agreed to build the city for Comstock in exchange for him funding her research. This involved peering into other realities through tears, and in doing so, she realised that there was someone peering back, another her in another dimension, only here, he was a man. This is her so-called twin, Robert Lutece, who managed to cross time and space just like Booker and Elizabeth did in Finkton, joining with his sister in Columbia where they could continue their work. Now, funnily enough, it is the tears created by the Luteces that are responsible for so much of the strangeness that we've seen across the city, as things that we might have assumed to be little Easter eggs or nods to the series past all actually have an in-world explanation. We hear songs by the Beach Boys, Cyndi Lauper and Leadbelly because Jeremiah Fink's brother, the composer Albert Fink, is stealing the tunes from our dimension and then reworking them for a Colombian audience. Similarly, Vigors and the salt that power them aren't just here because it's a Bioshock game, as we discovered that Fink was able to spy on Tenenbaum and Souchong and copied their research with his own little tweaks, all resulting in a Colombian flavour of Plasmids and Adam. These are cool little explanations, but the biggest relate to Comstock himself, as we hear that he was happy to fund the creation of tears as they enabled him to see predictions of alternative futures, which he used to create the myth of the prophet and position himself as the unassailable head of Columbia's society. Unfortunately for him, Rosalind Lutece discovers that continued exposure to tears messes with your genes, and while Comstock had become obsessed with a vision of his heir purging the earth below, he is in fact infertile and cannot have a child of his own. Elizabeth is not only unrelated to Lady Comstock, but she's also not the daughter of Zachary Comstock. Now, it is absolutely absurd that all of this is revealed through audio logs that we can miss while wandering around Emporia, and that massive revelations that legitimately impact the plot aren't treated with the same presentational flair as the rest of the game. So much of what is to come in the narrative relies on these revelations, and I honestly believe that much of Bioshock Infinite's reputation for confusing players in its closing moments comes from Irrational allowing key information to be missed. Now, this will probably prompt the question, how exactly did such a big misstep happen? And unsurprisingly, the answer is found in the game's development. You see, much like how I suspect Finkton was pieced together from existing ideas and awkwardly forced into place, we have concrete evidence that the same is true of Emporia, as almost every single aspect of this level was originally meant to be something else. The open-ended environment has been reworked from the E3 2011 demo, albeit much reduced in scope and size, and incredibly, Lady Comstock originally began life as a regular enemy called the Siren, which Irrational even advertised in a promotional trailer. It's beyond obvious that in a mad rush to finish the game, environments and gameplay ideas were roped together in order to create more content. So I don't really think it's a stretch to imagine that story beats, intended to get the full cinematic treatment, were hastily converted into audio logs and then just jammed into the level. While the annoying fights against Lady Comstock often grab all the headlines, I think this is the far bigger problem. And while you can excuse the plot holes in Finkton, as Levine's struggling to make multiverses work, Emporia can completely ruin the game if you happen to miss a small brown box lying quietly in a corner. Now, incredibly, this frantic reworking of content extends all the way into the next sequence, as Comstock House is also pieced together from different things we'd already seen, although here it at least provides some much needed gameplay variety. As Booker and Elizabeth make their way up to Comstock's headquarters, a looming building built on top of three Rushmore-like heads depicting the Founding Fathers, the two once again come under attack from Songbird. And as Elizabeth gives herself up in order to protect Booker, we find ourselves watching the very same scene that ended the infamous E3 2011 demo. Of course, Booker sets off after them, but as he races across the bridge, now crackling with energy, the screen turns white and he emerges into a Comstock house that is caked in snow and eerily quiet. Inside, we are served up the change in tone and gameplay that Infinite so badly needs, as we discover that the house has been converted into an asylum to treat those citizens who did not sufficiently believe the Prophet's teachings. Patients stand twitching in dirty and crumbling wards, all locked into strange patriotic helmets, and refusing to move unless alerted by one of the Boys of Silence. an all-new enemy unique to Comstock House. Now originally, these were advertised in a similar way to the Siren, a unique foe that Booker would fight all over Columbia and which was supposed to replace Rapture's security cameras, alerting enemies to your presence if they heard your movement. Levine apparently loved their design so much that even though the mechanic was cut, the team found a way to keep them in, although now they operate by line of sight, which is a bit silly considering they're supposed to be blind. Regardless, the tension that comes from sneaking around while they silently scan the halls, their disturbing screams if they spot you, and then the chaos of being swarmed by the unexplained anger of the patients, well, it all provides a much needed mix-up to the way we actually play Infinite. Along with this, our journey is haunted by the sounds of Elizabeth being tortured, screaming out in pain as Comstock and his men attempt to break her spirit. A horrible thing we hear made all the worse by audio logs that seem to be from a future where this conditioning actually worked. Now what's really clever about this sequence is that when we eventually make it to the top of the house and live through the game's lone jump scare, courtesy of one of the Boys of Silence, we make a startling discovery. That flash of white as we cross the bridge was actually Booker being drawn through a tear, and those screams we heard were actually happening decades in the past, which also explains why the house was suddenly in a state of complete ruin. As it turns out, this was orchestrated by Elizabeth in the 1980s, who had eventually succumbed to Comstock's torture and assumed her place as the reality-altering messiah of Columbia, and then had begun her fated genocide against the unbelievers on the surface. Booker claims that he would never have allowed this to happen, but Elizabeth assures him that Songbird always stops him, and it is only now, after she sees the raw destruction that she has caused, that the conditioning has slipped just enough to allow her to do something. So she passes him a code, a picture of a cage, and sends him back in time, back to Comstock House, where he is able to break Elizabeth free. Although this is already not the same girl that we saw singing songs to orphans and dancing in the midday sun. Before us now stands a vengeful woman, confident in her powers and determined to make Comstock pay. And with that, the last echoes of Bioshock Infinite's development finally drift away into silence, and we go hurtling toward one of the most captivating and controversial endings in video game history. In many ways, the lofty conclusion of Bioshock Infinite is a mirror of its opening hour, where gameplay and action take a backseat in favour of a total focus on wondrous visuals, engrossing atmosphere, and pure cinematic storytelling. But before we get into that, we do have to slog through a penultimate combat sequence, which serves as nothing more than a stark reminder that Infinite shooting doesn't really have the legs to last an entire playthrough. The idea is that Booker and Elizabeth are assaulting Comstock's flagship, the Hand of the Prophet, where they intend to extract the answers they need by force, and this requires us to battle our way onto the ship and then across its various decks. The biggest problem here, aside from those same old complaints about spongy enemies and a lack of gameplay variety, is that this is the lone moment where you can sense the hardware restrictions of the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, as the sequence doesn't really live up to its promise. Rather than the ship being a large singular space, where we can weave between decks on sky rails and have to take out multiple objectives to bring down the craft, it's just another set of linear spaces split up with loading screens, and this drains a lot of the spectacle from what should be a really exciting battle. Typically, I'm not a fan of this sort of game design wishful thinking, but here it feels a little more reasonable, as we saw a much more grand version of this encounter in, you guessed it, the notorious E3 2011 demo. And I'm willing to bet that when it came to recreating this on normal hardware, serious corners had to be cut. Given that the demo never actually existed, it's easy to let this slide, but it is an interesting thought experiment to imagine what Bioshock Infinite might have looked like had 2K been willing to wait for the upcoming PS4 and Xbox One. But in reality, I'm not sure that more development time and even more gardening would have necessarily produced a better game. Anyway, the game's conclusion finally kicks into life when we arrive at the ship's bridge and come face to face with both the truth of Elizabeth's imprisonment and her prophetic captor. First, we see a cross-section of Monument Island, which triggers a sudden realization in our companion. When she was younger, she wasn't just able to manipulate tears, but create them. and all those machines Booker saw while climbing to her rescue, they have been siphoning away her power and making her weak enough to control. In the next room, Comstock awaits us, and while Elizabeth initially approaches in good faith, asking calmly why he has done the things he has, everything quickly devolves as the Prophet begins ranting about protecting her and demanding that Booker explain why she is missing her little finger. To this, Booker responds by saying he has no idea what Comstock is talking about, but as rage and frustration overtake him, that darkness from Wounded Knee comes roaring back, and we watch in shock as our supposed hero smashes the old man's head and then drowns him, all despite Elizabeth pleading with him to stop. It is a brutal visual, easily the most shocking moment we've seen since Andrew Ryan's golfing accident, but one that likely comes accompanied by a dose of confusion, as now the game's villain is dead and we still don't really know what is going on. Thankfully, answers are racing towards us, although we do have one final combat gauntlet to fight through, defending the Prophet's airship as Booker and Elizabeth fly over to Monument Island in order to destroy the siphon and set her true power free. Now, what sets this sequence apart from the rest of the game is that thanks to Comstock's death, we have the Songbird defense mechanism, and thanks to future Elizabeth, we have the code to control it, a series of 4 notes: C-A-G-E. This means that rather than just blasting away at enemies until we reach our destination, we have to call on the Songbird and use it to destroy the surrounding enemy armada, all of which creates an apocalyptic scene of huge ships collapsing in flame and explosions rocking the deck. In isolation, it's a somewhat fun section that does involve a new gameplay idea, but when you consider that this is the final piece of combat in the entire game, it's hard not to be slightly underwhelmed. Irrational seem to have a real problem with knowing how to twist their systems into a satisfying climax, and while the absurd Fontaine Superman boss fight is a well-documented misstep, it's equally baffling that we never do battle with Comstock or the Songbird, and have to sit back while these problems are resolved in cutscenes. Now, the counter-argument is this, that the story being told in those cutscenes is well worth the loss of agency, and those people might well have a point, because when we finally arrive at Monument Island and command its destruction, Bioshock Infinite dives into a series of jaw-dropping shocks that entirely define its legacy. With a wave of Elizabeth's unshackled power, we find ourselves in Rapture, standing in the very same rooms that Jack explored when he first arrived in the city, watching as Songbird is crushed by the pressure of the Atlantic Ocean. Booker is extremely confused by all this, but Elizabeth asks him to follow her, claiming that they are in a doorway, a place they must pass through in order to get where they need to go. And so we watch as they take a bathysphere back up to the surface, to the lighthouse we first saw 8 years ago. Here we are greeted by the Sea of Doors, a space in between a million different realities, linked together by constants and variables, an idea Elizabeth explains by stating that there is always a lighthouse, always a man, and always a city. Columbia and Rapture, Comstock and Ryan, and presumably a million more variations beyond them. It's a moment that splits fan opinion, but frankly, I love how it plays on our expectations of what a sequel should look like. As we start Bioshock Infinite expecting to see nothing of Bioshock 1, and yet the deeper we delve, the more connections we start to uncover. For some people, it's just more multiverse nonsense that doesn't actually add anything to the story, but the way it's presented is so cinematic and captivating that I'm willing to forgive it. And rather than it filling my head with plot holes, that first time I saw the sea of lighthouses, my mind was racing with possibility about where the series could go next. But that is not why we are here, and we watch on as Booker and Elizabeth arrive at their location, a small baptism taking place in a secluded creek long in the past, where Booker tells us that he came after Wounded Knee, desperate to come to terms with the awful things he'd done. As choral music frames the scene, Booker tells the priest that he is ready to be born again, that he hates his sin, that he wants to be transformed in the blood of the Lamb, but ultimately he cannot go through with it. Frustrated that he is being made to relive this moment, he demands answers, but Elizabeth will only guide him into the next scene. Now we are back in Booker's office, where we see Robert Lutece's offer to bring them the girl and wipe away the debt. Only the girl in question is not Elizabeth. It is Anna DeWitt, Booker's daughter, who he hands over in exchange for a new life. Immediately regretting this decision, he chases after Lutece and finds him standing at a strange portal with a bearded man, Zachary Hale Comstock, but in the ensuing tussle, Anna slips through Booker's grasp, leaving behind nothing more than her little finger. It is the first of Infinite's great revelations, that Elizabeth is actually Anna DeWitt, and that the mark of the false shepherd, that AD branded on Booker's hand, that thing that Comstock fears more than anything, is nothing more than a reminder of the daughter that he gave away. As for her powers, these come from being in two realities at once, not literally in the way that we understand being, but in a sort of abstract sense, where her finger being in one universe and her body in another at any one point in time means she is unshackled from the normal way of things and is able to slip between the cracks. Evidently, this is also true of the dimension-hopping Robert Lutece, as we see that 20 years later, he arrived in New York with another offer, a way to return Anna to her proper place and hopefully make amends for actions that he and his sister had long come to regret. The only problem is that stepping between realities is extremely taxing on the psyche, which finally brings us back to the opening quote of the game. The mind of the subject will desperately struggle to create memories where none exist, which is exactly what happens to Booker when he arrives at the lighthouse. Everything becomes jumbled together. The name of his daughter, the deal with Comstock, the mission to get her back, it all just becomes, bring us the girl and wipe away the debt. Now obviously Booker is shaken by these realizations, but he is a man of action, and immediately demands that they travel back in time and smother Comstock in his crib, killing him before he could trigger any of these events, as in his eyes, it is the Prophet who is to blame for all of this happening. Elizabeth asks if that is truly what he wants to do, and Booker replies that it's the only way to make things right. And with that, they step through one last door and into Bioshock's legendary final scene. Once again, we find ourselves at the baptism, and a confused Booker turns to Elizabeth and asks why, as he didn't go through with it. As she replies, other Elizabeths begin to step into the frame, variations from different timelines where Booker did go through with the baptism, and was reborn as a new man with a new name, Zachary Hale Comstock. With the final line of dialogue, Booker accepts his fate, and with that, his daughters push him underwater, and as the sounds of Columbia's theme somberly ring out, Booker DeWitt dies, and the Elizabeths slowly fade away. Now this is probably one of the most discussed video game endings of all time, as not only does it completely reframe the entire narrative and leave us with two absolutely massive reveals to chew on, but it does so in quite an abstract way that often invites quite a bit of confusion. For example, I'm pretty sure that the last scene is not meant to be taken literally, as Booker being drowned by a handful of Elizabeths is supposed to represent 1,000,000 different Elizabeths drowning the 1,000,000 different Bookers that would all become Comstock, and thus preventing the Prophet from ever being created. You'll also often see complaints that it's a very confusing or depressing ending. And without wishing to be rude, I think the former likely comes from people missing key information in Emporia, without which lots of the scenes during the finale simply don't make any sense. Similarly, I don't think the ending is supposed to be depressing either, as the very last thing we see after the credits have rolled is a tiny 25-second long scene of Booker walking into Anna's room to check on her. I think this is supposed to show that there are now timelines where Booker did not become Comstock and thus did not give away his daughter, which, given how much he came to care for Elizabeth, should hopefully mean that the pain in his past can finally heal. If anything, my only complaint is that so much happens in the final 40 minutes that some of Infinite's more subtle ideas get lost in the craziness, and I think this is particularly true of the connections between Comstock and Booker. At first, it seems a bit strange that a baptism is all it takes to convert a hard-drinking, hard-gambling ex-soldier into a genocidal man of God, but actually there are all manner of similarities that make this transition feel more believable. We know that Booker was a man willing to participate in the massacre of Wounded Knee, and quite likely harboured deeply racist views, which along with his propensity for brutal violence, which we see firsthand while playing as him, this all could have easily produced a religious man devoted to the idea of a holy race war. Similarly, there are all manner of smaller clues hidden throughout the game. Comstock telling the biographer that his life began in baptism, the sheer extent of his knowledge about Booker's past and why he is in Columbia, the Prophet's mysterious absence from Wounded Knee that so angered General Slate, and even the seemingly large age difference has a concrete explanation in the genetic tampering caused by the Lutece's tears. Just like in Bioshock 1, there is a ton to go back and pore over in a second playthrough, and while Bioshock Infinite is obviously a very flawed video game, filled with repetitive and shallow gameplay, with many sections barely stitched together out of developmental leftovers, the way this story concludes is so deeply cinematic and so unlike anything else in the industry that you can't help but be swept along from one crazy revelation to the next. If I'm honest, I think this played a big part in that incredible critical reception that we discussed at the top of this critique, and I think it's very easy to imagine that website and magazine critics, tasked with producing a review in just a handful of days, could have allowed the impact of the ending to mask some of the game's bigger issues. It's certainly not a genre or generation defining game, and those lofty Game of the Year nominations can seem a little ridiculous in hindsight, but if we allow ourselves to drop the objective analysis for just one moment, it's quite easy to see why people still love Bioshock Infinite. It might not be a perfect video game, it might not even be a good video game, depending on your perspective, but it is a truly memorable experience, and its crazed mixture of history, politics, religion, family and quantum mechanics, well, it makes for one of the few video games where the part that is actually a video game hardly matters at all. Now amazingly, despite Infinite's endless cycle of development finally coming to an end, Irrational's work was far from over, as 2K had mandated an extensive spread of downloadable content, which they had actually started selling in digital form before the base game even released. This meant that while Levine and his team were utterly exhausted, there was little time to rest, and ironically, their first job was sorting out another studio's developmental mess. You see, 2K's original plan had been to have 2K Marin produce the first piece of post-Infinite content and allow the team at Irrational to have a slightly longer break. But ever since the release of Bioshock 2, the situation over in California had begun to spiral out of control. Back in 2010, they'd been tasked with picking up the pieces of Ken Levine's abandoned XCOM shooter, but thanks to key team members leaving, like Jordan Thomas and Steve Gaynor, the development had turned into a real mess. By early 2013, the Bureau, XCOM Declassified, was still only half finished, and would eventually end up releasing a year later to terrible reviews and minuscule sales. This meant that the work on Bioshock Infinite's DLC really suffered, and apparently 2K was so unhappy with its progress that they scrapped what Marin had produced and shifted the work over to Irrational, who had to quickly throw something together in order to hit a deadline. The result was Clash in the Clouds, which released on July 30th, 2013, and followed in the footsteps of Bioshock 2's Protector Trials by giving Infinite its very own wave-based horde mode. The idea is that you choose one of 4 maps and then attempt to fight your way through 15 waves of increasingly challenging enemies, with each wave also having a specific blue ribbon challenge that usually restricts you to a certain kind of attack or action. Now, for every challenge you complete and enemy you kill, you earn money, which can be spent in between waves on new weapons, upgrades and randomised gear. It's a very basic system, but it offers just enough reward so that failed runs don't feel like a waste of time, and it gives you a solid reason to replay maps after you complete them. Along with this, you can also spend money unlocking behind the scenes content in a fully explorable museum. And while it's nothing particularly revealing, it's still cool to see things like unused models and scrapped audio logs being kept alive in some form. Now, given how many complaints I had about the base game's running and gunning, this whole DLC might seem quite poorly conceived, but strangely, I think it's not actually too bad, and at just $5 on release, it's probably the best way to engage with Infinite's combat. If you dive into Clash for just 30 minutes or an hour, those issues of repetition and shallow systems don't really have time to become a problem, and while it's still nothing to write home about, there's just something intrinsically rewarding about killing things to unlock better ways to kill more things. Now, while Levine told journalists that Clash was intended for Infinite fans who loved action, on the very same day it released, Irrational published a trailer that was intended for their fans who loved narrative. The first of a two-part story that starred Booker and Elizabeth and was taking place in Rapture. This was Burial at Sea Episode 1, and the response online was explosive, triggering a wave of speculation about how Booker DeWitt had made his way to the city in the sea, and why Elizabeth now looked like a film noir femme fatale. Amidst huge hype on social media and amongst traditional outlets, Burial at Sea was positioned more like a small-scale sequel than a piece of DLC, and as developer interviews and teaser trailers hinted at the game's unique identity, it felt like a huge moment for Irrational. Well, on November 12, 2013, a full 8 months after the release of Bioshock Infinite, Burial at Sea Episode 1 released worldwide, and for better or worse, changed the Bioshock series for good. Our story begins in Booker DeWitt's private investigations office, located in Rapture's Market District, and we watch as a shadowy woman saunters through the door and asks for a light. This is Elizabeth Comstock, only not as we left her at the end of Infinite, as the wide-eyed young girl that we once knew has been replaced with a burning intensity, and as she hires Booker to help locate a lost girl named Sally, it's fairly clear that this is not a woman to be crossed. Strangely, Booker seems to have no idea who she is, and while the central objective of the DLC is to locate Sally, really, it's to work out what is going on between our two main characters. So, we step out of the front door and into the first half of Burial at Sea, an hour-long sequence with no guns, no plasmids, and no fighting of any kind, where the purpose is to look for clues and see pre-fall Rapture in all of its objectivist glory. Just like the more cinematic sequences in Bioshock Infinite, it's a joy to take in all the sights and sounds, as by this point, Irrational had become seriously skilled at putting together these interactive environments, and as we follow Elizabeth towards her contact, we can spot all sorts of details, like little sisters being educated in the streets, or well-dressed citizens watching a Big Daddy at work. Obviously it's all the better because of how long this version of Rapture has loomed over the series, existing as something we hear about in audio logs but never get to actually experience, all of which means this sequence has an almost nostalgic atmosphere, like coming back to a home you never actually lived in. Now that being said, this isn't all decade-old fan service, as there are some clever little new touches, like how despite the glamorous and inviting aesthetics, all the NPCs are surprisingly rude, which makes sense considering this is a utopia built upon selfishness, and in a particularly hilarious move, we can explore an exhibition of Sander Cohen's work that doesn't have a single visitor. Speaking of Cohen, he is the contact that Elizabeth is trying to meet, as he can supposedly shed light on Sally's whereabouts, and after we sneak into one of his twisted parties, we get a lovely little insight into his pre-fall life, which, unsurprisingly, involved torturing people in the name of art. After Booker and Elizabeth dance for the master of Fort Frolic, he reveals that the girl they are looking for is in Fontaine's department store, a section of the city that's been cut off from the rest, as it houses Frank Fontaine's remaining supporters, and is where the second half of Burial at Sea takes place. So as we step off the bathysphere and into the ruins of this crumbling shopping metropolis, Booker raises his gun, which in turn raises our expectations that we're about to see some action. But interestingly, the combat in Burial at Sea is rather different to the form we saw in Infinite. The raw building blocks are still the same. We have a regenerating shield, we shoot guns with our right hand, we fire plasmids with our left, we still have a dedicated melee weapon, we still leap to skyhook points and still call for Elizabeth to create tears, but outside of these fundamentals, the pacing and flow have been completely changed. In an interview given before the DLC's release, both Ken Levine and producer Don Roy spoke about how, along with returning to the setting of Rapture, they wanted to recapture some of the feeling of Bioshock 1's combat, and this meant toning down a lot of the more crazy excesses of Bioshock Infinite. So we once again have a weapon wheel and carry around an arsenal of distinct guns rather than swapping them out on the fly. A welcome change that ironically means you're more likely to mix things up, rather than constantly sticking to your favourites. On top of this, the amount of available weapons and powers has been drastically reduced, from 14 guns to 5, and from 8 vigours to just 4. Now this might make it sound like Burial at Sea would end up much more repetitive than Infinite already was, but actually this helps your tools feel distinct from one another, as each part feels like it's been designed to bring something unique to the table. It means that turning a splicer over to your side with Possession or hitting a group with Devil's Kiss now feels impactful, like a single spell can turn the tide of an entire fight, which paired with a reduction in our overall health and salt means we actually have to think about what we're doing, rather than just mindlessly spamming our way through combat. This philosophy also extends into the shooting, as in a pretty bold move, you have far less ammo to work with, which helps bring back a smidge of System Shock 2 style survival horror, where individual shots need to count and where finding a hidden stash of bullets actually feels rewarding. Again, on the surface, being able to run out of ammo might sound like something that would spoil the fun, but it injects a much needed dose of tension. And hearing the click of an empty chamber as two splicers race towards you, well, it's exactly the sort of horror that made Rapture so famous in the first place. Now this brings us onto the environment, because while the changes to the gameplay are a big improvement, the actual space we explore is a bit more of a mixed bag. After the sprawling cloud-top vistas of Columbia and the glitzy restaurants and galleries of pre-fall Rapture, the department store is a bit visually drab. And while Irrational have done a perfectly serviceable job of bringing the ruined ice rinks, rotting bookshops and rusted homeware outlets to life, it's missing that spark that comes from seeing something new. It's the exact same problem that plagued Bioshock 2. That despite its fame, Rapture isn't inherently an interesting place to explore, and it really needs that extra spice that Bioshock 1's tightly designed thematic levels could often provide. Now the trade-off at the very least is that along with a return to crumbling buildings and long shadows comes a more horror-like atmosphere, and as we're wandering the department store we get to see all sorts of unsettling images. We can stumble into a diner and see a waitress mindlessly serving dead bodies, discover a woman dancing alone in a dress shop, shyly chatting to mannequins. It's not a full-blown return to the mania and gore of Irrational's last outing in Rapture, but it's welcome all the same, especially as this was an area where Infinite was really lacking. Now running alongside all this environmental storytelling is the dialogue between Booker and Elizabeth, and the further we push into Fontaine's department store, the clearer it becomes that this is not going to grow into the partnership that we saw in the previous game. While the two are still in near constant communication, Elizabeth is notably hostile to Booker, refusing his request that she call him by his first name, and always keeping her motivations private, despite multiple attempts by Booker to work out what exactly she wants. In fact, at one point, she even lies to him, claiming that her ability to open tears comes from a new kind of plasmid, something that Booker accepts despite the player knowing that this can't be true. All we can deduce is that Sally is the reason for this icy atmosphere, as Booker eventually admits that she was a local orphan girl that took a liking to him, but after she followed him into a particularly dubious gambling house, she disappeared, never to be seen again. Elizabeth claims that she is just looking to bring the two back together, but as we finally arrive in the homeware department, it's clear that something sinister is about to happen. First, Elizabeth seems rather blasé about hurting the little girl, as she wants to flush her out of the pipes where she's been hiding by turning on the building's heating system, a plan that Booker is shocked by, as he's sure it will badly burn her, but Elizabeth assures him that they will have plenty of time to save her. Well, as it turns out, it is far too late to save Sally, as when we make it to the exhaust, Booker discovers that she has been transformed into a little sister, and as he attempts to pull her out, her Big Daddy screams into action, and we're thrust into one last fight against a drill-wielding protector. Now just like getting to explore pre-fall Rapture, it's a nice little burst of nostalgia, and thanks to the new combat mechanics, the Big Daddy genuinely does feel quite threatening, roaring around the battlefield and virtually wiping us out with each hit. But the real shock comes after it's been defeated. Back at the vent, Booker once again tries to pull Sally free, but this triggers a flashback to a very similar situation where he was attempting to pull another child through a mysterious hole in the wall, only this time, instead of the poor girl losing her little finger, she lost her head. You see, this whole time we have not been playing as Booker DeWitt, but as a version of Zachary Comstock who accidentally killed Annabelle DeWitt while trying to kidnap her, and was so consumed with grief and shame that he asked the Lutece twins to send him somewhere where he could start over. As Comstock desperately tries to apologise, the truth of Elizabeth's mission is revealed. She is not here to redeem, but to have her revenge. Not in a quick and clean way, as she was using Sally to make sure that her father would relive exactly what he did to his daughter. Our final image is this new, vengeful and brutal Elizabeth staring back at us, caked in Comstock's blood as a second Big Daddy runs him through. And with that, we reach the end of Burial at Sea, Episode 1. Now, just like in Bioshock Infinite, it's a pretty shocking conclusion that ends things with a serious bang. But unlike in his last game, I don't think Levine has pulled it off with the same level of flair, and really, it's hard not to be somewhat confused by the plot that Burial at Sea has served up. For starters, we never find out how a little sister and her Big Daddy ended up trapped outside Rapture, something which doesn't make a lot of sense as they're supposed to be collecting Adam that can then be reused, which obviously can't happen if they're locked in a department store. Similarly, as the game is set in 1959, on the eve of Rapture's civil war, there technically shouldn't even be a Big Daddy like this in existence, as Fontaine Futuristics were still using Gilbert Alexander's Alpha series, and were years away from developing this kind of protector. Now, the absolute biggest problem is the presence of a rogue Zachary Comstock, as the whole point of Infinite's final scene was that every single Booker DeWitt that could have potentially become Comstock was drowned before he could. So there should be no botched deal to buy Annabelle and no Comstock hiding in Rapture. It is never explained how this one managed to slip through the cracks, and it has the effect of making Elizabeth's transition into an omniscient multi-dimensional being much less convincing, because rather than seeing all of the constants and variables, her powers now are pretty much whatever the story wants them to be. Now, fans have long been split over the quality of this conclusion, but an issue which garnered near universal criticism was the DLC's length, as it clocks in at an astonishing 90 minutes, which can of course be much shorter if you don't spend a lot of time in pre-fall Rapture or exploring the various corners of the department store. Compared to the amazing value for money found in Clash in the Clouds, at $15, Burial at Sea was a surprisingly bad deal, and made it seem like 2K were really pushing for fans to buy Infinite's Season Pass, which would save $10 in total, but of course, players would have to pay far in advance. Now, while that is a classically cynical publisher move, the reality is that we have only seen half of the story, so before we cast our final judgment, let's dive into the second episode, and see what Elizabeth Comstock would do now that the universe was finally rid of her father. During the promotion of Burial at Sea Episode 2, Ken Levine made some very lofty claims about what fans could expect from this second and final chunk of DLC. In interviews, he wouldn't talk about it as if it was some optional side story or a small post-game epilogue, but as a fundamental part of the Bioshock tale, an experience so important that he said it would bring fans of the series a deep level of closure. In typical Levine fashion, it all sounded very ambitious and very grandiose, and up until the day it was released, March 24th, 2014, all we knew for sure was that we would be playing as Elizabeth and that many voice actors from the series past were being asked to come back. The whole project was one last mystery, a swan song intended to conclude the story of Elizabeth Comstock, a final piece of the puzzle that will not only bring us to the end of this series, but the end of the house that built it. So episode 2 opens in Paris, that fateful location that Elizabeth had always dreamt of while trapped inside Monument Island, and as we discover, it is pretty much everything she has ever wanted. Glorious sunshine bathes artists painting by the side of the River Seine. Friendly faces greet us with glowing smiles and calls of bonjour, mademoiselle. Flowers adorn every windowsill. Books are all reasonably priced. The bread is always freshly baked, and at the end of our luscious walk, we find a band playing La Vie en Rose, a tune so captivating that cats sit listening and nearby birds sing along. It is Elizabeth's own personal paradise, a timeline or dimension she's found where everything is utterly perfect. But as we turn a corner and see a little girl that looks just like Sally, this dreamland collapses into a nightmare. Clearly, the plan to punish that runaway Comstock weighs heavily on her conscience, and as we are assaulted by images of the poor girl burning in Rapture's pipes, our heroine screams that she should have never left her behind. So everything fades to black, and when we come to, Elizabeth is back in Rapture, right where we left everything at the end of episode 1, lying next to Comstock's dead body, watching as Sally is dragged away by Atlas's men and facing a bullet in the head. This is only averted by the instruction of Booker DeWitt, who seems to be some sort of wraith or figment of Elizabeth's imagination, and by following lines he feeds her, she is able to convince Atlas that she is Dr. Sushong's lab assistant, and that in exchange for Sally's freedom, she can get him and his men back to the city. The Irish revolutionary is obviously doubtful, as they are locked in a huge building at the bottom of the ocean, but he agrees to the deal all the same. And so, with that, we have our objective. Fulfill the bargain and win Sally's freedom, although we have one last oddity to discuss before the gameplay gets started. You see, as Elizabeth makes her way out of the toy department, she makes an unsettling discovery: her own dead body. As it seems that shortly after the Big Daddy killed the last Comstock, it did the same to her. Now here things get a little fuzzy, as a flashback reveals that the omniscient, super being version of Elizabeth returned to this timeline despite knowing that entering a dimension where she had previously died would remove all of her powers and make her mortal. As to exactly why this happens, Elizabeth explains to Imagination Booker that it is something to do with the removal of her quantum superposition status. Although given we've never had a concrete explanation for how Elizabeth's powers work, it's a little odd to see rules being established this late in her story. Now we'll discuss episode 2's narrative problems, of which there are sadly quite a few, in just a second. But the point is that Elizabeth is now human, and it means we're going to have to carry out our mission without the use of any timeline hopping or dimensional tears. So this brings us on to the DLC's gameplay, which is rather different to what people were expecting, and according to Levine, originated with his team trying to think about how a non-soldier would make their way across hostile territory. To cut to the chase, in Burial at Sea Episode 2, Bioshock Infinite becomes a stealth game, and frankly, it is a bit of an odd proposition. Now let me start by saying that first-person stealth gameplay, where you use supernatural powers to help achieve your goals, is a tried and tested formula, and when it's done right, like in series like Dishonored or Deus Ex, there are very few forms of gameplay that I enjoy more. The problem is that it is also a form of game design that asks a lot of the developer, as you need to create lots of overlapping interactive systems that can react to the player's actions and carefully manage the balance between the tension of being caught and the reward in being powerful. This inherent complexity is why these games are not all that common, and I think in Burial at Sea Episode 2 we have an excellent case study in why you can't really produce them on the cheap. Now on the surface, this DLC has all the right parts in all the right places. Enemies now have phased levels of awareness, which are clearly marked by coloured symbols above their head, and by crouching down you can sneak around environments and silently take them out, which you'll want to do as Elizabeth lacks a regenerating shield and has far less health than Booker. Now obviously the appeal of these sorts of games doesn't come from shuffling around on the floor, and so to augment our sneaking and to bail us out when things go wrong, we get to use a whole new set of weapons and plasmids. Weapon-wise, we have a pistol, shotgun and laser gun for when we need to go loud, and a crossbow for taking out foes from the shadows, which can be equipped with 3 different kinds of bolts: regular, gas and noise-making. Similarly, plasmids are a mixture of stealth and action focused, as we have Shock Jockey and Old Man Winter for stunning foes, Possession for causing distractions or creating allies, and Peeping Tom, which is the one you'll be using the most. This effectively acts as your radar and panic button, as it allows Elizabeth to see enemies and important items through walls, and when upgraded, it's free to use if you're standing still and will also turn you invisible. Obviously, this is very important for conducting stealth in first person, but it's got to be said that it is essentially ripped straight out of Dishonored, which means, for as well as it works, it's arcane rather than irrational that deserve the credit. Now when all the mechanics are laid out like this, it sounds like we've got all the ingredients for a perfectly fun, supernatural stealth shooter, but it's in the details where Burial at Sea Episode 2 sort of falls apart. For example, enemy line of sight is quite narrow, which makes staying out of view and sneaking up on foes extremely easy, and can lead to some really stupid looking stealth takedowns where you really should be spotted. Similarly, dead and unconscious bodies don't alert nearby foes, so there's no potential risk in sniping from distance with the crossbow, and in a particularly odd move, only noisemaker bolts can cause distractions, and enemy AI will get very confused if you fire a gun and quickly relocate. Thanks to this, it's all got a very janky atmosphere, which isn't helped by the level design, which essentially takes the skeleton of Episode 1 and twists the skyhooks into Arkham-style vantage points, and then shoves in a bunch of Deus Ex-style vents, two additions that feel very out of place in the otherwise naturalistic environments. Now it might sound like I'm being a little harsh, but frankly, it's very obvious that you're playing a stealth game hacked together from the bones of Bioshock Infinite. And while I do applaud Irrational's raw ambition for even attempting this, there is a reason most companies don't change genre midway through a season pass. The only saving grace is that really you're not playing Burial at Sea for the stealth action combat, but to uncover the mystery of Elizabeth's return to Rapture. And this is why it pains me to say that the narrative has even more problems than the gameplay, and is easily the weakest story in the entire series. The cracks start to show when we find Dr. Suchong's secret laboratory, where we discover that he has been creating tears and spying on Jeremiah Fink, stealing research about Vigors and the Songbird, and effectively creating a loop where the two scientists are plagiarizing one another. Elizabeth realizes that if she can fix the machine, she can jump across to the floating city and steal a Lutece particle, which are the materials that allow Columbian buildings to float, and could bring the department store back to Rapture. Now, at the risk of repeating complaints from the last episode, this should not be happening, as when Elizabeth killed all the possible Comstocks at the end of Infinite, Columbia also disappeared with him. And yet, just like the unexplained Comstock in episode 1, here we find another confusing exception. Much like the removal of Elizabeth's powers, it just comes across like Levine chopping and changing established events in order to facilitate a new story. And this only gets worse as Elizabeth steps into the tear. We arrive in the midst of the Vox Populi revolution, and one of the very first things we see is the Lutece twins speaking with Daisy Fitzroy, attempting to convince her to hold Jeremiah Fink's son hostage, as they need to prompt a change of thinking in Elizabeth that will enable her to kill Comstock. Fitzroy isn't happy about the idea, stating that she won't judge the innocent for the crimes of the guilty, but ultimately agrees to give up her life if that is what is required to bring down Columbia. Simply put, this is terrible backwards writing, and is nothing more than a retcon attempting to correct Daisy's characterization in Infinite. As it turns out, she was a noble freedom fighter all along, and was only pretending to be a bloodthirsty maniac in order to help the Lutece twins. Although this revelation doesn't actually fix anything, as now her motivations make even less sense. If she doesn't blame the innocent, then why do her men slaughter the people of Columbia along with their leaders? And why does she order the deaths of Booker and Elizabeth when she's been told that they will eventually destroy Comstock? Now, as this scene doesn't actually impact the rest of Burial at Sea's story, you could argue that it's not a big deal. But it's another example of the story not properly connecting with the previous games, and this only gets worse the further we delve into Columbia. You see, we end up having to spend a little more time in the city than planned, as Suchong hijacks the exit tear and will only reopen it if Elizabeth will break into Fink's laboratory and get hold of a piece of her hair, which he believes is the source of Songbird's bond, and which in turn can be used to create the connection between Little Sisters and Big Daddies. Now, this subplot eventually grows into a major problem for the series, as it culminates in a visit to Suchong's lab, where we discover that it is actually empathy that bonds two Adam-infused beings together, something that directly contradicts the main plot of Bioshock 2. Vast portions of that game's narrative were devoted to exploring the mechanics of the Protector bond, and in that game, Gilbert Alexander clearly states that sisters and daddies are drawn together by an artificial pheromone, which is designed to kill them if either one dies or they become separated. Something which we see firsthand while playing as Subject Delta. Just like the retcon to Fitzroy's motivations, the unexplained appearance of Columbia and Elizabeth's sudden depowering, it is very hard to understand why Levine did this, as it comes across as extremely disrespectful to the work of 2K Marin. Either he knew that they'd already covered this and decided that he wanted to do it his way, or he had no idea, which isn't exactly a great look either. And considering we don't see or hear from a single Bioshock 2 character during either Burial at Sea episode, it's pretty obvious that Levine viewed the story of Rapture as his and his alone. Now, if you can possibly believe it, the narrative problems don't even stop here, as once Elizabeth makes it back to Rapture with the Lutece particle in hand, we're served up a baffling conclusion that not only fails to deliver the closure that fans were promised, but leaves even more mess on the way out. When we return to the department store, all hell has broken loose, as Andrew Ryan has sent his men to wipe out the remnants of Fontaine's army. And despite Rapture's founder attempting to lure Elizabeth into his employ, she manages to release the particle, which pulls everything back up to the city above. The only problem is that Atlas betrays Elizabeth, refusing to give up Sally and demanding that she reveal the location of Suchong's ace in the hole, which he presumes that she knows about, given that she pretended to be his assistant. This results in a fairly gruesome scene where he threatens Elizabeth with a lobotomy, and it's only thanks to the intervention of Imagination Booker that she is able to remember that she had in fact seen the ace behind one of the multiverse's many doors, hidden away in Suchong's laboratory. Now, this scene is a little weird. As while it sends a shiver down your spine to see a needle driven into Elizabeth's eye, the character doing this just doesn't feel right, as the whole point of Fontaine's Atlas persona was that he presented himself as a noble hero and was utterly convincing while doing so. To see him torturing captives, planning terrorist attacks, working with bloodthirsty thugs and not even keeping to the accent just feels wrong. And even if we accept that this is being done away from the eyes of Rapture's citizens, it is hard to believe that Suchong's lab wouldn't be the very first place he would check. Anyway, it all resolves with a new deal. Elizabeth goes to the lab, grabs the ace in the hole, and Atlas frees Sally. Only when she does this, he still sentences her to death, as he can't have a stranger knowing about his secret plan to take over the city. Now, rather than fading to black, we're instead treated to a little montage of the events that Elizabeth has set in motion. Jack bringing down the plane, arriving in Rapture, killing Andrew Ryan, and then defeating Frank Fontaine. Elizabeth whispers to herself that she can see behind all the doors, and behind one of them, she sees him, framed in sunlight, guiding the little sisters to the surface. And presumably, it was seeing this eventuality and this path to save Sally that caused her to return to Rapture and give up her powers. Everything ends with Sally quietly singing La Vie en Rose, the same song we heard while walking the streets of Paris, and with one final brush of the little girl's cheek, Elizabeth Comstock dies, knowing that eventually she will be redeemed by the actions of another. Now, to be blunt, for all its emotional construction and beautiful use of music, I think this ending encapsulates all of Burial at Sea's narrative problems in one last flurry of nonsensical scenes. For starters, Elizabeth's plan to rescue Sally by causing the events of Bioshock 1 is far more cruel than her plan to deal with Comstock, as rather than hurting a single innocent girl, she has now triggered the destruction of an entire city, and the deaths of tens of thousands of innocent people. On top of this, the plan might not even work, as if Elizabeth had truly seen behind all the doors, she'd know that in a million different eventualities, Jack will turn up in the city, harvest Sally and all the other little sisters, and become a genetic tyrant. As we've already seen her bend time and space to prevent the creation of Columbia and all the slaughter it would cause, it's just totally incomprehensible that she doesn't do the same for Rapture. And instead of stopping Dr. Suchong or Frank Fontaine or even Andrew Ryan, we get this confused plan to martyr herself and maybe save a single girl in a single timeline. Rather than closure, what Levine has given us is a closed loop, where everything that is Bioshock starts and ends with Elizabeth Comstock. And frankly, I don't think this dynamic adds anything to a playthrough of Bioshock 1 or Bioshock Infinite. They worked perfectly fine as self-contained stories connected by the loose concept of constants and variables. But in this new version of the franchise, one where Elizabeth is the glue that binds everything together, it all just becomes so much less compelling. Rather than the focus on creative world building, unique art design, themes and subject matter that most games would never dare touch. Burial at Sea is exclusively concerned with a single character and a vague idea of franchise lore, and to me at least, this just isn't what makes Bioshock so special. So with that narrative full stop, the question became, where would Irrational go next? Was the shift in genre indicative of the kind of game design that they were drifting towards? Could Levine recapture his writing spark that had originally put him on the map? Would there even be another lighthouse, city and man without a protagonist to peer through the multiverse? Well, the answer to every one of these questions would prove to be the most shocking twist of all. So with that, we arrive at the final chapter in our tale, a controversy that has been looming over this entire story, and which utterly defines the legacy of both Irrational Games and its founder, Ken Levine. Just over a month before the release of Burial at Sea Episode 2 on February 18th, 2014, the gaming world was hit by a gut punch announcement, as a statement appeared on Irrational's website announcing that Levine would be laying off the studio's workforce and closing it down for good. As follow-up reports began to trickle out onto websites and social media, a state of complete shock gripped the gaming world, as while studios had always gone out of business or faded away into larger organisations, this was unlike anything that had ever happened before. Irrational were a massively acclaimed studio who had put out two of the highest rated games of all time. They were owned by Take-Two, arguably the most stable and profitable publisher on the planet, and they had just released their best ever selling game. So what possible reason could there be to shut them down? Well, in the statement, Ken Levine explained that he wanted to go back to a company structure more akin to the early days of the industry. A small team focused on making games for a hardcore audience, a shift that meant only a tiny handful of employees would be kept on. Now this was still highly confusing, as even if Levine wanted to move on to something different, it didn't make sense for everyone else to lose their jobs. But none of this seemed to matter, as just a few months later, after 17 years of excellent video games, Irrational disappeared forever. This absurd turn of events brings us onto the final part of our investigation, the conflicted modern reputation of Kenneth M. Levine, a man who transformed from beloved auteur to controversial villain in the space of a single press release. Now the argument against Levine goes something like this. While he had clearly done some great things in the early days of the studio and was the driving creative force behind Bioshock and Bioshock Infinite, this success had gone to his head and he had turned into a self-aggrandizing egomaniac. His endless developmental gardening and impossible demands had totally derailed his studio's ability to function properly, and it was only thanks to the influence of Jordan Thomas and Rod Ferguson and the hard work of the staff he was now laying off that Infinite had come together at all. He couldn't handle other people interfering with his creations, as he'd only returned to the series after 2K Marin had successfully put together a sequel, had retconned their work with Burial at Sea, and now, rather than leaving behind a studio that could take Bioshock forwards, he was shutting them down on the way out. Now this might seem harsh, but there is evidence to support this perspective, not only because of what we know about Infinite's development, but because Levine has left behind a litany of ex-colleagues who don't exactly have great things to say. While it's perfectly normal for developers to move around and take new jobs, whenever this happened at Irrational, there always seemed to be a certain degree of hearsay, rumours that Levine had fallen out with Bioshock 1 lead designer Paul Hellquist, which is why he'd left for Gearbox, or that a huge fight with art director Nate Wells was the reason that he had joined Naughty Dog. After Irrational's closure, when someone took to Twitter claiming Levine was a narcissist or complaining about his behaviour during development, it was much easier to believe given what emerged from the rubble of this once legendary studio. You see, as of the release of this video, it has been 12 whole years since Ken Levine last shipped a game, and while he claimed that the whole point of the closure was to get away from the bloated dev cycles of AAA production, he seems to have long since fallen down the rabbit hole of his own creative excesses. In 2014, we got a highly ambitious GDC talk about procedurally generated narrative experiences, and then almost a decade of absolutely nothing. In 2022, we finally got a name, Judas, and then a further 2 years of silence before IGN and Jeff Keighley were invited to his new company, Ghost Story Games, to see a snippet of Judas in action. But this was an unfinished build, and any talk of an actual release date was nowhere to be found. Now, we could easily end the video here. Bioshock was an incredibly unique series, born from the vast ambition of a single man, whose arrogance eventually grew so large that it destroyed both his art and himself. But I don't think that's the full story, as there is another read on these events that often gets overlooked in favour of headline-grabbing negativity and easy explanations. The biggest issue with the interpretation that we've just discussed is that it completely ignores the role of 2K, as people seem to act as if Ken Levine had full control over the fate of his studio, and couldn't possibly have had a good reason to leave Irrational. In podcasts and interviews he's given since, Levine has been quite open about the impact of Infinite's development on his mental health, and how along with the loss of both of his parents during the game's creation, the extreme levels of pressure and stress had pushed him to breaking point. When he told the executives at 2K that he wanted out, it was originally so that he could take a much needed break. And the idea was that when he recovered, he'd start up a very small independent studio and work to his own timescales. Not only because he was aware of how he'd mismanaged Infinite, but for the sake of his own health. The problem was that Take-Two didn't want to lose their directorial golden goose, so they offered him a new studio with complete creative freedom and zero expectations, where he would only answer to the company ownership, rather than anyone at publishing level. An astounding deal which any sane person would also have taken. According to Levine, when he accepted this deal, he was under the impression that Irrational would stay open, as they were perfectly placed to take over Bioshock, much like 2K Marin had for the sequel. But 2K's executives saw the situation differently, and without his involvement, they opted to simply shut it down. Now, to add insult to injury, Levine was asked to manage this process before he left, and so the job of breaking the news to the staff, putting out a statement to the media, and turning off the lights all fell to him, which in turn made him a lightning rod for fans' frustration. Now, if that doesn't puncture the image of Levine as a cackling villain destroying his studio on the way out, we need only look at the way the layoffs were handled, because they were actually about as kind as is physically possible to do. In Jason Schreier's account of the closure, in his book Press Reset, he reports that severance was generous and benefits were kept rolling even after termination. People were allowed continued access to the studio in order to put together portfolios. 2K held a massive job fair and tried to retain as many people as they could, and Levine even went on Twitter to advertise specific staff members and help them find work. This is why I struggle to believe that everything was caused by sheer ego, as exhaustion and stress are more than a good enough reason to want to change how you work, and it's beyond obvious that the call to close Irrational and kill Bioshock came from 2K, who, unlike Levine, actually had the power to do this. Now, what makes this version of events even more painful is that years later, 2K would realise the stupidity of this decision, as in 2019 they announced that an all-new studio called Cloud Chamber, formed of ex-Irrational alumni no less, had begun to work on a new entry in the series. Unfortunately, here there is no happy ending either, as just like how Judas seems to exist in theory rather than in practice, years and years passed with no concrete news about Bioshock 4 until August of 2025, when Bloomberg reported that 2K had rebooted its development and sacked Cloud Chamber's leadership. The reality is, whether it's in the form of a spiritual successor created by Ken Levine or a numbered sequel put together by 2K, Bioshock is not coming back anytime soon. And for all the talk of lighthouses, cities, and the men who built them, that endless sea of doors may well be shut for good. So before we end our time with this strange series, let's return to the concept that began this entire video, the idea of Randian heroes crafting worlds in their own image. Because even if we take the harshest read of his character, I think it's hard to argue that Ken Levine doesn't perfectly fit the profile. He is undoubtedly a brilliant creative mind, And throughout his career, he's crafted some of the most memorable scenes, characters, and surprises in video game history. A legacy that puts him right at the peak of the industry, despite only producing a handful of games. While he obviously didn't do this alone, and owes a huge amount to his colleagues who often saved him from utter disaster, the cold, hard truth is that much of what makes Rapture and Columbia so special was born exclusively in the imagination of Ken Levine. But that doesn't mean to say he's a hero. He's also extremely hard to work with, dictatorial in how he runs his studios, slow-paced and indecisive to the point of near negligence. And worst of all, whether you blame him for the closure of Irrational or not, he's failed to deliver any more games to an industry that is in desperate need of exactly the sort of art that he creates. The truth is that Ken Levine isn't some generational auteur single-handedly driving his profession forwards, or a mythical figure conceived in the dreams of a long-dead philosopher. He's just a man like anyone else, made up of equal parts good and bad, whose great talent is nothing more than loving the craft of designing systems and writing stories. So the next time you find yourself pondering how someone came up with an objectivist city at the bottom of an ocean, or what foolishness led to the cracks in Columbia's glittering skyline, or questioning why exactly Judas is taking so long, just remember that kid sitting alone in his New Jersey bedroom, content to play Dungeons and Dragons entirely on his own. And if you do, suddenly everything about Ken Levine and the captivating worlds that he builds will start to make a lot more sense. Thanks for watching. So just before we say goodbye, I want to say another big thank you to my patrons for being exceptionally patient while I put together this behemoth of a video. If I'm totally honest, it took way longer than I initially expected, as all 3 Bioshock games are just jam-packed with interesting details. So I'm extremely appreciative to everyone who kept up their pledges and to all the new members who joined during the wait. As I said at the top of the video, that support is so important because it means that taking the time to put together something like this doesn't kill the channel, and it frees me from always having to worry about what's going to pop in the algorithm. For that, I can never stop saying thank you. You guys saved my life while I was ill, and you're helping me live out my dream now that I'm better. As for what's next, well, I'm going to do something a little different for the next video, which shouldn't take too long and will likely surprise a lot of you. I'm fairly sure it's a subject that has never received the YouTube video essay treatment, so hopefully that whets your appetite. In the meantime, I'll see you on the post-video stream on the 26th of August for a little Bioshock debrief, and then every Wednesday over on Twitch, where we'll gobble down some classic games that have somehow slipped through my net. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for supporting, and I'll see you all on the next one.